in the Super Bowl trailer when he's flying over New York and like bamfing all those fleeing New Yorkers in shadows stricken into the ground. To see these shadows standing upright, their arms in these reactive terror poses, is even creepier, especially when you consider that those shadows also have their own reflections on the tile floor between us and the end of this room. And if you look around at the setting, this appears to be the same lab where past trailer shots have shown Yelena fighting a scientist and then recovering a vial of something. We also see her taunting a guy whom she gagged with duct tape in the same location. So I think the vial could be the same super soldier serum that they gave to Bob Reynolds to turn him into the Sentry. I just think Yelena might get here after they've already moved Bob to the location. We also see the composers of Everything Everywhere All at Once. This refers to Sun Lux, who are composing the music for Thunderbolts, and I did break down Everything Everywhere All at Once over on the Deep Dive channel. Go check that out. And yes, I am working on the next Deep Dive video. It is just taking a long time. You'll figure out why when you see it. We see a slightly longer shot of the soldiers surrounding Bob Reynolds when they open fire on him. Next, we get individual character cards and no card for Taskmaster. Not surprised there. And we get this new shot of Bob. I think this is in the same scene with Val when he's first discovering his new powers. Actually, Florence Pugh told Empire when it comes to Yelena's relationship with Bob/Sentry, quote, Yelena sees parts of herself in him. She's always been someone that wants to look after people. She has a sweet spot for him and essentially likes looking after him because he's useless. He's absolutely useless. There's a new shot of Congressman Barnes eating a chili dog in his kitchen and then spilling some of that chili on his tuxedo shirt as well as his vibranium arm and on whatever he's reading. I assume his tux is what he was wearing at the charity event with Val where the Avengers Battle of New York relics are on display, and getting some chili on that vibranium arm is probably why he has to wash it in the dishwasher. Now there's this other insane new shot. Someone in a chicken costume charging at Bucky with a spinny sign reading Alfredo's bail bonds, taking a wallop in the face from Bucky's vibranium fist.
Did you get
now,
killed, though?
there is a chicken, or rather a rooster, named Alfredo in Squirrel Girl number 17 in 2017. I don't think this is a reference to that. I'm more interested in the background here. The dark, shadowy, photographic, matte painting background, and some clumps of clothes on the ground. The fact that some more clothes seem to fall right as the chicken rushes at the camera. And then with Bucky and Bob and Yelena, and it looks like Red Guardian and I think Ava closing the shutter doors of the basement. Why does the background of this location look so shadowy and matte painted? I think we might be looking at one instance inside of the void with the discarded clothes, maybe from the people who were just banished to whatever this zone is. The guy in the chicken suit could have been someone else who was sent here, and they're all just panicked souls who got sent to this limbo state that feeds off of all of their dark emotions. But since Bob is with them here in the shot, I don't know when in the movie this would be. I just think it's crazy that the guy in the chicken suit is not the weirdest thing about this shot. Then there's a quick shot of Bob's feet levitating in that death trap location where the Thunderbolts lineup initially finds him, and we end with Alexei with the metal poles bent around his arms to confine him, screaming way too loud in Ava's ear. That seems to be right after Congressman Bucky Barnes Terminators after their red limo, flips it and catches all of them. Now, another quote that we got from director Jake Schreier in Empire, quote, the characters of Thunderbolts, like those in Toy Story 3, are facing obsolescence. Can they get out of the trash can together? So I think all these characters are going to face some kind of furnace of doom in this movie, and I suppose that makes Val the Lotso of the movie? I don't really know. Schreier also confirmed to Empire that in this movie, Avengers Tower is now officially Val's watchtower, saying, quote, who's the person you would least like to own that tower that means so much to so many people? Can you use that as a symbol of things taking a darker turn? Comment down below with your thoughts on this update. You can follow me at EA Boss, subscribe to all the channels in the New Rockstars Network for breakdowns and news coverage of everything you love. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Tom, your thoughts?
Yeah, well,
Tom.
Step aside. Who put these in, Tom? Only Duracell has power boost ingredients. That's why winners like Tom here only run on Duracell.
Tom, are you okay?
Why does everyone keep asking me that since the roast? I gotta go. Gronk's down again. Power boost!
back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of 2003's X2 X-Men United. This is the second installment of our X-Men Stick rewatch, as we break down all 13 of the Fox X-Men and Deadpool films ahead of Wolverine's Mutant Homecoming and Deadpool 3 in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In this terrifying election year, X2 reminds us how politically charged Marvel mutant stories can get. So let's spend some time with pre-Logan Roy Brian Cox and break down all the new Easter eggs, things you never spotted, and which elements Kevin Feige will bring back in Deadpool 3, including the fact that this film technically has a very first Deadpool cameo. But if you want to avoid any Deadpool 3 spoilers, don't worry, I'm going to leave any kind of spoiler conversation for the danger room at the end of this video. And to celebrate this X-Men Stick rewatch, we are doing a special X-Men themed merch release, which is really the best way to support us at New Rockstars. Grab one of these designs by clicking the link in the description. Okay, so during the 20th Century Fox fanfare and logo, the X once again lingers like it did in the first film. This is the first X film, though, in the series to use the Marvel comic book logo. We would see this in front of other Marvel films in the aughts, including the Sony Spider-Man films, Daredevil, Punisher, Ghost Rider, Fantastic Four, and the first few films produced by Marvel Studios in partnership with other studios like Paramount and Universal. Yep, when Kevin Feige now says all Marvel branded titles produced by other studios can come back via the multiverse, that also includes Nick Cage Ghost Rider peeing fire and Ray Stevenson Punisher from 2008 Punisher Warzone shotgunning a guy's face off. Once again, we open on Patrick Stewart narrating as Charles Xavier.
Are mutants the next link in the evolutionary chain, or simply a new species of humanity?
On the words new species, a green star appears out of nowhere within this red-tinted nebula in space, forming into a humanoid figure, which must be the Phoenix Force, the deeper power within Jean Grey, who emerges in this film. A bald silhouette in space, though? Not unlike the imagery Marvel Studios would borrow for The Watcher in the What If series. Charles wonders whether mutants are just what humans evolve into, or a fully different species. The answer to that question will inform how well these tribes will share the planet, because, as Charles says, sharing the world has never been humanity's defining attribute. We push into that green star in the Phoenix Force's brain to enter the nerve synapses under the opening titles. In last week's breakdown, I described how this was meant to show Cerebro, what Charles sees when he meditates behind that locked door. This time, the brain tissue is merged with techie plating and wiring to reflect how Cerebro's machinery fuses with Charles's mind, a process that gets hijacked in this movie. Remember, these early X-Men movies were coming out when the predominant cultural force in American sci-fi cinema was the Matrix films, where moody brain meets machine cyberpunk was really all the rage. In the previous movie, the locked X door of Cerebro opened to Auschwitz. This time it opens to the emblem of the White House, as we find ourselves on a tour, peering over the shoulders of tourists looking at this sign from the gaze of this mystery man in sunglasses. We will soon learn Alan Cumming as Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler. The tour guide quotes Abraham Lincoln.
We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break the bonds of our affection.
This is actually a cameo by Jubilee voice actor from X-Men Evolution, Kiara Zani.
Hey guys, check this out.
Alan Cumming in 2003 was best known as a stage actor, much like Hugh Jackman was before he was cast. Cumming had won awards for playing the MC in a revival of Cabaret, and also small roles in GoldenEye and Eyes Wide Shut. The actor speaks fluent German, and he shares a birthday with Mozart, whose Dies Irae from Requiem in D minor plays during the hallway fight with the Secret Service agents. Now, Beast, Angel, and Gambit were all considered as new characters for this film, but they ultimately settled on Nightcrawler instead, since he felt like the most outsidery option. Before we see Nightcrawler teleporting, we just hear this great sound effect. So, in the comics, Wolverine's claws go snicked, and Nightcrawler goes bang. Technically, when Nightcrawler teleports, though, he transfers through what's known as the Brimstone Dimension, which is why he comes out smelling like sulfur, and why in this movie, he's surrounded by smoke whenever this happens. He bamps to the portrait of JFK. This is while President McKenna is addressing Jackie, his secretary, Jackie, who shares the first name with JFK's first lady. McKenna is played by actor Cotter Smith and is original to X2, but Smith had played Robert Kennedy in a 1983 TV movie, and he's signing a document that reads President's Eyes Only. In addition to JFK and Lincoln, there is also a portrait of William McKinley. So all three of these presidents were assassinated in office, and we're just reminded that no president is safe. Senator Kelly warned that this would happen in the last film.
A girl in Illinois who can walk through walls. Now, what's to stop her from walking into a bank vault? or into the White House.
Super attacks on the White House is a nightmare scenario that we saw with General Zod in Superman 2, and I am terrified to see what The Boys does with this kind of thing. This Oval Office set is an exact recreation, but the hallways remain wider to allow more room for fighting. This sequence smartly orients us from the vantage points of the confused Secret Service agents with frantic pans and cuts, and rarely stays too long with Kurt. And I love this shot that dollies rightward through the wall on Nightcrawler kicking the agent through the glass. It's an impossible glide, but it matches the way Kurt is kind of impossibly teleporting through this doorway to tackle the agent on the other side. He always needs to break a threshold in order to go through it first, kind of like a vampire needing an invitation to go through the other side, because he cannot teleport through a wall that he can't see the other side of. Now, it all happens so fast, the agents can't even verify how many attackers there are, and adding to the confusion is the fact that Nightcrawler can use his tail as a fifth appendage to grab and toss guns, and fight two agents at once. His bamps leave these ribbon wisps of smoke, a trail of confusion as the Secret Service doesn't know what is smoke and what is flesh. They lock down the oval and the camera swoops through the peephole, a kind of David Fincher type shot here, to the office outside, and the camera whip pans with increasing disorientation. But I love this peephole shot because it tells us how close Nightcrawler is getting to them. And as he gets closer, the edit shows more and more of his acrobatics. An overhead shot showing his sweeping the leg of another agent and whipping another at the same time, and teleporting to the side of another agent to tackle him into that doorway of that outer office that the peephole shot just established. And this guy says, "Don't shoot!" and his eyes direct them upward to the corner where Kurt has suspended himself with his tail and looks like he is floating. A true horror Freddy Krueger type jump scare for these guys. DSE Ray brings an extra level of terror because it is historically a funeral composition, originally a Gregorian chant dated back to the 13th century, and it's part of a poem describing the last judgment of souls in front of God, which is a hint of Nightcrawler's religious affinity, his belief that he is a creature of evil who needs to be judged by God. But the music cuts out right as the guards start firing at the spot Nightcrawler was seconds before, just in time for us to experience the terrifying muffled sounds that the president hears outside of his door. At one point, they hear sounds above them, kind of like in a horror movie. And then the door opens, and then one agent gets snatched into the abyss, and it's like we're in the middle of a storm or a smoke bomb has been exploded. The music returns, and now finally do we see each of Nightcrawler's beautiful moves in slow motion as President McKenna is being held down by his agents because he is able to see it all go down, kind of like feeling like his life is slowing down at the moment of his death. Kurt pins the president, and we focus on his sharp teeth, his eyes. He lifts the dagger, but one agent fires and clips his arm, and Kurt lets out an animal-like yelp. It's a good thing the agent waited to shoot until after the dagger moved from one side of his body to the other, because Kurt drops it the moment he teleports directly beneath him, and this time it's inches to the side of McKenna's belly. Now this ribbon reads Mutant Freedom Now. Now, if we were thinking about this, which we shouldn't be thinking about, this moment happened so fast. If a mutant were powerful enough to kill the president, why would they take credit for it this way? Who would this message even be for? The vice president, who would have a tougher time passing any mutant rights legislation after this as a result? Clearly, this is a false flag orchestrated by someone who wants to use it as a predicate to move against mutants, as we'll learn later. It's William Stryker. But this movie begins in such a state of excitement and fear that it doesn't give us time to think. We begin this movie as disoriented as any mutant-fearing human would be. Okay, onto the snowy Canadian mountains. Wolverine gets a wide view of the hydroelectric dam, foreshadowing the uneven water levels that will later lead to Jean's drowning. He follows this wolf to the Alkali Lake Industrial Complex, but gets no answers as we cross-dissolve to a stuffed wolf as Storm gives a lecture to her students.
Neanderthals. We once believed that they were wiped out by years of conflict with a much more advanced branch of humanity called Cro-Magnon man.
So Storm goes on to say that recent research suggested that the two species may have interbred, evolving into modern humans. So remember that deleted scene from the first film showed Storm lecturing about Roman Emperor Constantine's conversion to Christianity. Now she lectures about how two stages of evolution of a single species can still coexist. Halle Berry dropped the Kenyan accent for the sequel, and her role was beefed up after winning the Oscar for Monsters Ball. According to Alan Cumming, he joined Halle Berry, Hugh Jackman, Patrick Stewart, James Marsden, and Famke Janssen in full costume, confronting director Bryan Singer in his trailer over his reported abuse of painkillers, temper tantrums on set, his propensity to just disappear from set for long periods. Singer reportedly responded by saying, "You people are full of shit," and Halle Berry reportedly said, "I've heard enough, you can kiss my black ass." So yes, this is a great movie. It just probably wasn't a very fun one for them to make. The young mutant Artie sticks out his forked tongue to this human girl. He will call this back in the final scene with Stryker. Among the mutant students is a girl with a fringed jacket. This was supposed to be Danielle Moonstar, aka Mirage. There was an extended version of this museum scene in which we would have seen Kia Wong lighting up her fingers with electricity as this movie's Jubilee. She actually shows up in the final scene in Charles Xavier's office. One student checks out the skeleton of a Sabretooth, a nod to the character Sabretooth. Tyler Mane and Ray Park were supposed to return for X2 as Sabretooth and Toad, but apparently there were some scheduling conflicts and the script was already pretty packed with mutants as it was. But now, ever since Liberty Island, Jean Grey's telepathy has been far more powerful, and she hears all the voices around her. I love the sound mix here because 3 of those voices were audio clips from different parts of the movie. To the shelter was a Secret Service agent. To the shelter! To the shelter! No! Was Logan's voice later on. No, no. And they're gonna kill him was Rogue later on. They're gonna kill him! So the Phoenix Force is allowing Jean to hear voices from the future. She is detached from time. I theorized last week that Phoenix is not bound by time, and she was able to connect with Logan presently for him in the Weapon X lab in the 1980s. Again, we will see in X-Men Days of Future Past, consciousness-based time travel is possible in this universe. Rogue, Bobby Drake Iceman, and Pyro, who's now been recast in this movie as Aaron Stanford, tangle with some teens in the food court. Pyro holds a personalized lighter emblazoned with a shark design, which apparently is an homage to Jaws, which Bryan Singer said was his favorite movie. Charles freezes everyone before the situation gets out of hand, but leaves the mutants able to move. This just shows how Charles can, in an instant with just his mind, separate all mutants and humans with just his mental powers. Many of the extras in the scene were actually played by mimes because they were just so good at holding still. I want to imagine that one guy in the Oval Office later who just freezes with a pen in his mouth. That guy's got to be a mime, right? Okay, a newscast details Nightcrawler's attack at the White House, and right under the TV is a sign that says smoking is not permitted in the museum, which makes those guys ask for a light from Pyro extra assholey. So back at the Academy, they discuss the White House attack. Jean sits across from the chessboard from Charles, and she toys with the rook. With her heightened Phoenix powers in this movie, she is arguably on par with Charles. And the next film will be a conflict between the X-Men and Phoenix. We are introduced to Colonel Stryker, played by Brian Cox of Succession fame and a number of other roles. So Stryker is adapted from Reverend Stryker in the comics, who is a religious fanatic and televangelist that writer Chris Claremont based on Jerry Falwell. Stryker in this movie is accompanied by Yuriko Oyama, Lady Deathstrike, played by Kelly Hu has exactly one line of dialogue in this entire film. She cracks her knuckles with these unsettling, loud, almost mechanical cracking noises, a hint at her adamantium skeleton. I find it interesting, though, that Stryker refuses the drink from the president, maybe from that dark past with his son Jason, caused his wife to take a drill to her head. The guy just doesn't want to be inebriated in any state because, you know, he's inebriating every mutant he can get his hands on. President McKenna brings in Senator Kelly, who's actually Mystique in disguise, as we learned from the end of the first film. And while this movie doesn't address it, has Mystique been going around as Senator Kelly full-time? Is she making all of his appointments, votes, hearings, fundraisers, campaign events? How does she have all this time? Stryker drops some satellite photos of the jet at Xavier's school.
This facility is a school.
Sure it is.
This movie came out in 2003 after Secretary of State Colin Powell went before the UN with satellite imagery of the facilities he claimed were building WMDs in Iraq, which the Bush administration, of course, used as justification to invade the country. If you're old enough, you remember watching the news where it was often debated whether an aerial shot of something was a school or a combatant training camp. Stryker says,
I was piloting the Black Ops missions in the jungles of North Vietnam when you were sucking on your mama's tethered Woodstock, Kelly.
But actually, in X-Men Days of Future Past, alternate timeline versions of Mystique and Stryker do run into each other and fight in Vietnam. So Bobby tries to kiss Rogue, and Peter Rasputin Colossus draws a doodle making fun of them. We saw Peter sketching by the pond in the first film. Logan returns, and he gets frosty greetings from both Bobby and Scott. It's this classic dynamic when the bad boy comes back to visit, all the nice guys just start growling. In his plastic prison, Eric Lyncher listens to Mozart's Serenade No. 13 in G major as he reads T.H. White's The Once and Future King. This is about the legend of King Arthur as a figure who will one day return to continue ruling as King of Britain. This is called back at the end of the film.
Have any of you read a book by an English novelist named T.H. White? Once and Future King.
Eric's book is a worn-out first edition copy of the collection, which was published in 1958. But remember, in the years since X-Men 2000, Ian McKellen had appeared as Gandalf in Fellowship and in Two Towers, and would later this year in 2003 appear in Return of the King. So seeing him reading The Once and Future King just carried a deeper layer of meaning for all the nerds high-fiving in the theater, of which I was one of them. In addition to the metal-free chest set from the first film's final scene, we see that Charles sleeps on a mattress that's essentially an inflatable. His jumpsuit, though, is numbered 0001, as Eric is the first and likely only mutant mutant in this facility. And Eric, as someone particularly triggered by humans being tagged with numbers, he must feel especially stung to be the first number in whatever this new wave of genocide is going to be. Charles shows Wolverine Cerebro with non-mutated mutants represented in white and mutants represented in red. Like a chessboard, there are two sides, two colors. On this world map, there's a particularly bright spot in the Washington, D.C. area that would be around where Magneto is being kept. Mystique transforms from Senator Kelly to Yuriko back into herself to access Stryker's computer in the most Easter egg packed scene of the movie. There are tons of important names on this thing, a few being characters that we will see later in this franchise, or later in the MCU. On the drop-down menu, we see John Allardyce, that's Pyro, Amara Aquila, that's Magma, Allison Blair, that's Dazzler, Sally Blevins, Skids, Elizabeth Braddock, Psylocke, Maria Castellanos, that's Feral, Cassidy 2 refers to Sean Cassidy, Banshee, and Teresa, Siren, Lila Cheney, associated with the X-Men and the New Mutants, Victor Creed, Sabretooth, Roberta DaCosta, that's Sunspot, Lorna Dane, Polaris, Bobby Drake, Iceman, Fred Dukes, Blob, we'll meet him in X-Men Origins, Angelo Espinosa, Skin, Kyle Gibney, Wildchild, Guthrie 2 refers to Paige Guthrie, Husk, and Sam Guthrie, Cannonball, Kinyucho Harada, that's Silver Samurai, we'll see them in The Wolverine, Garrison Kane, that's Weapon X from X-Force,
they are star cornerback.
was going to be in the original draft of Deadpool, Remy LeBeau, Gambit, Eric Lyncher Magneto, Artie Maddox is that Fork Tongue Kid from the museum earlier, Jamie Madrox is Multiple Man, Jian Koi Man is Karma, Maximoff 2 refers to, of course, the mutants, Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch, and Pietro Maximoff Quicksilver, and we have two different versions of Quicksilver, the Evan Peters one in the X-Men films, and then the Aaron Taylor Johnson version in the MCU. Kevin McTaggart refers to Proteus, son of Moira McTaggart, and Daniel Star Mirage, who shows up in New Mutants, and Aurora Monroe Storm. And then a few seconds later, on the other screen, many of these names reappear along with new folders with names, including Groot Batsra, Cecilia Reyes, the mutant doctor in the New Mutants, Everett Thomas, Sink, Nicole and Claudette Sincroix, those are the psychic twins, Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler, Raven Darkhold, Mystique, Vanessa Carlo, Copycat, Wade Wilson, Deadpool,
yeah, because he got injured. He was in 96 before the band came out.
Scott Summers Cyclops, Doug Ramsey Cypher, Andrea and Andreas von Strucker, those are the twins who become Fenris, Yuriko Oyama, so I guess Stryker's
you're talking about
for her too. Tom Cassidy, aka Black Tom Cassidy, we see a version of him in Deadpool 2. David North, aka Maverick and Agent Smith, Tabitha Smith, Boom Boom, Calvin Rankin, Mimic, Dr. Nathaniel Essex, Mr. Sinister, who was set up in the post-credit scene of X-Men Apocalypse, and rumor has it might be a major villain when the X-Men come into the MCU. Mortimer Toynbee, Toad, Ileana Rasputin, Magic, who's played by Anya Taylor-Joy in New Mutants. Teresa Rourke, again, is Teresa Rourke Cassidy, Siren. Shiro Yoshida, Sunfire. Guido Carosella, Strong Guy. Catherine Kitty, Pride, Shadowcat. And Dr. Carl Lycos, Sauron. Now, other folders are labeled Omega Red, that refers to an X-Men villain. Xavier School, you know what that is. Blackbird, you know what that is. Massachusetts County refers to the new site of Xavier's School in the comics. Trask, that's Boulevard Trask, creator of the Sentinels, played by Peter Dinklage.
Have fun over there.
Grey Malkin refers to Jonas Grey Malkin, a mutant whose strength depends on light exposure. Zero Tolerance refers to an X-Men comic storyline.
Love Daylin, I don't give a fuck if you're
operation. So we see Alpha Flight, Beta Flight, and Gamma Flight in different spots. Those refer to Canadian mutant teams. Department H is what oversees those teams. Jamie Braddock is Psylocke's older brother who can manipulate reality. Danger Room, we know what that is. That's the training room of the X-Men, and where we talk about spoilers. Forge is a tech-savvy weapons expert. Brotherhood, that's the name of Magneto's group. Weapon X, obviously Stryker's operation. Reed Sinclair is Wolfsbane. That's one of the New Mutants who's played by Maisie Williams in the New Mutants film. Cerebro, know what that is. Legacy is a virus that was released by Strife against the mutants. Salem Center is also another name for Xavier's Academy. Franklin Richards, this is the son of Reed Richards and Sue Storm, who is defined as an Omega-level mutant. And when John Krasinski, Reed Richards referred to the fact that he had kids, technically Franklin Richards existed in MCU continuity somewhere. Muir Island refers to the research center created by Moira McTaggart. Rose Byrne plays her in First Class, and that's supposed to be Moira in the post-credit scene of The Last Stand. Morlocks is the underground mutant group. Kevin McTaggart is Moira's son, aka Proteus. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. A new year is a great excuse for finally tackling the stuff that you put off last year. And if one of the things you've been putting off until 2024 is taking proper care of your mental health, BetterHelp can help you get started. And hey, no judgment for waiting. Starting therapy can be hard, and the right therapist for you might not be in your area, and some people struggle with the face-to-face interaction of therapy. With BetterHelp, you can have your therapy sessions as a phone call, as a video chat, or even via messaging if you prefer that. Whatever's the most comfortable version of therapy for you. Just click the link in the description and answer a few questions about what you're looking for from therapy and what your preferences are. BetterHelp will then match you with a therapist from their network that's right for you. If you don't don't really fit
Leave
with
him
that
alone.
therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily
Well,
switch
shut
to a
up.
therapist for no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who is in your network, or anything like that. If you think you might benefit from therapy, consider BetterHelp. There's a link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/newrockstars. Clicking that link helps support this channel and also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist to see if it helps you. They also stuck in some crew names on the guard IDs. We see Tom DeSanto, the executive producer who helped write the first film script, as well as Michael Dougherty and
I ain't playing shit with him never again.
L. Donner, referring to Lauren Schuler Donner, the executive producer. There's also a photo director, Brian Singer, who also
literally
shows up
where I'm
wheeling
going.
Charles in to
What are you
visit
talking
Eric.
about?
Now, outside the church,
You're talking about
where
something that's in
Nightcrawler's
the
hiding,
future that I
graffiti
already
reads,
planned for.
"Nature lasts last," which is a slight alteration on the comment saying nature always has a last
talking about
laugh,
shit?
detailing the law of entropy, which states that everything in nature, every system, will
Yo, fuck you,
increase in
bitch.
disorder and chaos. Basically, man plans, God laughs.
Break it
A
out.
reflection of how,
What can you
despite
do
humans'
about
efforts
that?
to stamp out mutants, natural selection will find a way. When Jean and Storm enter this church, Kurt yells at them in German.
Are you bored yet?
Which translated means,
a
"Get
cheap
out!
bastard.
I am a minion of the devil. I am a spawn of evil." In the comics, Kurt is deeply religious and even studied to be a priest at one point while he was still in the X-Men. As Jean tends to his wounds, Nightcrawler gestures to Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. I got a draw down here.
2022's Immortal X-Men #1, the character Exodus actually implies that Jesus was a mutant. Wolverine dreams of Alkali Lake and the champagne glasses return, but now they add more images. Stryker snapping his dog tag in half, which is what they do to a soldier who's KIA, but notice at the end of this movie, Logan will leave Stryker with the second half of that dog tag.
And the Grotto said just there.
Kid Jones, who's blinking to change channels. Most of the channels are reporting the White House attack, but there is this one.
Science Museum are claiming to have experienced.
Yeah, this is a report of Charles freezing
You're
everyone
done.
at the Science Museum the day before, because yeah, everyone at that museum would be pretty freaked out. Charles and Eric recall Colonel Stryker's son, Jason.
Fortunately, I wasn't able to help him. At least not in the way that his father wanted.
As all of these movies depict mutation as a metaphor for the gay rights movement, this suggests that Stryker hoped that Charles Xavier's facility would be a form of conversion therapy. And we see this mutant LGBT parallel mostly with the character of Bobby Drake in this film, who tells Logan that his parents think that this is a prep school. Bobby dates Rogue in these films, but in the comics, Bobby Drake was famously confirmed to be gay in 2015. The nature documentary that Jones is watching actually mimics exactly what happens in this movie.
One right here. One right here. It's Goya. He just sitting right here. Shoot through the wall. Shoot through the wall. He running. There's somebody else right here. Watch out. Do not peek it. It's Legion.
Now Jones gets hit with some darts, but don't worry, he reappears in X-Men The Last Stand. But this attack on the school is an A+ sequence that emphasizes this movie's themes of fear of the other. Because after empathetically relating to the fear of the humans in the opening, now we're afraid of how fear would turn government forces into people who raid a school of children. Wolverine is the best babysitter. It's so satisfying to see him go full berserker. You picked the wrong house,
I shot on him.
But they actually removed a few extra seconds of footage from after Wolverine stabs a soldier in the kitchen for MPAA ratings. A longer, more violent version of this is in the special edition. Now, Jackman was obviously great in the first X-Men movie, but in X2 is when he starts going full rage mode for any of these action
Jay, watch my car. Oh, he shot it.
And taking us to the gun show. The series takes really a turn here, transforming Wolverine into a parental figure, setting him up for the lone wolf and cub relationship that he'll have with X-23 and Logan. Kitty Pryde, played by Katie Stewart before the character was recast as Elliot Page in The Last Stand, phases through the bed and the walls. Siren, played by Shauna Kane, wakes up and sounds the alarm across the school.
He on the floor.
Who appeared earlier,
Ah!
by Daniel Cudmore, medals up. Stryker hints at his and Wolverine's shared past, but Bobby forms an ice wall between Logan and Stryker. Like the opening sequence, Logan is being iced out of his past. This ice wall is actually a practical effect and weighed 3,500 pounds. When Wolverine and the kids use Cyclops' car, they get into a Mazda RX-8 concept that was made just for the movie, kind of like the Dr. Pepper product placement earlier. Mazda was another tie-in sponsor for the film. The blue,
Yeah, he said on the stairs. I shot him and shit.
Blue and the X in the RX-8. The back was also enlarged to emphasize the movie's branding. But in this car, Pyro tries to break the silence with music and accidentally plays NSYNC's Bye 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 on full blast. Brian Singer was barely friends with NSYNC member JC Chazé, even as late as X-Men.
I shot on Legion.
Chazé. Everyone knew who Brian was at that point. As Wolverine speeds down the road, notice there are no headlights. Now, I get it. It's to avoid detection. But, this is not safe, Logan. You're more likely to get pulled over by a patrol car. In the bar on the TV is Dr. Hank McCoy, a.k.a. Beast, played by actor Steve Backick, before Kelsey Grammer played him in The Last Stand. Also on the show is a mention of a Mr. Shaw, which is a nod to Sebastian Shaw, the leader of the Hellfire Club, who Kevin Bacon plays in X-Men First Class. The newscaster hosting the debate is
my camera down.
Professor X in X-Men Evolution.
Let's see if I can get Apocalypse's attention.
Yeah, that was my camera. I knew somebody was gonna get on that
The
motherfucker.
first movie for a flashback to the onset of Scott's powers.
He said, I knew somebody. Yeah, nigga, I had it right here, nigga.
Created an X-Men Apocalypse with Ty Sheridan. Rebecca Romaine gets to play without makeup for this scene, but she does wear the same dress to hint at Raven's natural skin. Stryker confronts Charles over the tragedy of his son Jason, whom he introduces in this movie as Mutant 143. This version of Jason Stryker is based on Jason Wingard, aka the Mutant Mastermind, and starting in 2013, the character was reintroduced in all new X-Men number 19 as Jason Stryker, William Stryker's son. At Bobby's house, we see several snow-themed posters on the wall of his bedroom, snowboarding and skiing, as this kid probably would have enjoyed snow sports where he could have tested out his powers without people noticing as much. Wolverine draws his claws on the cat, who purrs and licks the claws, but listen closely. Yeah, did Wolverine hurt that cat when he retracted his claws? I hope he just scared it, because we do see the cat get picked up later. I think the cat's okay. I think the mark of a great action movie is if it has had at least 3 great sequences, and Magneto's prison break is one of them in this one. Eric listens to Mozart and notices something different about Lorio.
No,
He Maverick and shit there, man. Hold
it's
on.
not that.
From the close-up of Eric's smile to his slow rise with the shadows under his eyes this time, hiding his bruises, it's all storyboarded like a great comic page. Charles lifts Lorio.
Too much iron in your blood.
Damn, come get this one.
Sucks the molten metal that Mystique injected into his blood. It's
Nah,
so
come
sick.
up here.
This power status shift, it's totally an homage to Hannibal Lecter's
Let him
escape
do
in
his
the
shit.
Silence of the
Let him do
Lambs,
his
where
shit.
the white-dressed elderly supervillain overpowers the guards in a bloody display.
Yeah.
It's worth Brian Cox
I got you, come on.
Or Anthony Hopkins in the very first Hannibal movie, Manhunter. We're reminded of Eric's single-fired bullet in the first film, and with just a few ounces
Come on,
of
get up
metal,
here.
he now obliterates the glass cell and flattens one into a disc to fly upon. I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah, that's
still
all black
stained
now.
with traces of blood of Lorio when he steps on it. One detail I
Yeah, I had a
always
drone
love is the
there.
look of glee on Ian McKellen's face as he floats toward the guard booth and unleashes those metal orbs on them. So in the scene,
One is
Bobby
right here.
comes out to his
Yeah,
mate,
Jay
Ian
killed
McKellen,
him.
who is gay,
Jay is
reportedly
in.
worked with the writers to help make the scene feel authentic. Bobby's mother says
Yep,
this is her
I got
fault,
it.
but John says that males carry the mutant gene, which is interesting.
I'm rotating by
biologically,
Jay.
because the Y chromosome is far smaller than the X chromosome and typically doesn't carry many genetic traits, if any. But in a way, this shifts the responsibility, so to speak, on William Stryker for his son Jason. And to underline this coming out parallel, Bobby's mom later asks him,
Have you tried not being a mutant?
but Bobby's shitty brother calls the Boston PD. I love how all these cops
Come on,
make
right
sure
now.
to have that Boston accents. And John sprays them with fire. Rogue absorbs his power to reduce the flames. Jason Stryker, meanwhile, projects an illusion in Charles's mind of a time when they were at the expansion together. At first, Charles is shown standing, like how he stood when he projected himself in Senator Kelly's memory in the first film, and when he walks around in Wanda Maximoff's mind in Multiverse of Madness. It's just a simple way to show the audience when we are inside of a mind versus reality. But notice how Jason cleverly keeps Charles in the wheelchair for the second time he goes into his mind, which makes it hard for Charles to know what's reality and what's illusion. The Blackbird is approached by 2 fighter jets, and the one who signals them is Captain Raygun Lai, a reference to Ray Raygun Lai, a comic artist and concept artist, credited graphic designer for this X2 film. Ray was also a concept artist for the 2003 Battlestar Galactica miniseries, and in the 2008 Battlestar Galactica, there is a similar Easter egg on a jet. Storm tries to fend off the pilots with tornadoes, but fails to stave off the last 2 missiles. Jean awakens her Phoenix Force powers, destroying the a second. Rogue gets sucked out of the jet, but Nightcrawler teleports to catch her without waiting for anyone to direct him. I love Nightcrawler in this movie. Magneto catches the whole jet, though.
When will these people learn how to fly?
Which is a meta joke referring to the fact that in the X-Men comics and TV shows, some of these X-Men just use their powers to fly. Like everyone can fly. Technically, Magneto, though, does not fly in these movies. He just lifts his body with magnetic forces. But they really go to efforts in this movie to
I forgot I had a bar.
She just kind of like levitates.
I forgot I had a bar.
Magneto tells Wolverine that
I said, hold up.
You
nigga Jay in. I'm finna take my head.
says that they already searched
Oh,
the
God.
Lake compound, but Magneto responds,
Once again,
Fuck that. I was finna go, hey, I was finna go through that motherfucker, get my ass. Turn the fuck up.
All these X-Men movies are like, it's just called
They was waiting for me to come to that damn show.
kiss since Scott is out of the picture. Now, Cyclops is the leader of the X-Men in the animated series and in most of the comics, but he unfortunately gets sidelined for most of these movies, presumably because his optic blast was a costly visual effect in the early aughts. Nowadays, notice how glowing energy blasts are like the cheapest visual effect. 80% of MCU characters' powers are just like blasting light from different parts of their bodies. Mystique enters Wolverine's tent as Jean, but Logan finds the scars he left on her stomach in Liberty Island, making us wonder if Mystique isn't able to shapeshift over certain scar tissue, or maybe if she just wanted Wolverine to find these marks and mess with them.
No one's
Hear
ever
that
left a scar
echo?
quite like you.
In another subtle nod to Hannibal Lecter, Magneto catcalls Rogue.
we love what you've done with your hair.
It's similar to one of my favorite moments in The Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, and Senator, just one more thing.
Magneto meets Pyro.
What's your real name, John?
I appreciate the cold orthodoxy of Magneto. He understands that the real battle is recruiting from the younger generation. This gives a dual purpose to the superhero monikers of these films. It's really a way for these mutants to reclaim their identities. Pyro says,
I can only manipulate the fire. I can't create it.
You are a god among insects.
yeah, there's definitely a parallel to Prometheus here from Greek mythology, the Titan who stole fire from the gods. Now, they send in Wolverine, actually Mystique posing as him, but Stryker is not fooled.
The one thing I know better than anyone is my own work. Seal the room. Shoot it.
How does Stryker see through this impersonation from across the room? It's not the appearance, it's the emotion. Because Stryker knows that Wolverine would look at him and at all his facility with rage in his eyes. Because remember earlier,
You want to shoot me? Shoot
that is the true Wolverine. A Wolverine this calm would totally be a red flag to Stryker. And remember, Stryker's computer had a file on Raven and Mystique, so he's completely prepared for a metamorph trying to infiltrate anything he has. I just love it when
I don't know where they
villains
put
are
that
smart. We also
motherfucker.
gotta give
Look
props
for
to
it.
Stryker for his plan here, tricking Charles into
What's the
thinking
name? Gotta
he's in
look
his
for
full
it.
Cerebro when he's really in a false duplicate that Stryker had constructed. It's
I-
like the
IQ,
con used
find
by
the,
Ocean's
what's the
11.
name for
You
me?
can't break into a vault, build your own replica vault,
The cave.
and lure in the
Find the
marksman
cave
break
for me.
into his own vault. Mystique flips him off with a backward slide, a move that she learned from Logan in the first film, and she morphs into Stryker immediately. It happens so fast. And props to Brian Cox for doing his own little moves here.
We have a metamorph loose. Could be anybody.
I love it when other actors impersonate what Mystique would do as them in these movies. So the X-Men rejoin Mystique and Magneto.
A large portion of energy from the dam has been diverted to this chamber. Cerebro.
He can
I
use
got it.
to opportunity in Eric's voice because his plan is to take control of Cerebro and twist it for his own agenda. And again, we're just seeing smart villains making smart choices. Yet, Jean is onto them. She doesn't want to leave them alone. Stryker whispers in Jason's ear to make Charles link with all the mutants to kill them. Charles's earlier warning to Logan to make him think he was a little girl now seems ironic. It's the illusion of a little girl that fools Charles. Yet, we should note that Jason Stryker projects himself as a different gender, which adds a deeper
Yeah, I
layer
was
of
getting the
tragedy
whistle
for the
there.
character
Okay.
as they were misunderstood by their father. Nightcrawler and Storm find the detained mutant kids, and seconds before Kurt teleports into the chamber, if you brighten this shot of the kids looking up at him, you can see Alan coming in the background. They used a shot of the actor before he stepped forward out of the shadows, and you can really only see this if you have like an OLED
Land down.
with the brightness settings way upped. Wolverine finds the Weapon X lab with X-ray scans that we saw flashes of earlier, but now we see them more closely, including ones of him as well as Deathstrike's hand, but there are a few other possible test subjects from over the years. The skull with spikes, that could belong to Quill, and then this shoulder wing, that
Run
could
out,
belong to
Dylan.
Angel, both of these characters we meet in the
Run out, Dylan.
Wolverine finds the molten adamantium in the hoses used in his surgery, and he flashes back again to one of his memories. One of the military officers has this patch of a black horse on a red and white field. This is for the U.S. Army's 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment. Worth noting that canonically to the Marvel Comics, Wolverine's past with Weapon X was the U.S. government's attempt to recreate the super soldier success that they had with Steve Rogers during World War II, with adamantium being a synthetic alloy of vibranium. Stryker says that the reason this lab is still set up this way is that they cannot ever let adamantium cool, making it, in a way,
I told you, gang. I got you, gang. We get in this motherfucker and play, gang. Told that, you told that echo up. I love that shit, nigga. Tear his ass up.
suggesting dozens of others might have died.
Hey, you got that motherfucker implanted.
They are segmented as if each segment
I got that other nigga, though. Hey, did you see Warden, Jay?
really be the only way these claws could fit into her phalanges. Actress Kelly
I ran right in on his ass.
which were
Then I got, who was that? Was that Alibi and Doc?
plugging her with more adamantium. This movie, plugging people with
Yeah.
molten metal. Two
They got their ass
crazy
fried.
early deaths using the same kind of close-up. In the last second, you
Yeah,
actually
man.
see
Come on.
Stryker's brainwash serum fading
Got the fear on
from
the
her
head job.
eyes as she looks with lucid
gotta
awareness
leave,
of
man.
Logan, and the adamantium leaks to her eyes like tears. It's just a striking reminder to Logan that these mutants are not each other's enemies.
Hey, put
It's
your
government forces that
put
did
your
this.
leaders on the
Jason and
stairs
Charles
in
link with
flank,
all the mutants.
please.
Deleted scenes would have shown other mutants, including the Hank McCoy we saw earlier transforming into his beast form, Gambit rimming
Yeah,
with
two.
playing cards
Fuck
and his
this
energy
one.
flaring up. Actually, this kind of psionic seizure from Charles Xavier is the dark fate that awaits most of the X-Men in the years leading up to the events of Logan. Magneto pulls the pins out of all the soldiers' grenades. Whoa! Boom! And he opens a Cerebro chamber. Since Eric helped Charles build Cerebro, he knows what tiles to reconfigure, and Mystique impersonates Stryker to flip Cerebro to target humans instead. Throughout this film, Nightcrawler has needed to see his destination before he bamps into it. That's why actually there was that creepy shot of him peeking through the doorway in the White House earlier, and he needed all the doors to be open before he entered them. But Storm uses their exchange about blind faith to get him to teleport into the Cerebro chamber. The bamf occurs precisely on the part of the Lord's Prayer, as it is in heaven.
As it is in heaven,
As far as Kurt knew, this moment of transfer could have taken him directly to his death. And anytime he transfers, he is going through the brimstone dimension to get there. So he's kind of praying, in this moment, take me through hell, but take me to heaven on the other side of it, please. And there, Storm lowers the temperature to get Jason drop his projection, and they leave poor Jason Stryker there to die, even though he was being chemically brainwashed by his father to do what he did. Sacrifices on both sides. The dam breaks, and Jean Grey exits the Blackbird to stop the floodwater. A little detail I just noticed, behind Scott and Logan, you can see Kurt shifting around, and then some pre-brimstone dimension smoke forming as he is trying to teleport to save Jean, but she is stopping him. The Phoenix Force rises out of Jean, and again, it's just a bit of a bummer that Cyclops James Marsden is sidelined in this film other than to mourn and Jean in this moment, something the actor has to do from behind this bulky eyepiece. But I love that Logan is the one to hug Scott afterwards. Because this battle began with mankind's fear of mutants, to extinguish it, they return to where it all began, inside of the White House office. As Charles interrupts President McKenna's address, the mutants appear suddenly among McKenna's advisors. Faster even the Nightcrawler could teleport, making me think that Charles even made the president black out for an additional second. They present some paperwork from Stryker's office to prove his wrongdoing, and Charles says that he knows a girl who can walk through walls, of course referencing Kitty Pryde, but this is also a veiled threat to the president. That
they got me on
mutant
drone.
from Illinois that Senator Kelly ranted about is yet another mutant beside Nightcrawler who can get to him. But the symbolism is important here. Charles positions all these mutants so that they are standing among the humans in the room. He wants to pose a united front to the president to give him a glimpse at a possible future where a president's inner advisors can include both humans and mutants, and both sides can be at the levers of power. Because mutants and humans are not on opposite sides of the chessboard, they are really in this together. The previous film ended with a chess match, and Charles alludes to another match here.
The next move is yours.
Back at the school, Charles senses Jean's presence outside the window, looks directly into the camera because Jean is still alive in the form of the Phoenix Force. He begins his lecture involving T.H. White's The Once and Future King, showing that he and Eric are still part of that book club. Whereas Charles normally takes us in and out of these movies, now Jean's voice takes over, quoting Charles' opening words from the first movie as the silhouette of a phoenix appears beneath the water.
But every few hundred millennia, evolution leaps forward.
And we will pick up with Phoenix's future in next week's breakdown of The Last Stand. But quickly, some Deadpool 3 spoilers in the Danger Room, if you're curious. Succession actor Brian Cox being in this film reminds us that the Tom Wamsgans to his Logan Roy, Matthew McFadden, is playing some role in Deadpool 3. Online rumors claimed a TVA agent named Paradox, but apparently that claimant said that they made that up to fool other scoopers, so who knows. Okay, the best way to support new Rockstars is to grab some X-Men inspired merch at nerdriot.shop. Follow me on all social platforms at EABoss and subscribe to all 3 channels in the New Rockstars Network. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next week. Stick, bye.
Eddie.
You know what's smart? Enjoying a fresh gourmet meal at home.
You ran to where I was at.
Upgrade with Factor. Chef crafted.
Come on, we're doing that.
Ready in 2 minutes. Eat smart with Factor.
Yeah, about.
Dump cable and get fast, more affordable home internet with US Cellular.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Boss, and this is a breakdown of 2016's X-Men Apocalypse. This is the 9th installment of our X-Men Sneak rewatch, as we go back through all 13 of the Fox X-Men and Deadpool films, ahead of Wolverine's Mutant Homecoming and Deadpool and Wolverine in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Coming out the same year as the first Deadpool film, and being what director Bryan Singer considered the end of the trilogy that started by First Class, this movie just had a lot to live up to, and did it live up to it? Well, you be the judge. With the post-credits scene that tied directly into the debate of whether or not Wade Wilson got his powers from Wolverine, it still plays an important role in our rewatch for that reason and a number of other reasons we'll get to in this video. So let's break down Apocalypse scene by scene for all the Easter eggs, details you never spotted, and stuff that could come back in Deadpool and Wolverine. And to celebrate this X-Men rewatch, we have the special Xavier Institute shirts, and grabbing one of these is among the best ways you can support New Rockstars. And we have a special link where you can get these shirts, and check it out from the link in the description. Okay, in the opening seconds, the X and the Fox logo lingers again! And this happens in pretty much all the films that Bryan Singer was involved with. There's also that X-Men score again, playing at the end of the normal Fox music. Now, the title of this film was originally going to be X-Men Age of Apocalypse, after the comic had the same name, but it was changed in order to avoid comparisons to Avengers Age of Ultron and Transformers Age of Extinction. I think they started to figure out that, hey, if these movies are just like 2 or 2.5 hours, they're not really ages of anything. The film opens like the previous ones did, with Charles Xavier's
look at this.
now it's James McAvoy's Charles, not Patrick Stewart's.
That can. when you
The war
done.
was
They Russian blue.
abilities, and yet still they are children stumbling in the dark.
Charles sets up some of Apocalypse's backstory, saying that if a mutant is given powers beyond imagination, they may think they are.
They got my cam and what's the name?
Now, in the comics, in Sabanur, which Marvel Comics writers believe
They got this cam up
the
here.
first one in Arabic, although the order of the words is wrong, so really.
Oh my God!
7 lights instead. And Sabanur was
Get the
first
ace.
mutant on Earth, or one of them, and is considered one of the most powerful beings in the Marvel universe. He sees himself as the father of mutant kind, created by writer Louise Simonson and artist Jackson Guise. And Sabanur at one point encountered
I'll tell you when to blow it.
and became aware
Blow it,
that
blow it.
humanity might one day be judged unworthy.
He ran back.
Because of this, he became obsessed with the idea of survival of the fittest, and unlike Magneto, he applies this equally to humans and mutants. Weak mutants must also be destroyed to make room for what comes next. In the movie, he's never actually called by the word apocalypse, although he does say he's been called by many things over the years. The camera flies over sand dunes in the Nile Valley in 3600 BCE to a large pyramid with a symbol of an Ankh inside of the letter A. This is the sigil for Ashir in Sabanur, Apocalypse's followers who are tasked with protecting him and doing his bidding. He's transported by a litter, usually reserved for rulers or divinities in ancient Egypt, and he's flanked by his 4 horsemen: death, famine, pestilence, and war. They wear gold masks of various Egyptian gods. These 2 co-conspirators share a
She in dirt, she in dirt. Her dirt, her dope, her dope.
Were inspired by the 1955 film Land of the Pharaohs. Stunt actor Monique Gannerton plays Death. She's done stunt work on a ton of action movies like Avengers Endgame and Infinity War after this, usually doubling for taller
Oh my God.
actresses.
Dirt, dirt. Both of y'all get an angle.
But they transfer his consciousness into the body of a mutant with the ability to heal, played by Oscar Isaac. Understand how healing ability is just kind of an
Jay,
important ability.
Dalen, go get in the left corner. Get in that left corner.
This guy. The technology they used to do this, I have to say, looks very similar to the Celestial tech.
Yep, just like that. Just like that.
Film. In the comics, the Celestial
He hitting the bar. He about to rock in.
even more powerful than he already was, and he had many powers, including telepathy and telekinesis, which he demonstrated at the end of Days of Future Past.
Let's go,
he
Jay.
also reshape his own body, his
Let's go,
size,
Jay.
and density at will. Both of these powers were removed here, although we do get an homage to his ability to make himself big when he's inside Charles's mind. In the film, he gets multiple abilities by moving from body to body. Singer clarified his powers by saying that he can, quote, imbue other mutants and heighten their
I thought he did get that motherfucker. I thought he did. Jay saw that nigga one time.
That it makes it harder for a psychic like Xavier to tap in and get them, and he can change the inorganic molecules of things. That's
Man, that nigga at least
at
won
one
some
point during the
ass.
comics run, the 12, Apocalypse did
He
transfer
set me up for
his essence into the body
failure.
of Nate Gray, a powerful mutant that Mr. Sinister created using the DNA of Cyclops and Jean Grey. So this transfer is successful, but a rogue faction of followers trap Apocalypse inside the collapsing pyramid. His horsemen do their best to protect him. At one point, Death folds a guy in on himself and crunches him into a human pretzel, but they are ultimately
He wanted one so bad, man. He was missing his shit. I'm like, damn, he's still missing her. How you? He missed the C4, missed the shots at her. Like, damn.
Which showed DNA and mutation,
That's
shows humanity.
nigga. He got the
And
assist
showing
for
this
it
coming
though.
From the chamber containing the apocalypse implies that everything the world has become has been shaped both by humans and mutants. We see these Egyptian columns and an eye of Horus in the center of an X. The camera zooms in through the eye into a hallway lined with Egyptian statues and masks. Then it spins clockwise as it goes down the hallway and swoops through a circle into the next area. An arrow flies alongside the camera to show one of man's earliest weapons. These figures along the side here could be the Persian immortals. And that building in the center looks like it's part of the Great Wall. Then the arrows fly by some coins, showing some of the earliest forms of currency. Then we see a stone statue of Jesus carrying the cross to Calvary, and more advanced arrows fly by. The feathers now replaced by metal. There are images of Christian crosses in a church. On a wall is a painting of Henry VIII. So now we must be in the 16th century. This is Hans Holbein the Younger's painting The Ambassadors, which was painted around 1533. There's also the Mona Lisa, which was painted sometime between 1503 and 1519. The camera passes through the chamber of a revolver, so the weaponry is continuing to advance. And then we travel alongside a train, which gives way to airplanes. These look like World War II era fighter planes. And now that we are in the 20th century, the 20th Century Fox logo appears on screen. There's Nazi flags and other iconography, missiles being fired, one of them destroying a swastika. There's the Soviet Union image of the hammer and sickle. $100 bills float around everywhere, and we head into the 1980s, the era of money and excess and Pedro Pascal memes. And then we see the Twin Towers still standing. The title flashes on screen, and then it zooms all the way out once again to show the X on the door leading to Cerebro, like in the previous films. In a high school in 1983 in Ohio, a class learns about the events that we saw in Days of Future Past at the 1980s. The newspaper they look at from the time reads, "Peace turns into chaos, pandemonium in Paris. There are stills from that movie accompanying the headline. This teacher is played by Ali Sheedy, who got her start in 80s movies like John Hughes' The Breakfast Club. X-Men producer Lauren Schuler Donner has mentioned that the original plot for First Class was about teen mutants in school, but one of the reasons it didn't work was because it felt too much like a John Hughes movie. So the events of Days of Future Past changed the timeline for all X-Men films that preceded it, at least as they were part of this series. And here we see that the world knows about the existence of mutants, and there are some that seem mostly okay with that. Teenage Scott Summers, played by Ty Sheridan, has some problems with his eyes and excuses himself to go to the bathroom. This bathroom scene where was originally written.
I got another bitch in Virginia though.
But it was never filmed.
I got a bad bitch in Virginia though. I got
a Spanish class, and his optic glass activated when he was being hunted by Sabretooth. This version of Scott is throwing two. He's not yet the teacher's pet.
They be finding me when they know me from YouTube. What the fuck?
Cameo as Scott in Deadpool 2 in East Berlin.
Then I be finding hoes from here, so I'm getting hoes from anywhere. Jay know about it. You can get hoes from fucking YouTube still too. Don't think you don't.
The mutant fighters were wearing collars, and here the cage is electrified by guys with guns to ensure their compliance. Angel defeats Fred Dukes the Blob.
Every day with his ass.
Costume. Angel is now played here by Ben Hardy in X-Men: The Last Stand.
Yeah, bitches got bad. He still trying to fuck this. That ain't matter, nigga.
The next fighter to face
That ain't matter.
Nightcrawler, played here by Cody Smith McPhee. He was originally cast as young James Howlett in X-Men Origins.
Man, we gotta go to Philly, shit.
Flirts with the guard and then knocks him out, like we've seen her do.
We gotta go to Philly,
She starts
shit.
out wearing this provocative dress, but once she completes her mission,
I know she got a friend. I know she got some friends.
Jacket. This is a woman who understands the male gaze. She knows that it's easier to infiltrate when she's dressed in a way that makes men see her as a non-threatening sexual object. She rescues Nightcrawler in the comics. She's actually his mother, and Azazel is his father. He recognizes her as a hero from the events of Days of Future Past, but she doesn't see her. Meanwhile, in rural Poland, Eric is living off the grid and working at a factory, which is reminiscent of Bruce Banner working at the Pingo Doce bottling plant in Rio in the beginning of
your girlfriend, your hug, girl. Your girlfriend, your hug.
Daughter Nina, who is a mutant with the ability to communicate with and control animals. She seems to be based on Magneto's daughter Anya from the comics, who died in a fire after a mob stopped him from saving her. Magneto ended up killing everyone in the city after that incident. This frightened Magda, who ran away and gave birth to two twins before dying. Those twins grew up to be Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. In their house, there are several deer figures, since deer seem to be Nina's favorite. As Eric sings to her in bed, Nina wears a locket with the photos of her grandparents in it. This is the same locket that Eric will later use to murder the soldiers who come for him. In the Summers living room on the TV is just a program that seems to be a hand solving a Rubik's Cube, which is super weird, but, you know, I guess very 80s. Lucas Till is back as Alex Summers, and this is the first movie where we see brothers Alex and Scott together. A deleted scene would have shown Alex trying to convince Scott to go to Xavier's school.
You can't lay in bed with your eyes closed forever.
You finna get a shot, bruh. Why you put it right here, bruh?
Jean Grey, played here by Game of Thrones, Sophie Turner.
You see, I already got a good spot.
White's The Once and Future King. He was teaching about this book in X2, and Magneto was reading it in his plastic prison. In this class, we get another version of Jubilee, played by Lana Condor this time around. Two different actresses played her in the first and second films. Most of the other mutants in this class are unidentified extras. An extended version of the scene
I'm dropping out, YALL.
Jubilee discussing the novel.
Even the title Once and Future King means the past defines the future.
We're the sum total of all of our experiences.
Another extended scene just after this one would have shown Jean using her powers while practicing archery, purposely aiming at a group of schoolmates and then curving the arrow so that it landed on the bullseye. As Charles shows Scott Summers around the grounds, he doesn't use his usual X-spoked wheelchair, although this one does have a small X in the middle of the spokes. Meanwhile, in Cairo, Moira McTaggart, Rose Byrne, looking very much like Laura Croft, follows some guys with Asher Insaba Nur Sitra on their necks, and they raise Apocalypse. This causes an earthquake around the world, and Eric uses his powers to save a guy at his factory from getting squashed. It really has changed.
Good refrag, shit. That nigga came out of nowhere.
His life after this, all the more tragic. This was instinctual for him, but the look on his face as soon as he does says he knows his peaceful days are numbered. A deleted scene would have shown Apocalypse waking up in an alley, killing a man so that he could steal his robes and use it to blend in. In the comics, the actual age of Apocalypse is an alternate reality set in Earth 295. In this, Peter Parker dies and never becomes Spider-Man. Namor, Clint, Thor, Carol Danvers, Frank Castle, Victor Von Doom, Susan Storm, and Ben Grimm also die. Gwen Stacy is alive in that reality, though. Oscar Isaac described wearing this Apocalypse costume as absolute hell. He said he was encased in latex in a 40-pound suit and had to wear a cooling mechanism at all times. The costume was also so squeaky and loud that he had to redub
we came up yellow at. Right off that door, nigga. Right off all the other two doors, nigga. Go.
Then at the end of the day, it took him hours to scrape it all off of him.
Somebody go up the window. You go up the window. Well, I'm real.
Over the years, people have said he looks like Ivan Ooze from the Power Rangers film, and I can never get that image out of my head. At the X-Man mention Jean has a nightmare, just like Wolverine did in the first film right before he stabbed Rogue. Jean's melting stuff off the
Yeah,
walls,
we gotta
and
take
even
Yellow.
Charles feels psychic pain as he tries to calm her. We are seeing the Phoenix Force struggling to come out. Hank and Charles use Cerebro to investigate the activity in Egypt. This version of Cerebro is more advanced looking than when we saw it in Days of Future Past, but still not the same as in the first X-Men film in 2000. I like that they take time to redesign it for each movie, as the technology would advance for each decade. As he locates Moira, Charles smiles sadly. He hasn't really seen her since he took away her memories of their time together at the end of First Class. Eric tries to get his wife and daughter out of this, but it is too late. The men who come from him aren't wearing metal, and they carry bows and arrows, like the arrows we saw in the opening credits sequence, just as deadly if aimed at the wrong place. Once they hold up his newspaper clipping, Eric looks back at his wife. He knows that no matter how this goes, that life doesn't exist to him anymore. As Nina freaks out, her powers really start manifesting, and she reaches her hand out toward her father, just like Eric did his mother in Auschwitz. His wife
He
and
going
daughter
yellow.
are
He going to
accidentally
yellow again
killed, and
too.
Eric uses Nina's locket to kill everyone, and honestly,
Yeah, just
I don't
open
think we
shit
can blame
up.
him.
You gotta
After
open shit
everything
up.
he's been
How they
through,
ass
everyone
thinking.
is lost. He truly is the most tragic of all these characters. Notice that as Nina dies, the birds she's been calling to her scatter and fly away. An extended scene would have shown Magneto singing the lullaby he sang to Nina earlier. Here,
They got a
are their
Valkyrie.
dead bodies. In the animated series, when it came to Magneto's backstory, the writers weren't allowed actually to mention Hitler, the Nazis, or the Holocaust, which was the case with a lot of cartoons in the 80s and 90s. Really,
I'ma
they just
drop
made
down
a few
it. I'ma
references
drop
to
down
Eric
it.
and Charles meeting after a war, and Charles said that, "Oh, some war is never really over."
Remnants of the army that had so brutally occupied his small country returned, attempting to retake it. He'd lost his family when those people overran his country. Consumed by rage, he tried to destroy them.
So Eric losing his wife and daughter in the woods like this is kind of similar to those moments in the animated series. Apocalypse meets a young Aurora Monroe, Storm, played here by Alexandra Shipp. This mohawk look was a favorite from the comics. We got to see it in an episode of the animated series that was about an alternate timeline. Storm robbing people on the streets.
I didn't even hear that
was also
shit.
straight from the comics, although she was born from a long line of mutant Kenyan princes.
Mute that.
Personal
Go refract.
tragedies left Aurora an orphan.
Ah!
Deal to survive. Brian Singer is a huge Star Trek fan, and after we saw Hank watching the Star Trek episode The Naked Time in Days of Future Past,
I don't know
here,
where he
Boy
shot
watches
from.
this
I think he
different
shot from the
episode,
other
Who
window.
Mourns for Adonius.
Fuck! If I would have dodged that fucking C4, bro, we would have had it.
This episode is about a vain and vengeful god who demands to be worshipped, like this movie is. Brian Singer has also said that he describes this
Yeah,
version
that
of
was- yeah, I should've
Apocalypse
waited.
as the god of the Old Testament and all that comes with that. If there isn't the order in the worship, then I'll open up the earth and swallow you whole. And that was the god of the Old Testament. Here, Apocalypse uses a TV to learn about human history, flipping quickly through the channels with his mind. There's a news report about the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The games show the $25,000 pyramid, what looks like a commercial for engagement rings, a news report on nuclear missiles with the headline, "Will it work?" A news clip of Magneto from the end of Days of Future Past, various militaries marching, a missile firing, a stock ticker, $100 bills, a submarine, and other instruments of war, Reagan talking about the nuclear war, the big Buddha in Hong Kong. There's a little snippet from the old Be All That You Can Be song from Army recruitment videos at the time, military superpowers, footage of the Pope, Las Vegas, more
Wanna
money,
watch that
and
shit?
basically just a bunch of other stuff that convinces
We can run over that- we can run over that play too.
Worship false gods. Humanity has lost its way and must be cleansed. He kind of draws the same conclusion that Ultron draws when he goes through a similar process in that age of Ultron. So he transforms Storm into his first modern-day horseman, amping up her powers and causing her hair to turn white.
Yeah.
Charles goes with Scott to
That's
the
all you
CIA.
gotta do and watch
The
the,
lead sequence shows Hank
they
sending
little,
Charles
what's
off,
the name,
and the
ways.
brothers saying goodbye to one another.
Try not to get into too much trouble, one guy.
I can rob that door,
Yeah, that's right.
but they gonna have a rotate. You just gotta watch the
Charles
rotate.
everyone in the office. Favorite trick of his that we've seen him do before, he passes by a framed picture of Ronald Reagan, just a bit of set decoration to remind audiences who was president in 1983. He reunites with Moira, who thinks that she's meeting him for the first time, and she says she's read all of his
The way
research,
we
which
go,
means that she's
I'ma
so
raw
ambitious
off-
to
look,
mutants
I'ma show
mutation
you.
Despite forgetting her time with
I'ma show
them.
you.
Charles notices a photo of Moira's son. He's not named in the film, but this would be Kevin McTaggart, Moira's son with Joe McTaggart. In the comics, Kevin grows up to be the mutant Proteus, who has the ability to warp reality. I always want a fresh, delicious meal, but I do not always have the time to make one myself.
Nah, not
Luckily,
this door.
Factor
Not this
takes
door.
care of
This
that
door.
for me. Factor is a meal delivery service
It's gonna
that
be
makes
this door right
eating
here.
well
It's gonna be this
easier
door
than
right
ever
here.
by delivering fresh, never frozen meals right to your doorstep, so you can skip shopping, chopping, prepping, and cleaning, and just focus on eating deliciously. You've probably heard me say the same thing about HelloFresh in the past, but Factor
Yeah.
is now owned by HelloFresh, and I switch back and forth between the two all the time. Factor meals are pre-prepared, chef-crafted, and dietitian approved. There are over 35 different options a week to choose from, including keto, calorie smart, vegan, veggie, and more. Plus, there are over 55 nutrition-packed add-ons that help make your weekly meal planning even more delicious. Plus, Factor meals are
Done
ready
right
to
now?
eat in just 2 minutes. You can go from, yeah, I guess I'm hungry, to having a fantastic meal at the speed of impulse.
Right here.
This week,
He's right there on the door.
awesome
Right there on the
meals,
door.
Including this yummy, yummy Parmesan chicken.
It's two. It's another one. It's another one. It's another one, Dalen.
Head to
Come on.
factor75.com or click the link below and use the code ROCKSTARS50 to get 50%
No, fuck that.
off
Come
your
on.
first Factor box and free wellness shots for life. 2 free wellness shots from 3 available flavors for every order while you are an active subscriber. That's factor75.com and use code ROCKSTARS50 to get 50% off your order, Factor box, and free wellness shots for as long as you subscribe. Mystique and Nightcrawler visit Caliban. In the comics, he was a Morlock with the ability to sense and locate other mutants. His appearance in the film is a nod to the fact that he was chosen twice by Apocalypse to be one of his horsemen. He's played here by Tomas Lamarcky, and this character pops up again in Logan, played by comedian Stephen Merchant. Mystique pays Caliban for papers and passage for Nightcrawler. Caliban's bodyguard is Psylocke, played by Olivia Munn. She actually auditioned for the role of Vanessa in Deadpool, and that audition got her this role instead. We saw a different version of Psylocke in The Last Stand, played by Mei Ling Melancon. Hank gives Scott a pair of sunglasses, an extended version of the scene.
Told they ass up.
More sciencey sounding info about the glasses. There was a bunch
I
of
told they ass up too. Visual dumb as fuck. Him and Doc literally swinging together, Jay. I shot through the wall. They forgot the wall was soft. Smoke they ass.
Must be beautiful.
They was like, oh shit, he let that motherfucker go. Nah, come on, we get this shit over with.
Which means he's totally gonna steal one of Charles's cars, just like Wolverine stole his motorcycle in the first film. When Apocalypse, Psylocke, and Storm go to find Angel, he's listening to Metallica's 4 Horsemen. In the comics,
he said no. He said nothing. Hello? That was called the one I got on right now with my Legion gun.
Exclusively theaters April 25th.
For
It
just
took us one for a five,
$9.99,
boy.
Domino's new Parmesan stuffed crust pizza when you carry out.
My old Femcare wash didn't keep me fresh, but Secret Deodorizing Body Wash gives me 24-hour whole body freshness by actually washing away the 6 causes of body odor. Plus, it's pH balanced, so I can wash with it everywhere. Secret Deodorizing Wash.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
an animated series, when he's turned into a horseman, Angel's skin turns blue. That gets a shout out here when he's bathed in blue light. He is turned into Archangel. The horseman, Death. Storm is Famine. Psylocke is Pestilence. And later,
start small peeking. They got an armor.
Although Singer also likened Apocalypse to a cult leader, and also saw his followers here represented 4 pillars of a cult, with Magneto representing the political faction, Archangel representing the military faction of the Guardians, Storm representing the youth faction, and Psylocke representing the sexual component, since many cult leaders sexualize their position. In the comics, Archangel was an OG horseman, and Psylocke became one in the Uncanny X-Force comic. The animated series also had Archangel as a horseman, and in X-Men Evolution, both Storm and Magneto were horsemen at one point. Hank shows Raven the Blackbird he's been building, and she comments on the fact that he's been building a warplane at a school.
I think we should hope for the best and prepare for the worst. I think the world needs the X-Men.
This positions Hank firmly in the middle of Charles and Eric when it comes to the mutant-human relations. Eric wants a war with the mutants, and Charles wants peace, but Hank feels that to have peace, they must prepare for war. Eric goes to his factory to murder everyone, but before he gets a chance, Apocalypse shows up and does it for him. It's just so gruesome and horrible. Men trapped in the ground still twitch. Then Apocalypse brings Eric back to Auschwitz and powers him up so that he can tear that horrible place to the ground. After Eric asks who he is, he responds,
Elohim, Shin, Ra. I've been called many names.
Yes, Elohim is the Hebrew word for the gods or godhood. He was the god of Israel in the Old
Testament. YALL.
Shen is the Chinese word involving a deity or god or a spirit. Ra is the Egyptian god of the sun. At the
help me.
Peter still lives in his mom's basement, although he's changed up the decor a bit since the 70s. He has a Rush poster on the wall. Obviously a little joke since all he does is Rush. Later on during his rescue sequence, he also wears a Rush shirt. There's also a Ms. Pac-Man arcade game. I wonder if he stole this, since last time there was a whole bunch of stuff that he had stolen. He's wearing a t-shirt with a $6 million man on it. At one point, Singer was developing a film adaptation adaptation of that TV show. He watches a news report about Magneto, his dad, but switches it to Knight Rider when his mom walks in. In Days of Future Past, he didn't know yet that the guy he sprung out of the Pentagon jail was his dad, but clearly he's figured it out since then, or maybe his mom told him. At the mall, the group just saw Return of the Jedi, and Jubilee says that Empire is still the best. Vanessa also made a reference to Empire and Deadpool, so 2016 was just a big year for Empire love.
You ever seen that really old movie? Empire Strikes Back?
And Gene says this.
Well, at least we can all agree the third one's always the worst.
Yes, this is an obvious dig at X-Men The Last Stand, but in
They
hindsight,
tried to surrender,
it kind of ends
Brian.
up biting Bryan Singer in the ass since he considered Apocalypse to be the third of a trilogy. With this movie, it was also the worst of those three films. The theater is also showing Up the Academy, which was a 1980 movie starring Robert Downey Sr. Movies coming soon are Romancing the Stone, which starred Michael Douglas, and Revenge of the Nerds. Jubilee wears a t-shirt that says Bring on the Night, which is a song by The Police, and Nightcrawler wears a red leather jacket similar to the one Michael Jackson wore in the music video for Thriller. There was a lot more stuff at the mall that ended up getting cut, like them going to the arcade and Jubilee using her powers, which would have been cool because her accidentally wrecking an arcade game at the mall was in the pilot episode of the animated series. There was stuff with it breaking slush buckets, food court, and Nightcrawler getting brain freeze, and at a record store where Scott would have taken out a Dazzler album. There was also a scene of Nightcrawler breakdancing, Charles and Raven reunite and debate whether anything has really changed for mutants. Singer said that, quote, Charles is living in a kind of blissful world that often the rich do, and it's going well for him. Raven sees a darker world, a world that is not yet fixed. There was a cutscene right after this with Moira looking at the mansion and saying that she swears she's been there before. There's another cutscene later when she's riding the jet and looking at Beast where she says he's bringing up all the memories of something that she can't recall. All this to show that her brain was fighting what Charles had done to erase their time together. Raven tells Charles about Eric, and he uses Cerebro to locate him and greets him with, hello, old friend, which is how they greet one another many times throughout the films. Using Cerebro was a huge mistake, though, because it allows Apocalypse to hijack it, connect with, and take control of specific members of all the world powers and fire every nuke straight up, taking him out of play. We get a cameo from Stan Lee and his wife, Joan Lee. Stan Lee's wife is also big in the world of comics. She voiced Madam Web in the 90s animated Spider-Man series. The music playing as Apocalypse hijacks Cerebro is Symphony No. 7 in A major, Opus 92, to Allegretto by Edward Lindenberg. As Eric tells Alex to wreak havoc and destroy Cerebro, Apocalypse says,
You can fire your arrows from the Tower of Babel, but you can never strike gold!
The unique sound of Apocalypse's voice was created using a mixture of different sounds, and according to Bryan Singer, was designed that way because, quote, he's burying the souls of many lives and many characters. He has contained within him many voices, all taken from
no, they over there.
goes to the mansion and kidnaps Charles, and Alex tries to blast him. He ends up dying, but everyone else is saved by Peter, who shows up just in time. And we get this movie's slow motion Quicksilver rescue sequence. This time it's set to the Eurythmics' Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. This sequence lasts for 3 minutes, but it took 20 days to film, and it is filled with just crazy little details. Like Peter is eating a Twinkie when he shows up. His love of snack foods is on display in Days of Future Past. His room had dozens and dozens of boxes of stolen snack cakes. He's always eating because he burns so many calories, just like he did with the bullets in Days of Future Past. He moves the shrapnel aside with just a finger. He takes the time to also save a goldfish and this pizza-eating dog. There are some yellow and gray curtains in one student's room that look similar to Wolverine's curtains when he woke up in the 70s. Those curtains were themselves a nod to his brown and yellow Uncanny X-Men 139 suit. Peter pauses.
I'm a dog!
One student has a Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Y'all like that doggy shit? I'll be doggy shit on this motherfucker. Fuck wrong with niggas.
After moving everyone outside, they all seem kind of sick or just out of sorts, like Magneto.
Yeah, we on their ass all day, all day.
And Deadpool Naked Sonic Teenage Warhead does comment on the fact that this mansion is always
ran out, nigga. Niggas ain't doing that, nigga.
They clearly went in this movie knowing that they were
Give me them 2 kills. Fuck wrong with niggas.
The simpler time in a bottle sequence from Days of Future Past because it's more confined.
He commanded me violent.
So it's not like completely freezing time like he is here. I mean, despite the mansion is exploding.
He was like, holy shit, this nigga ran out and killed both of them.
This elevates Quicksilver into the sequence. Okay, so William Stryker shows up.
Was tearing their ass up.
He takes more than a tank.
Motherfucker ain't missed a bullet with that motherfucking P90.
He was the last time we saw him. Jean controls the soldier's mind so that they do not see her or Scott.
Because your ass.
Do in first class. Jean even touches her temple in the exact
I'm about to be silver next game if I win.
Uses Charles to deliver a telepathic message to everyone on Earth, but Charles sends another message directly to Jean, letting her know where they are. He also tweaks Apocalypse's message of those with the greatest power, this Earth will be yours, to those with the greatest power, protect those without. And Apocalypse gives him some roll and stink eye. A deleted scene would have shown Charles trying to appeal to Storm, who he can sense is different than the others.
You're not a kid.
You don't know me.
Bronze one.
Grow up in a place where superstition, dark religion, and a lot more sway than you agrees, Professor.
At the facility where Stryker is keeping everyone, Jean unleashes a practically feral Wolverine, and he is in his Weapon X gear from the comics. This cameo, while awesome, does raise a few questions. First off, the last time we saw him, chronologically speaking, he was being raised
I'm
from
getting the whole level, nigga.
disguised as Stryker. So how did the real Stryker get a hold of him to perform the weapons plus procedure on him? I'm assuming that, since his look is more similar to the comics, the story of how he lost his memory is the same way as it is in the comics, but instead of Stryker's magic adamantium bullet, it was actually his mind protecting him from mental stress.
This shit. This shit too sweet for you.
A small piece of his memories. Is he going to remember her as a teenager? I guess it's best not to think of him being in love with a woman he met when she was just like 17, and just kind of focus on how cool Wolverine looks, killing all those guards. Bryan Singer cameos as the one who fires a machine gun and then dies off screen. His blood spraying back into frame. As Jean goes to touch Wolverine's face, he grabs her arm the same way he did when they first met in X-Men, and he regained consciousness to find her tending to him. I can't tell, but it sounds like the voice that whispers Logan is Famke Janssen and not Sophie Turner. Or maybe Turner was just channeling Famke Janssen's voice here, trying to do an older voice. And then Wolverine runs off into the wilderness in nothing but his shorts and a mullet. I love how Stryker sees that Weapon X has escaped and just quietly dips out. He's like shitting his pants at this point. Mystique tells everyone that she and Hank are the only one left of the original X-Men. That's because Darwin died in First Class. Havoc, obviously, we just saw die, and the rest died between First Class and Days of Future Past when they were experimented on by Boulevard Trask. Magneto destroys a whole bunch of shit. The ship he raises from the ocean floor is the USS Indianapolis, which is the one that Robert Shaw talks about in his speech in Jaws. Jaws is Bryan Singer's favorite film. He also put a little nod to Jaws in X2. Pyro's lighter had a shark on it. Singer's production company, Bad Hat Harry, is actually taken from a line in Jaws. That's some Bad Hat Harry. When Brody as Apocalypse tries to transfer his consciousness into Charles, causing his baldness, the Horsemen and the X-Men fight. James McAvoy actually shaved his head for First Class before finding out that the film was set in the 60s and they wanted him to have hair. This time he shaved it correctly. Amidst the rubble, there are billboards for Michelin tires and Sinalco Cola, that is the oldest soft drink brand in Europe. Mystique makes a heartfelt speech to Magneto about how he has more family than he knows. But Peter chickens out on telling him that he's his son. Storm and Scott face off. These two will eventually lead the X-Men together. Eric flashes back through his relationship with Charles and realizes Mystique is right. Peter's super speed fights Apocalypse, but Apocalypse adjusts, which is crazy, and then breaks his leg. Mystique poses a Psylocke to try to stop him, but Apocalypse chokes her out. There was a controversial billboard depicting this scene that ended up being taken down because people felt it glorified violence against women. When Storm sees her hero about to be killed, she realizes she's on the wrong side of this. Charles enters Apocalypse's mind, and
we're on Clubhouse.
Grows larger, which was one of his abilities in the comics and animated series. Magneto stops Apocalypse by putting a big X of metal in his path. Everyone combines their powers to take him on, including Storm, but they're still outmatched until Charles convinces Jean to unleash her inner power. As she does, a big, fiery phoenix spreads out behind her. Before he's destroyed, Apocalypse looks at Jean and says, all has been revealed. Charles gives Moira back her memories from First Class, and she's honestly more chill about it than I would be. If I found out someone had mind-wiped me, Jean and Eric use their powers to rebuild the mansion. Quicksilver is sporting a cast with a ton of names and pictures scribbled on it, including the doodle of an arcade game. The names Davey M and MM. Also, Evan is on there for Evan Peters. It looks like Bryan Singer signed his name, and I love Rush in big letters across the middle. His Rush shirt has been swapped out for an Atari shirt, though. He and Storm decide to stick around the school. But Eric says goodbye to Charles, who is now in the X-wheeled wheelchair from the first two films. And he's also now in his very professory three-piece suit and tie. Eric says,
doesn't it ever wake you up in the middle of the night, the feeling that one day they'll come for you
with the Nomad
and your children?
This is the same exact thing they had said to each other at the end of the original X-Men film.
Doesn't it ever wake you in the middle of the night, the feeling that someday they'll come for you and your children?
And Charles says him, goodbye, old friend. Again, another repeated phrase among these two. And then Mystique sets up the group for some training in the Danger Room. The white panel in the center of her uniform is an homage to her white sleeveless dress look from the comics. Nightcrawler is also in his Origins comic accurate costume. And finally, Scott gets his blue and yellow costume and visor based on Jim Lee's 90s comic run. And all of them face off against some repurposed Sentinels. A deleted scene from earlier would have shown Hank giving Scott his visor.
It's just one big visor.
It is.
You want me to wear it on my face? Just hope the other kids don't start calling me Cyclops.
Other than the fact that it seems like Mystique is leading the group, I was really excited to see this particular lineup in these particular costumes at the end of the movie. I know a lot of people were down on X-Men Apocalypse, but this moment right here, along with the Wolverine Wolverine scene, elements of the X-Mansion explosion scene, what Ty Sheridan and Sophie Turner were bringing to the roles. I honestly could get on board with it, but unfortunately this movie will always just be overshadowed by the fact that this was just kind of the breaking point for Bryan Singer's relationship with the X-Men franchise. Everything was really starting to come out about Bryan Singer around this time, and specifically the studio just said enough is enough with the fact that Bryan Singer would just be missing for days at a time from the set. And even though the DGA almost never does this, I just really believe Simon Kinberg deserves a co-director credit for what he did for this movie. But then again, you could say, hey, he got enough of a reward for being allowed to direct Dark Phoenix, and we saw what he did with that. We're going to talk about Dark Phoenix in the future. I'm not even convinced that that's entirely his fault. It's largely his fault, but not entirely. But we get this insane post-credit scene for X-Men Apocalypse, where a group of men are cleaning up the bullets left behind at Stryker's facility where Wolverine escaped, and they recover his x-rays in a blood sample and put it in a briefcase with one green sample and one yellow sample, and as the briefcase closes, we see the name Essex Corp, which is a reference to Nathaniel Essex, aka Mr. Sinister. His name was seen on Stryker's computer next to, and he is a huge X-Men villain. He's a geneticist who became obsessed with manipulating DNA to create the most powerful and perfect mutant, and Mr. Sinister is rumored to be the primary antagonist of the X-Men 97 series on Disney+. Now, in the film Logan, it's revealed that Laura, X-23, was created using Wolverine's blood. And in Deadpool, many people believe that the serum used on Wade Wilson was derived from Wolverine's DNA. So there is just a lot of stuff that these shady guys might be doing with those vials. Okay, so next week I will be breaking down 2017's Logan, which might be the finest film to come out of this entire franchise.
You want me to swing his ass?
It deconstructs and defies so much of the genre. But I want to end this video in our danger room for theories and possible spoilers for Deadpool and Wolverine. Okay, first off, that deleted scene that shouted out Dazzler, that image of an album cover of Dazzler plus an image of Taylor Swift with Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman and from the Eras tour has led to many people to believe that she could appear as Dazzler in Deadpool and Wolverine. I made a whole video going through the conspiracy of the marketing.
Fuck! How many C4s do they have?
Travis Kelce. It's a crazy, super fun video that I highly recommend you watch. Other than that, from this movie, I think we might just get a callback to that never followed up on Mr. Sinister post-credit scene, and then anything that the two previous Deadpool movies might have referenced to this era from the franchise. Like the fact that Negasonic Teenage Warhead said that the X-Mansion always blows up, and the fact that in 2018's Deadpool 2, we do see this particular version of the X-Men lineup appear in the X-Mansion, which is such a weird thing because that was supposed to be in the present day, whereas these kids would have only been that age like in the 80s. Anyway, I just feel like the third Deadpool film has to explain what the hell that was. But a huge thanks to Gina Polito and Noah Chen for writing the script. They did such a good job. You can follow me at EA Voss, follow New Rockstars, subscribe to New Rockstars for more analysis of everything you love. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Yeah, we gotta lock in. Fuck! Almost had that plant too. Yeah, I didn't know they had. It was mute. It was mute and carried. That. Yeah, I ain't hitting no L. It was
causing chaos in DC.
I was baiting the fucking C4.
Now they're trying to buy Wisconsin State Supreme Court.
I ain't hear the other one. Everybody was shooting.
Stand up to them on April 1st.
Fed that motherfucker. Get our ass lit the fuck up.
Dark Spot Revolution. New Mela B3 serum. Powered by multi-patented Melasil. Visibly corrects discoloration. Even persistent dark spots for all skin tones. New Mela B3 serum.
Something tells me
Hey, welcome back to Screen Crush. I'm Ryan Airy, and this is all of the Easter eggs, references, and little things you might have missed in the first season of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Now, you guys know we already posted a video for episodes 1 and 2, but we're including those Easter eggs in this video as well, along with some new ones that we have found since then. So sit back, relax, and let's break this season down. So the Marvel Animation logo is a tribute to the history of Marvel animated shows, beginning with the 1960s Spider-Man and Fantastic Four cartoons, and then X-Men the Animated Series, and the criminally underviewed Silver Surfer series, and then we see The Watcher, Marvel Zombies, and ending with Black Panther, because What If Season 1 was Chadwick Boseman's final appearance in the MCU. Now, when we get to Queens, the location card is identical to the one we see in Captain America Civil War. And notice, Avengers Tower is visible in both versions. This is showing us how we're beginning in a universe that is very much like the MCU, but soon we're going to have a branch in the timeline. Peter is reading issue 14 of Amazing Adult Fantasy, which of course is renamed to Amazing Fantasy for its next issue, 15, which was the first appearance of Spider-Man. So, a couple reasons to note here.
Yeah, why is it so adult? Is it a 30
dirty comic? No, it's not a dirty comic. It's called adult fantasy because, like the cover brags, this magazine respects your intelligence. This was just a marketing ploy that Stan Lee was trying to get more people to read comics. But the reason we're seeing issue 14 is because in this show, we are about to see the events of Amazing Fantasy 15 unfold. So notice the book on his bedside table is Jack London's White Fang. It is about a wolf that becomes domesticated. And months later, the book still hasn't moved because Peter no longer has time to read for fun after he becomes Spider-Man. And because this is about the early days of Spider-Man, he is modeled after the art style of his co-creator, Steve Ditko. The round glasses are a Ditko invention, and he often drew him in a yellow sweater vest and blue jacket. They also recreated the interior of Peter and May's first apartment perfectly, right down to the laundry laying around. Now we start on Peter's first day of orientation at Midtown High, the science school that he does attend in the MCU. But after the events of this episode, he is forced to attend a local school instead, one of many timeline diversions. So in this reality, he never meets MJ, Flash, or Ned. After Peter misses his train, I loved how they teased us with this moment where we think he's going to get his suit out of the backpack like he did in Homecoming. And of course, when Aunt May picks him up, notice that she has an Iron Man air freshener hanging from her mirror, which shows us that Tony Stark is in this universe, he's just not present in Peter's life. Yet. The song playing in the car is What I Feel by Pony Pony Run Run, and it's about trying to express your emotions, which is what happens in this scene, like at first when Peter struggles to talk about what happened to his Uncle Ben.
They can tell him to come pick him up when he getting banged. Like, come on, guys.
Again, we saw this in the MCU, with Peter only referring to Uncle Ben's death at first indirectly.
May cannot know. I cannot do that to her right now. You know? I mean, everything that's happened with her,
Notice, after Peter mentions Ben, we see May's engagement ring glimmer for just a second, to show that he is still very much on her mind as well. And after he opens up to her, she moves to give him a hug and is blocked by the seatbelt. Now, Peter helps her, but this is all a callback to Tony's almost hug at the beginning of Spider-Man Homecoming.
That's not a hug. I'm just grabbing the door for you. We're not there yet.
The exterior of Midtown High matches the shots that we saw in Spider-Man No Way Home, complete with the football field. And then we get our big deviation from the timeline. A Doctor Strange slingering portal opens, and we hear the score from Michael Giacchino.
Where do you think you're going?
Notice this Strange variant is more comic accurate, with the mustache and gloves. Yeah, but Strange loves to store Ragnarok. Yes, but that was just because the makeup department didn't have time to do the makeup effects on Benedict Cumberbatch's hands because he was only filming for one day. Strange is fighting a variant of Venom, using the Crimson Bands of Cyratok to hold him, just like he did to Thanos in the 616 universe. And he also uses the Shield of Seraphim, which comes from the comics, but we also see Wong and the other sorcerers use them in the MCU. In Endgame, for example, it's how Wong and the others shielded their army from Thanos' assault. Much like Spider-Verse, this movie takes direct design inspiration from the comics, rendering its action sequences and key moments in comic book panels. And, just like in the MCU, Strange's cloak has a mind of its own, and Strange can order it around to help him in battle.
Grab that kid.
Yeah.
Now, there is one weird thing in this battle. Venom throws a car at Strange, and he transforms into his astral form, so it falls through him. But that's not normally how his powers work.
Whoa!
Leave his body.
Where the fuck I just get shot from?
Shadowcat. But you know what? It's the multiverse, so we'll allow it.
Where I just get shot from?
Peter distracts Venom.
Where did you get where I just get shot from? I don't know where I just got shot from.
Like Steve Rogers jumping on the grenade in First Avenger, it shows how it doesn't take superpowers to make you a hero. And this is where we meet Nico Minoru, who is a great character that we are very excited to see in this show. Who is she? Well, in the comics, she was a member of the Runaways, a group of mostly superpowered teenagers who find out that their parents are secretly supervillains. Its first run is one of my all-time favorite Marvel comics. Long story short, Nico's parents are dark wizards, and she inherits their abilities after absorbing an evil staff into her chest. She's also one of Marvel's best-written LGBTQ characters, which we get hints of in episodes 1 and 2. After Peter's bitten, we get the opening credits, which start as a remix of the classic 1960s cartoon theme.
Echo's still upstairs. She got no refund.
The imagery of a spider crawling through Peter's DNA seems to be an homage to the Sam Raimi movies, which use a 3D rendering to show Peter's transformation at the genetic level. And then notice how the DNA strands actually change to look like a string of Spider-Man symbols. This montage also employs
the Impact did that much damage?
Originally used in 4-color comic strips that were also used to great effect in Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Damn!
Now, this first panel panel shows the shadow of Spider-Man behind Peter, similar to the splash page that opened up Amazing Fantasy 15, as we see Peter making his web shooters like he first did in Amazing Spider-Man issue 2. Except here, in his early costumes, he has to carry the web fluid as tanks on his back. Now this shot of him crawling up the wall is also lifted from the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man film. And when he fights this big goon, he is wearing a mask made out of webbing, like the one he used against Crusher Hogan in Amazing Fantasy 15. And then we get a montage of different costumes, all framed within a Marvel Comics rectangle, which was featured in the upper left-hand corner of Marvel Comics for decades, with different heroes always taking that corner spot. Now, there's some cool Easter eggs in these few seconds. We see the big-time Spidey suit, Peter in a Giant Man costume, the Hornet, Prodigy, and Dust suits from the Identity Crisis storylines, several modifications of the Homecoming suit, and all of these, I think, are here to show this as Peter as he would appear in different universes. And, according to Screen Crush editor-in-chief Matt Singer, the poses themselves are also taken from the actual comics. This one was in the corner of the web of Spider-Man for years, and the one in green also appeared for years, with Spider-Man wearing both the black and red-blue design. We also see the classic thwip sound effect from the comics, and these lines depicting his Peter tingle like they are in the comics, which actually we saw kind of depicted in live action in Spider-Man No Way Home. And finally, the credits end with a comic book page mimicking the cover of Amazing Fantasy 15, but with Peter saving Harry Osborn. And notice that the comic accurate masthead is written on notebook paper, like the credits of the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. When Peter wakes up, we see that aforementioned copy of White Fang in a sock with webbing on it grows, and on his way to school, we see that he's still getting the hang of web slinging.
I'm good, I'm alright.
Kind of similar to this fall in Spider-Man Homecoming.
I'm good.
And we also see that, like in the MCU, his Peter tingle is not yet fully developed. Now, when he stops these guys in the alley, notice this commenter is asking if he's the newest Avenger, and this one says, this is my favorite Easter egg in the video, "Kick his ass, Seabass," a reference to this throwaway line in the movie Dumb and Dumber.
Kick his ass, Seabass!
And then the episode really gets to stretch its legs as we meet Peter's new classmates and supporting cast. And by the way, I appreciate that his teacher says this.
Mr. Paul Revere never actually yelled, "The British are coming."
Revere was arrested by the British, like, right away. And the real hero of that night was a guy named Israel Bissell. I think this little fact is in here to remind us that history doesn't always record our heroes accurately, just like how Spider-Man is constantly portrayed negatively by the media and distrusted by the public. So this guy on the street is obviously this guy from Homecoming.
Okay, Spider-Man! Don't flip!
Who also popped up on a bus in Shang-Chi and now is a regular on the show Severance. We also see the cop car reads PDNY, just like it does in Miles Morales' universe instead of NYPD like it is in the MCU and our universe. And how cool was this POV webbing shot? Very similar to this very early CG Arrow POV shot from Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. His high school mascot is the Ravens, which is probably named after the Edgar Allan Poe poem, just like the professional NFL team. That team, like Edgar Allan Poe, are from Baltimore. And in Peter's classroom, we see a poster that tells the kids to not be afraid to fail, be afraid to not try, which of course seems like a play on this.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Peter's crush Pearl is dating a guy named Lonnie Lincoln, who in the comics becomes the villain Tombstone. He is an albino African-American who was exposed to a gas that gave him superhuman durability and strength. Now we see that he has a really tough commute all the way up to 125th, the same street where the Hulk fought the Abomination and the Incredible Hulk. Now my favorite scene in the episode was Peter just giving this poor woman a shot, showing that he is truly a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. You made a mistake. Just please don't make me regret this.
And then we start to align briefly with the MCU timeline. He finds a DVD player in a dumpster, just like the one he carried into his apartment in Civil War. Outside, he takes a selfie with the car, which is very similar to the selfie poses that Peter and Miles take in the recent Sony Spider-Man games. And the shots of him arriving home are nearly identical to his reveal in the MCU, except this time, instead of Tony Stark on the couch with Aunt May, it's Norman Osborn. He is drawn just like how John Romita drew him when he penciled The Amazing Spider-Man back in the 60s and 70s. And I also like that in the credits, we do get to see alternate sketches for Peter Parker, where he has comic-accurate hair. On to episode 2. After the opening credits, we end on a different cover, this one of Peter pulling down his mask with Oscorp headquarters looming in the background. So this is foreshadowing how, at the end of the episode, he will be fully unmasked inside of Oscorp, and how Norman is actually a secret threat looming over him in this episode. Also, not for nothing, but the S in Oscorp is drawn like those S's that we all used to doodle in school. Now, Tony Stark did not recruit Peter because he was a scientist. The Stark internship was just a cover, and Tony wanted him for his super abilities, at least at first. Now, it seems like Norman wants him for his brains, like he says.
You're already excelling at advanced junior and senior level science courses. That shows promise. and I want that promise.
But remember, in the last episode, Spider-Man saved Harry Osborn's life, so I don't think this is a coincidence. I think Norman already knew that Peter was Spider-Man.
The household, what you about to eat? Oh, them ordering my food. That's what I was about to do.
Thanks to his friendship with Lincoln. It's a nice change of pace from always seeing him bullied by the likes of Flash Thompson. So Peter has a hard time getting into Oscorp, similar to how Andrew Garfield had to steal Rodriguez's pass in The Amazing Spider-Man.
Mr. Guevara.
Downey showed this NFL mom a social video calling her son sweaty and stinky.
I didn't raise him like that. I'm going down there now. Whew. Come on, Josh. Downey Rinse and Refresh to help get the stink out.
Yeah, you might have been right. Rinse it out with Downey Rinse and Refresh.
Boring gum. Fancy gum. Icebreakers. Ooh, fancy.
The new Born in Roma. Born in Roma fragrance. And the new extra dose Valentino.
Let's do this.
I'm going in.
Hi, we're here for the
unlimited plan, $25 a line.
What it comes with.
iPhone 16 Pro, one for each of you.
Right now, get $25 a line for the whole family and iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Get 4 on us. Only on Verizon.
Still taking yours?
Every day.
Nature made.
Where you going, Joe?
Every day.
Gracias.
De nada.
Poor Rodrigo. Yeah, Andrew Garfield screwed that guy out of a dream internship. So the guard here is named Jay Gallo, which could be a nod to Jonathan Gallo, aka Ricochet. Now at his internship, we meet Asha, who is from Wakanda, of course the same nation that T'Challa leads in the MCU. Well, led. In the comics, though, Asha was also a gifted kid who was recruited into the Wakandan School for Alternative Studies. It's a special school for kids with superpowers. She can manipulate light, which, among many other things, allows her to turn invisible. We also meet Amadeus Cho, one of the 5 smartest people in the Marvel Comics, and his mother, Helen Cho, was actually the scientist who cloned tissue in Age of Ultron and helped to create the Vision. Amadeus Cho does go on to become the totally awesome Hulk in the comics. Dr. Whitman is voiced by the great Paul F. Tompkins, and this insult,
Wow, nothing gets by you, Hawkeye.
is probably because Hawkeye is an Avenger in this universe. So in the comics, though, Bentley Whitman becomes the supervillain, the Wizard, who is usually a Fantastic Four villain. But Peter ends up with Carla Connors, this universe's gender-swapped version of Kurt Connors, the Lizard. And oh my god, look at the ceiling and the lab. It's hexagons.
No, not the beast! Not the beast!
I thought it was interesting that Carla specializes in energy research and not in genetics. I also like how, in addition to using comic panels for action scenes, they also use them for simple split screens during phone calls. It's a really cool way to blend these two media in a way that feels natural for both forms. On the TV, we see
Crusher Hogan off the top!
who of course was the wrestler that Peter defeated in his first match, before going on to become a celebrity leading up to Uncle Ben's murder. Then we see Harry Osborn on a red carpet, followed by the burning building. And I think this whole set piece with Peter rescuing people and animals in the building is an homage to the 2 great fire sequences in Spider-Man 1 and 2. But the way that Peter keeps rescuing animals to me felt like a nod to Pee Wee Herman rescuing animals in the pet shop in Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
No panic! No cooking, no shoving!
The fire is set by a professional arsonist named Butane, who is technically in the comics, but he's more of like a Z-list metahuman, whereas this guy is more of an imitation of the Batman villain Firefly. Peter calls this animal
Spider Dog!
which, come on, has to remind you of this.
Spider Pig does whatever a Spider Pig does.
After he stops Butane, Peter finally gets an audience with Norman Osborn. Now notice how, in the hallway, we see a photo of him meeting Captain America. And Cap's uniform looks like a cross between the spangly outfit he wore in the Avengers and the more practical suit that he wore during Age of Ultron. And this might also be Norman meeting with Nelson Mandela. It's kind of hard to tell. Guys, watching this show's been so much fun every week because it reminds me of watching original Spider-Man cartoons from when I was a kid. So now I've made it a tradition to sit in front of the TV with a big bowl of cereal just to watch this show. You know, like an old school Saturday morning cartoon.
The person I told you can't eat those nasty sugary cereals.
Ah, but Doug, this is a bowl of Magic Spoon cereal that tastes exactly like all those cereals from my childhood, but it contains 13 to 14 grams of protein, 0 sugar, and 4 to 5 grams of net carbs in each serving. And it's from Magic Spoon, the sponsor of this video. Magic Spoon is one of my all-time favorite sponsors on the channel because they have such a wide variety of cereals to choose from. Chocolate, fruity, blueberry muffin, cinnamon toast, and a lot more. But now they also have Magic Spoon treats with 11 to 12 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and 1 to 2 grams of net carbs. Perfect for busy days when I just gotta have a quick snack.
Or what's that?
Well, this is Magic Spoon's brand new granola. It has 13 grams of protein and 0 added sugar, and it comes in flavors like honey, almond, and of course my favorite, peanut butter. The granola is great for eating with yogurt or in milk or just as a snack. Guys, I love this cereal. It is delicious. And I get so excited every month when my Magic Spoon box arrives in the mail. Magic Spoon is also so confident in their product that it is backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. So, if you don't like it for any reason, they will refund your money, no questions asked. So, to try Magic Spoon and help out our channel, click the link in the description to go to magicspoon.com/screencrush or scan the QR code on screen right now for $5 off. You won't regret it. I love this cereal, and again, it has 0 sugar. Now, back to Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. On to episode 3, where the credits end with an homage to the comic cover of Spider-Man Shadow of the Green Goblin, the issue that revealed that Norman was the Green Goblin. Peter meets Norman at a restaurant called Eden because, like the Garden of Eden, Peter is still in a pure mindset because he doesn't know that Norman's true intentions are villainous. Norman rented out the whole restaurant, similar to what the Kingpin does for a date with Vanessa in season 1 of Daredevil. Now note this mural of the Brooklyn Bridge looming behind them, the same bridge where Norman murdered Gwen Stacy in Amazing Spider-Man 121. Then he shows him the footage of Peter catching a bus, and this is the same bus catch that Tony Stark showed Peter in Universe 616. And, just like Tony, he wants to upgrade Peter's suit with various gear.
As I mentioned, your webbing is incredible, but the rest of your attire could definitely use an upgrade. You're in dire need of an upgrade.
Now, I should note that a lot of the upgrades he's mentioning have actually become standard for Spider-Man in the MCU and in the PS4 game, where Peter has a police scanner and a suit. Peter mentions Captain America is his ideal hero.
Why me? Why not someone else? Someone that could have been the next Captain America instead of some kid from Queens.
But he doesn't know that Steve actually just saw himself as a simple kid from Brooklyn.
I'm right here.
So special. Nothing. I'm just a kid from
I
Brooklyn.
didn't get it.
But also, the prequel comic revealed that in this universe, Captain America and not Iron Man was
No.
Peter's favorite hero. Later on,
Yeah,
Lonnie
cute.
mentions that Pearl has a swim meet.
Pearl's gonna break like 30 records at her swim meet today.
And this is a big clue about her real identity. In the comics, Pearl Pangan is a character named Wave. She's a Filipino hero with water-bending powers, and most notably, she joins Agents of Atlas with Amadeus Cho under the supervision of one Jimmy Woo, the close-up magic guy from Ant-Man.
Close-up magic.
I learned that.
Then May goes through Ben's old things. And remember, we actually saw Ben Parker's suitcase in Spider-Man Far From Home. Peter picks up a kind of classic camera, maybe foreshadowing his eventual role as a photographer, taking pictures of that menace Spider-Man for J. Jonah Jameson. We also see Ben's bowling shirt, foreshadowing the Richard Parker name reveal at the end of the season. And when May wants to throw out the sewing machine, she says,
I think you're the only one who ever used it for your, what was it?
A home economics project.
which is because he uses the machine to make his Spider-Man suits, like we saw in the Raimi movies and at the end of Spider-Man No Way Home. Then Peter sees all of these past due bills, which is a classic plot element from the comics, where Peter takes photos of Spider-Man just to help his Aunt May make ends meet. During the fight, Norman is the voice in his ear, much like Karen was for 616 Peter.
Activating instant kill.
No, I don't want to kill anybody.
The jewel thieves that Peter stops are named James Sanders and Maria Vasquez, aka Speed Demon and Tarantula from the comics. And we also meet Big Donovan, leader of the 110th Street Gang. He is likely based on Benjamin Donovan from the comics. He was usually a Maggia enforcer with the alias of Big Ben. And this is where we get the beginning of the season-long arc of Lonnie and Peter's storylines paralleling each other. They both take up with a criminal mentor, allow their school life to be affected, and fall deeper into their double identities out of a sense of responsibility. But by the end of the season, we see that they both strike out on their own and leading their own teams. So on to episode 4, where the credits now show Lincoln in shadow, with his shading looking more like his comic book villain appearing as Tombstone. The credits end with an homage to the cover of Amazing Spider-Man 100. Peter, surrounded by a bunch of faces of people who are dearest to him. Peter begins the episode in a costume that matches his dusk identity from the Identity Crisis storyline in the comics. And then we see Harry Osborn properly introduced into the show. Now, Harry was Peter's best friend in the Raimi films and, of course, back in the comics. Just like in his early appearances, he favors wearing a brown and yellow color scheme. And we also see that he is distant from his father and is desperate to earn his approval. In the comics and the Raimi films, this leads to Harry becoming the second Green Goblin. Then we see a news item about the Sokovia Accords where Iron Man and Captain America are facing away from one another. Because remember, in this universe, Peter was actually never recruited into that conflict. On the TV here, we see Lagos, where Wanda's mishap with Crossbones killed people, and we see that Midtown High is still shuttered after Doctor Strange's fight there in episode 1. There's also a reference to the Hulk's rampage in Johannesburg that we saw in Avengers Age of Ultron. Although the newscast does mention the Avengers also stopped an alien invasion. Now all of this is to let us know that events in this universe are similar to the MCU, but it also helps us to understand just how distant the lives of superheroes are from these ordinary people. Back at the hideout, we hear...
The burritos are out of this world, It's like they fell out of a hole in the sky.
Which is a clear reference to the Battle of New York, when out-of-this-world invaders came out of a hole in the sky. And then we get a glimpse of Peter's sketchbook with his comic-accurate costume. We see artwork here that is an homage to the great Spider-Man artists Steve Ditko,
I'm gonna finish his arm by my
Todd
birthday,
McFarlane,
though.
and Mark Bagley. We also
I'm gonna
see
finish his arm by my
designs for
B-Day,
his
though.
movable electronic eyes that we first saw in Captain America Civil
Jay, wanna
War,
go
and
tatted on your B-Day?
comic-accurate web shooters and the classic web wings that we finally saw in Spider-Man Far From Home. Norman leaves him with the suit inside of a briefcase, not unlike the case that Happy Hogan left for Peter in Homecoming's opening flashback. So the design of Peter's cape immediately backfires, reminding us all of this one central rule of costuming.
Knock it!
And the muggers mock him with comparisons to Thor.
All I'm hearing is, you are not worthy.
All of Norman's suits are based on designs from the Identity Crisis storyline from the comics, when Peter was forced to assume 4 different superhero identities. The scary all-black suit is the Dusk suit, the one with the cape was called Prodigy, and the one where he flies around and Norman adds stingers was the Hornet. In hindsight, we know that Norman was only doing this to see if he could create his own army of Spider-Men that didn't necessarily depend on having powers. And then we meet the gang, the Scorpions, led by Matt Gargan. Now, Gargan was, of course, in Spider-Man Homecoming, where we saw he had a scorpion tattoo, hopefully setting up a future return as that villain. Now, the other leader of the gang is named Carmilla Black, who is the second Scorpion in the comics. So Norman ends up making him a suit based on his future Foundation costume from the comics when Peter joined the Fantastic Four. Then we meet the Russian gang, and the woman here is Mia Masaryk, a gender-swap version of Milo Masaryk, who becomes the Unicorn in the comics. Mikhail also looks just like the Rhino does in the comics, but get this, Mikhail is also the name of the Rhino's father in the books. Note the spider web tattoos on his hands, which signify that he has spent time in a Russian prison, trapped in their web, so to speak. And in this scene, we also hear mention of the tracksuit
We
mafia
didn't
that we
read
saw
for
in the
shit.
show
What the
Hawkeye.
fuck going on?
Your plan, Dimitri. The tracksuits would have hit that stash house first.
And of course, this guy will go on to become the Chameleon in a later episode. So we end with the reveal of the comic-accurate Doc Ock, who, like Norman Osborn, does not exist in the 616 movie universe. But in this universe, the two of them do have an adversarial relationship, just like they do in the PS4 game.
You could never accept that I'm better than you. You're a failure, Otto.
On to episode 5, where
That's what I'm
Doc
saying,
Ock
got no
begins by
sucker.
ranting how jealous he is of the MCU super geniuses.
My name should be held in higher regard than Stark Banner. Osborn.
Now, his assistant is Vincent Patillo, who becomes the villain Leapfrog of the comics. And we also saw a version of this villain in the show She-Hulk. Harry offers to be Peter's
Dude at the desk.
just like how Ned offered to be his.
Guy in the chair.
Later, they bond over the color scheme of their mutual favorite hero, Captain America, and they mention how now he's a fugitive from the law.
I thought everyone was turning on him now.
No way, man.
Which, of course, was also mentioned kind of offhand in Spider-Man Homecoming.
Pretty sure this guy's a war criminal now. Well, whatever. I have to show these videos. It's required by the state. Let's do it.
They
In
also
the trading
mentioned
room.
rumors
The
about
trading
him.
room.
I read online the real Cap died 4 years ago, and it's his clone that's been doing all this.
Which is funny because we've seen other
got a
rumors
drone
get
already
started
in here,
about Steve,
so
you know, like
Mozzie
that he
got
lives
one
on the
in this.
moon.
Some people, they think that he's in the secret base on the moon.
Harry calls the new suit sterile, which is an accurate take because it's also similar to the anti-Venom suit from the comics, which neutralizes the Venom symbiote. Peter also talks about leaving a note on a stolen bike, which is exactly what he does in Spider-Man Homecoming. Then in class, we see someone reading Amazing Fantasy 14, the issue from episode 1 that we talked about earlier. Then the gang war starts up between the Scorpions and the 110th Street Gang, and it's actually a pretty gentlemanly gang war, like something we'd see out of West Side Story. During the fight, Lonnie, like Peter, takes a hit to save a bad guy, further showing how their diverging paths are still parallel to one another. Stopping the Blade earns him the nickname Tombstone, which is of course his criminal alias in the comics. Now, episode 6. The title end card is an homage to the Marvel Knights Daredevil cover, hinting that we're about to meet the man without fear in this episode. On the blackboard, we see several names, and some of them are Easter eggs. Benjamin Anders is an artist, Anthony Castro did visual effects work on No Way Home, and in the comics, Scott Forbes is an FBI agent who worked as a liaison to the Inhumans. When Nico and Harry come over, Peter has a box of VHS tapes, and there's actually a fun fan theory that Peter knows about really old movies like The Empire Strikes Back and Alien because he used to bond with his Uncle Ben by watching these films. The first movie he shows, Tomb Buster, appeared in the TV show Moon Knight.
Yeah, I see. Go, okay,
Well,
bang.
Zaniac,
I got your refund though.
Brad starred in season 2 of Loki, but they settle on Predator, the action classic that was famous for
I didn't have a
an
shotgun.
incredibly kick-ass film. Meanwhile, Norman is at a fundraiser to help the people of
I
Lagos
did-
after this.
I reinforced both of the walls, Jack. I used 4.
We also hear that a donation was made by Eleanor Bishop, Kate Bishop's mom that we met in the show Hawkeye. So Norman brags that he has Spider-Man on his payroll, but he claims that his front desk security guard, YALL, is his real identity. Now, he did this as a way to protect Peter from the Sokovia Accords. And actually, this makes me wonder if Tony Stark did something similar for Peter in the 616 universe, basically telling Ross to not worry because Spider-Man was under his supervision. This would also explain why he was so upset after the ferry incident, because Peter messing up just created a bigger headache between Tony and Ross. And then Charlie Cox.
Jay, you want some of this down?
We hear the leitmotif of his theme from his show.
Don't mind me. I was just leaving.
Brad Schimmel would be one of the most extreme justices.
This nigga riding on a bike, y'all, to get my food.
Overturned and supports using an 18
You heard me, Jay?
to criminally ban abortion with no exceptions for rape or incest.
This nigga riding on the fucking bike to get my food.
Introducing 2 new Baja Chipotle subs.
What the fuck?
Baja Chipotle sauce. Listen.
He better not drop not a fucking fry out of bag. Not a fucking nugget, not a fucking sauce.
Find your fresh with the new Baja Chipotle collection at Subway.
Toss. Wash. Wow. Smell.
Unstoppable.
Lowe's knows running a home or business can add up fast. And with the free MyLowe's Rewards membership, your earnings add up fast too. Earn points toward MyLowe's money, get member-only deals, and free shipping. Join for free and get more with Lowe's.
Go through the other door, Jay. Go through the other door. I watch you.
Now, at this point, Daredevil would have been active for about a year.
Oh,
so
you
this
fucking
likely
bitch.
took place between seasons 1 and 2 of his show. In the comics, Daredevil and Spider-Man have had a long history. They worked out each other's secret identities and have remained friends for years. And yet, this is actually the first time we've seen them in costume appearing together in the MCU. Twice during the fight, a web line lands on Daredevil's billy clubs and he pulls Spidey in, kind of similar to how Cap pulled Spidey in during their fight in Captain America Civil War. Back at Peter's apartment, the mashup of board games includes Monopoly, Candyland, Trivia Pursuit, and Battleship. But then Nico gives Harry a tarot reading, and the card that transitions is the Devil, which is fitting since Peter just fought Daredevil. She says,
The devil means you must contend with the darker forces that hold you back.
and this foreshadows how Harry's desire for his dad's approval is going to stop him from growing as a person. At the end of the episode, we see that the Shocker gauntlets in this universe were designed by Octavius.
Well, I just got over there.
Like they were in the 616.
I didn't know he was
to get the
planting.
reveal of the Scorpion.
I didn't know he was planted. I couldn't hear.
You're gorgeous. On to episode 7, where the title card is a reference to Amazing Spider-Man 318. Perot calls Nico and Peter the dynamic duo, a reference to one of the many nicknames of Batman and Robin. And later, Norman and Peter analyze elements to track down Otto. Now, one of them is titanium, the fictional element that Otto used to build a fusion reactor in Spider-Man 2. And
Got you
Peter
one,
asks
too.
about solar energy, Norman laughs it off.
I doubt he's managed to harness the power of the sun.
Which, in Spider-Man 2, is exactly what Otto was trying to achieve.
I didn't hear him.
The palm of my hand. They also considered trinium a fictional element from the show Stargate, which was used to build a gateway to outer space. Now this, of course, is foreshadowing Norman's real plan to build a gateway to the cosmos that we see in episode 10. And they end up tracking his gamma radiation by using spectrometers, the same devices that S.H.I.E.L.D. used to track the gamma radiation in the Tesseract in the first Avengers film. Now my favorite Easter egg in the episode, though, is the return of Cleve, the guy who asked Peter to do a flip in Homecoming.
Okay, Spider-Man! Don't flip!
Reason?
And then, of course, we saw him vlogging in Shang-Chi.
What up, y'all? It's your boy
Cool.
Clem,
Me.
coming at you live on my bus.
Which he continues to do in this
So put
episode.
that cock in it.
y'all? It's your boy Clem. He also, but actually is the other driver, pointed out that actually Nico looks like Winona Ryder's character from Beetlejuice and not Beetlejuice himself. And during this fast and furious 1/4 mile at a time race, Nico's necklace glows.
Bro,
And as we
already
talked
got
about earlier, in the comics, her powers come from a staff that is buried inside of her chest. And the necklace seems to be the version of that for this show. Also in the comics, the staff came from her parents. And in the finale, we see that her parents' spirits are also trapped in this necklace.
It's so good to see you again, Mom.
Peter gets in over his head with the Scorpion, who beats him so hard that it shatters his mask, just like what happens to Peter too in the first Spider-Man movie. And just like in that film, the Goblin Glider saves the day. In the Raimi film, it killed Norman, but here, Norman sends it to rescue him. In episode 8, the title card is a recreation of the famous cover of Amazing Spider-Man issue 50, Spider-Man No More, which Raimi replicated in Spider-Man 2. In this episode, he suffers from a crisis of confidence, which is exactly what happened to Peter in Amazing Spider-Man issue 3, when Dr. Octopus gave him his first defeat, and then Peter was given a pep talk from the Human Torch. His speech,
When people get hurt, or worse, that'll be on me.
is similar to what he says to Tony Stark in Civil War.
You can do the things that I can, but you don't. And then the bad things happen. They happen because of you.
So May tells him to never try
Got a Twitch.
skateboarding,
Shoot
which
it.
could
It's
be
not
a
your- it's
slight
near
dig
y'all.
at Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker and Amazing Spider-Man, who is more of a cool skateboarding kid than like the school nerd. Peter's nightmare about the Scorpion is similar to the Mysterio fright sequence that we saw in Far From Home. When Peter goes to his internship, he sees the animals and asks,
Is that why they're turning this place into a zoo?
so this could be a nod to the Oscorp labs that we saw in the Amazing films, which used animals for experimentation. Like, for instance, remember, Electro got his powers by falling into a tank of eels. We can also see a lizard in its cage, maybe foreshadowing Connors becoming the lizard in Season 2. Doc Ock is playing an AFK farming game with a style similar to Minecraft and Animal Crossing. He says he has secured a deal for a rare metal, and on his monitor we see that it's vibranium. Now, assuming this metal is not in-game, this could be what he makes his new arms out of that are teased at the end of the season. And then the feds show up to raid Doc Ock's lab. Now we see that his arms are indeed comic accurate, but not yet attached to his body, and here we see a prototype pumpkin bomb the way they look in the films. And remember, the season ends with Norman acquiring all of Octavius's tech, setting up all of these different elements to show how he will eventually become the Green Goblin. When Iron Man shows up, notice the guitar-heavy theme.
And
Now, in the first Iron Man film, the theme was actually composed on guitar first to lean into Tony's rock and roll sensibility and as a tribute to the Black Sabbath song, I Am Iron Man. But in this universe, notice Tony has a comic-accurate armor and mustache instead of the Robert Downey Jr. goatee that we see in the film.
You don't grab my
Now,
food.
he and Ross are cold to one another.
Rod, Stark.
Because remember, Civil War ended with Tony not returning Ross's call.
Please hold.
No, don't. Tony would also resent that Ross has locked up his fellow Avengers in the raft. Back home, Peter mentions how much he loved going to Coney Island with his Uncle Ben, and this makes the ending of Homecoming so bittersweet. Peter is forced to confront a corrupt mentor figure, Adrian Toomes, and at the same time, he destroys the place that is tied to the memories of his lost mentor figure, Uncle Ben. Also, this is the first time we actually see Uncle Ben in the MCU, right?
Yeah, I think it is.
High five! So a major theme in Spider-Man comics and in the movies is that Peter longs for a mentor figure, but all of the older men in his life are supervillains. So this forces Peter to grow up fast and to be self-reliant. So Norman, being his secret evil mentor, fits in perfectly with the story from the comics. He tells him, which is a warped version of his classic mantra. Now, in the MCU, May is the one who tells this to Peter just before she dies. So I'm wondering who in this universe is going to eventually teach
Let's get
Peter
the
Parker
wall.
this lesson.
I'll go.
Cool if it was Tony Stark.
Yes, it
I'll
would
go
be.
grill
But
out.
Harry, so far, is the good Osborn, and he tells him, go get it. Which, of course, is Mary Jane's catchphrase in the comics and in the Raimi films.
Get him, Tiger.
Meanwhile, Big Don wants to level the playing field by getting powers for his boys. And this is actually what Commissioner Gordon asked about at the end of Batman Begins.
What about escalation?
We also saw this in Spider-Man Homecoming. Criminals came to Tinkerer and Toomes for gear that would give them an edge against superheroes. In Episode 9, the title card is a reference to issue 215 of Spectacular Spider-Man. The major difference here is the cloth on Scorpion's tail is from Lonnie's jacket, foreshadowing the fight that we see in this episode. Also, the comic cover reads, the issue Spidey crosses the line you never thought he would, which is also foreshadowing how Peter almost kills the Scorpion in this episode before Lonnie stops him. Otto is in jail reading a copy of the Sokovia Accords with the same cover that we saw in Captain America Civil War. So Norman's vendetta against Otto is purely for personal reasons. He embarrassed him.
Please, for once, just try to be gracious in your defeat. You want nothing!
And this is the reverse of their dynamic in the PS4 game, where Norman discredited and embarrassed Otto. And, small detail here, pointed out by our co-writer Ethan Ing, I love how Norman uses this handkerchief to touch the prison phone to show how much he sees himself as above this place. Now, during the fight with the Scorpion, I love this moment where Peter's mask fades away and we see him having his panic attack. It's an imaginative way to use the medium of animation to see the man inside the mask, similar to Stark's heads-up display in Iron Man. When Lonnie enters the truck, he mentions a gravity blaster, referencing the Tinkerer's gun that we saw in Spider-Man Homecoming. He knocks over a canister of gas that gives him his indestructible skin. Now, this is the same gas that gave him his powers in the comics that we talked about earlier. They subdue Scorpion by tricking him into electrocuting himself, which is also how you defeat him in the PS4 game. Now, watching Peter and Lonnie team up is so sad. It's probably the last time these two friends will be fighting on the same side before their paths fully diverge at the end of this season. Then, Peter loses control, just like Peter 1 did at the end of Spider-Man No Way Home. And both times, he had a friend there to intervene to stop him from going too far.
People look up to you. Don't throw that away.
In the alley, he lowers to meet Nico, like how Peter 2 lowered to meet Mary Jane in Spider-Man 1, but with a much different result.
I'm here.
Later on, May and Peter watch The Bachelor, which airs on ABC, which, like Marvel, is owned
that's
by
crazy.
Disney. And the
He wants that
ends
too.
with the reveal
Literally.
that Norman is trying to create his own army of spider people, which could lead into an adaptation of the Clone Saga or the Spider Island story, where everybody in Manhattan got spider powers. Episode 10 opens showing Peter stopping crooks in a parking garage, similar to when he confronted Aaron Davis in Homecoming.
Behind the whistle on.
Then we learn a little bit about each intern's project. Now, we thought it was interesting that Asha created star maps for the aerospace team. So we keep seeing Marvel tie Wakanda to interstellar travel. Like in the comics, there's this whole storyline that showed Wakanda becoming an intergalactic empire instead of an isolationist nation. Actually, a great run by Ta-Nehisi Coates I highly recommend. And we see this same scenario play out in the game Marvel Rivals. Plus, in What If Season 1, we actually saw T'Challa leave Earth to become the leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy. So when Norman reveals his space program, he calls it quantum tunneling, which is essentially the same thing as the jump network that we see in the Guardians of the Galaxy films. Also, in the Marvels, we learned that this network was created artificially by the Quantum Band. So it makes sense that Norman was able to create his own artificial jump network.
Cowboys,
now,
right?
Notice the hexagonal patterns on the map, just like the hexagons of the jump network we see in the movies.
The AFC ain't doing shit.
It's because it's your mom. So this is an artificial Einstein-Rosen bridge, the wormhole that Jane Foster studied and which she explains in Thor: Love and Thunder.
You ever see Event Horizon?
No.
Interstellar?
No.
That movie explains it
Huh?
really clearly. So that point A and point B coexist in space and time. Like that.
Norman mentioned that they were able to replicate the technology after seeing something similar used by Asgardians in New Mexico from the first Thor movie and by the Chitauri in the first Avengers movie. He also calls the Avengers a flawed group, which at this point in time is pretty damn accurate. The Avengers just created Ultron, destroyed an entire country, and then had an internal squabble that broke up the team and probably caused several flight delays in Germany. His rant about becoming gods.
We will take from the stars themselves and become an
Warden down there, be careful.
Sounds a lot like Johann Schmidt's in First Avenger.
Quite simply, gentlemen, I have harnessed the power of thoughts.
But then Doctor Strange appears through his sling-ring portal, name-dropping his home neighborhood.
The guy from Midtown.
Greenwich Village.
And, just like MCU Strange, he's quick with the pop culture reference.
This isn't 21 Jump Street.
Coming down right there.
Going undercover in schools and blowing them up.
21 Jump Street, before it became a movie franchise, was a show about undercover cops working in a school. And then the season comes full circle with the Venom symbiote from episode 1 entering from Clintar, the symbiote homeworld. Strange sends it to the Dark Dimension, the realm of Dormammu that we saw in his first film. Then Strange and Spider-Man exchange names.
The name's Spider-Man.
I'm Strange.
No more Strange than the gooey alien trying to kill us.
Similar to how they met in Infinity War.
I'm Peter, by the way.
Doctor Strange.
Oh, you're using made-up names. I'm Spider-Man then.
When Strange contains the symbiote monster, the hexagon pattern looks just like how Dr.
That's what's on the stairs.
Spell in No Way Home, and how Strange Supreme contained his universe.
They're all over there.
The Eye of Agamotto
Hit the Nomad to your left.
Which, coupled with his sling ring, actually allows him to physically travel back in time, something we haven't seen him do before in the MCU. So guys, I loved this time loop aspect, how Peter is helping Strange in 2 different time periods, and how he causes his own origin to happen. And later on, he says,
I believe that
another one.
always find a way.
She got it.
And this ties into the idea of canon events that we saw in Spider-Verse. Like, there are some events in the multiverse which just have to happen, like Peter getting bit by the spider. He also asks him if he can reveal his future, and Strange says no. Similar to how he couldn't reveal the future to Tony Stark.
I got the Nomad down, all that shit. That bitch is funny for sure, I mean. Not funny, but shot me right in my damn face.
Conversation with.
Good save, kids. Good save.
And of course, the little baby Venom makes its way through, setting him up to be a
I didn't know she knew who I was. That shit was crazy.
Company for the friend turns, and his list includes Max Dillon, aka Electro, who in the comics is a common street hood, but in the movies, in Amazing Spider-Man 2, he is a super genius. We also see Scott Ford, the FBI agent I mentioned earlier, Jean, who is the hero Finesse that we saw at the end of this episode. Kai Miranda is a roboticist from the comic book The Unstoppable Wasp, the same comic where Priya Argawal first appeared. Ned Leeds is, of course, Peter's best friend in the MCU film, so maybe they'll be able to reunite in this universe. Tiberius Stone goes on to run the company Alchemax in the 2099 universe. Adam Rodney is a YouTuber. Kaiji Nixon is from the comic NYX. Ripley Ryan is a hero called Star, and Diane Jenkins was Spider-Woman for a while in the comics. So Lonnie leaves his jacket in the trash can, recreating the Spider-Man No More cover that we mentioned earlier. And we get lots of foreshadowing for season 2. Finesse is working with Daredevil. Otto is designing his classic arms. Nico's parents' spirits appear to be trapped in her amulet, and Lonnie is starting to turn into his cement color from the comics. But the
we start tomorrow, nigga, when I pull up.
Alive. Now, this was actually originally a deleted ending to the Amazing Spider-Man movies, and in the comics, Peter's parents did briefly return until it was revealed that they were androids sent to mess with his head. Fun fact, though, Richard Parker in this episode is voiced by Josh Keaton, who has been voicing Spider-Man for years. He played Spider-Man in Spectacular Spider-Man, the Marvel vs. Capcom game, and he even voiced Agent Arachnid, the Spider-Man parody that we saw in Invincible Season 2.
Go.
The season ends with Peter's
Don't make sure
swinging
nobody right
into the
there.
camera, just like at the end of Spider-Man No Way Home. Well, guys, that's all the Easter eggs we found, but let us know if you found any down in the comments below or at me on Twitter. And if it's your first time here, please subscribe, smash that bell for alerts. For Screen Crush, I'm Ryan Airy.
Remember that? I'm coming. No matter that barber.
And pour your money.
Alright, I got that. There's one coming your way, Jeff. Shut up. Shut up.
With some mysteries, sometimes the only
You ready?
answer is another question.
Oh shit.
Hey, welcome back to Screen Crush.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
Ryan Airy, and this is all the Easter
I
eggs
thought he said this had.
you might have missed in What If Season 3.
I'm
Now,
slapped as
guys,
fuck.
originally we were going to make 8 individual videos for this season, but then Disney decided to release the show daily
That's
during
on
the
me.
holidays, and Doug and I already had other plans. Now, we did make an episode 1 breakdown, which we're going to play for you inside this video, but we're also going to point out all the stuff that we missed in that episode the first time around. We are so excited to break this show down.
That's so
The
good.
final season of
That's
What If,
so
which has
good.
really expanded what the Marvel Cinematic Universe is capable
No,
of.
no.
In this episode, we get to see the
We're not back.
by the Hulk Kaiju. It is a good time.
No, that's on me. That's on me.
Animated Saturday morning
I thought you meant that hat gun.
history. The cartoon style most closely resembles the 2000 series Earth's Mightiest Heroes. The score is very akin to the 70s animated shows.
His sole purpose to destroy.
That's my bag, yeah.
Both sides are green, just like they were in the 80s Hulk animated series, adding to this retro feel. Also, note his classic purple pants. The Avengers are all wearing their classic uniforms from the Avengers film, including the Spangly outfit that Bill Coulson.
I thought you said that hat was good. I ain't.
The Hulk, because in this reality, he would have been regarded as a villain. Now we see them go into battle with an Avengers van, very much like the Mystery Machine on Scooby-Doo or the Ninja Turtles van.
I thought you was right there with me and
Then we
shit.
see them fighting Ultron and finally facing off against the Hulk. So I loved how they chose to recap the past events as an animated series because it's a great way to honor Marvel animation and to break away from the watcher narrating every single thing that happens in the show. Notice here that Tony Stark has long hair. Now, there was an Iron Man animated series in the 90s where Tony Stark had long hair just like this. Tony Stark had a mullet? Dude, it was the 90s. Even Clark Kent had a ponytail like a bouncer from the Czech Republic. Tony gets the idea to build a mega Hulkbuster suit, amplifying the armor that we saw him use in Age of Ultron. But he also built a similar suit in the comic book Earth X, which also took place in an alternate reality. These mecha suits have a long history with Marvel Comics. Like, I know a lot of you are going to see this and say, oh, it's like Voltron, which is true. Voltron was the 80s cartoon with mech suits that combined into one giant mech. But a member of our Discord, which by the way is free to join, a lot lot of fun, and the links are below. A member of our Discord named Cayman Ranger pointed out that there is a lot more to this. So in the 1970s, Marvel collaborated with a Japanese studio named Toei to make a Spider-Man series where he had a giant mech suit. Marvel also collaborated with Toei to make a series called Super Sentai, and footage from that show was repurposed into this show. But each Super Sentai series would have originally featured a different Marvel hero with a mech suit, including a Captain America variant called Miss America, and Moon Knight nearly got his own show, but instead fans had to settle for him being adapted as a manga. Still, we think that's why Moon Knight was included in this episode.
Hey there, did one of you order this new iPad? That's for me, thank you.
You got a new iPad, but you already have an iPad.
But I would take the iPads, leave them in a room and learn together, and then more iPads.
That's not how it works.
Hey, I got a new iPad here from the iPad of the Month Club.
We are not subscribed to an iPad of the Month. You know what? Never mind. Let me just check my Rocket Money. Oh, actually, yes, Doug. It says here we have 5 subscriptions to an iPad of the Month Club. Doug, was this you?
It was. Ah, jeez.
Doug, your New Year's resolution was to be better at handling money. I mean, that's why you should use Rocket Money. They're the sponsor of this video. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills so you can grow your savings. I actually love this app. I use it every day. See, most Americans think they spend about $62 a month on subscriptions, but the real number is closer to $300 a month. That is a huge difference. So even just a couple subscriptions fall off your radar, those recurring payments you don't even know about really add up. Like, this happens to us all the time. For instance, when we cover a show, sometimes we accidentally subscribe to a streaming service twice. Rocket Money, you can see all of your subscriptions in one place and know exactly where your money's going. And for any service you don't want anymore, Rocket Money can help you cancel them with just a few taps.
I'll get some
it's
of
also
them
a personal finance manager that lets you manage your subscriptions, lower your bills, check your credit score, and plan for your financial future. And the new goals feature automatically saves money for you without even having to think about it. So whether your goal is to pay off credit card debt, put away money for a house, or just build your savings, Rocket Money makes it easy. Rocket Money has more than 5 million users and has saved a total of more than $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740
what
a year
the fuck?
when
You're
use
done.
all of the app's features. So stop wasting money on stuff you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/screencrush. That's rocketmoney.com/screencrush. This is one of my all-time favorite apps and one of my favorite sponsors we talk about on this channel. You can find all of those links below. Now, back to what I was saying. Notice this cereal box with Captain America on it that reads Captain Mungie, a play on Captain Crunch, and this shows how this animated series was further monetized to lionize the original, now dead, Avengers. So then we see the origin for this universe. Instead of Steve meeting Sam Wilson while running around the reflective pool,
Come on!
now Sam outpaces Bruce Banner.
On your left.
What follows is an exact parallel where in this timeline, Sam befriends Bruce instead of Steve. He helps him up, and they also have similar dialogue.
Sam Wilson. Dr. Bruce.
Sam Wilson.
Please leave me alone, man.
The group therapy session that we briefly saw in The Winter Soldier. Bruce says,
I read somewhere that cardio is a good stress reliever.
and remember, this is exactly what he was doing in The Incredible Hulk when he was using meditation to learn how to control his breathing.
Signature seasoning and buttery flavor in every twist. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
American Eagle. Introducing the spring collection.
Made for dream.
Not even 30 seconds into the fucking match.
American Eagle.
It's time for a revolution in whitening with a toothpaste that gives you whiter teeth in one day. Remove even deep stains with Crest 3D White Deep Stain Remover. Coffee, wine, tea, gone in just one day.
To relax him, Sam takes him out on his sister's boat. You know, the one that he and Bucky fixed for an episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But after Bruce Hulks out, he decides to reverse his original Hulk experiment. So he straps himself into a chair, the same way he got his power in the original 70s series and in the Incredible Hulk movie. But instead, the gamma spills out of him and becomes a new kaiju called Apex, an original creation for this show. So this sets up the premise of this episode, a kaiju Hulk versus the Mech Avenger.
Pulling up on y'all, pulling up on y'all.
Pulling up on y'all,
pulling up on y'all.
Genre, going all
Ah, fuck me!
Mechagodzilla in 1974, but look, that would be a whole video by itself. What I will say though is this kind of episode is what makes this show great. It's able to take the MCU into new genres and challenge these characters in new ways that might be reflected in the actual MCU Phase 5 and 6, but we'll talk about that later on. 10 years later, we meet the surviving heroes: Bucky, Monica Rambeau, Moon Knight, Shang-Chi, Red Guardian, Belena Vostokov, and Nakia. The heart of this episode is Sam's relationship to Bruce, which is an interesting dynamic. See, Sam is someone who always does what is right, and he is, of course, very brave. So, when Bruce does a cowardly thing and runs away, Sam cannot empathize with this at all, so he turns his back on him, because that is something that Sam can never see himself doing. But of course, we saw Bruce do this many times in the MCU. He ends Hulk 2003 going away to the jungle. He begins the first Hulk movie in hiding, and that's also where we find him in the Avengers, and he also runs away at the end of Age of Ultron. Heck, you could even say that the Hulk personality was in hiding after Thanos kicked his ass. Bruce retreats to Astra Island, which is a pretty important place in the comics. It's where Bruce set up a secret lab and built a device called the Absorbatron. Now, this device was built to absorb nuclear energy, which is exactly what he does at the end of this episode. Now, Bruce at first refuses the call to adventure, but then gives Sam with something new.
I call it the Mighty Avenger Protocol.
Like the name of the cartoon?
Well, the Mighty Avengers isn't just the name of the cartoon that inspires this opening, it's also one of the many Avengers titles in the comics. When the heroes argue about whether or not they can trust Banner, they say,
"How do we know he hasn't gone full Colonel Kurtz in his volcano?"
So this is a reference to Francis Ford Coppola's masterpiece, Apocalypse Now. Marlon Brando plays an American colonel named Kurtz who retreats deep into the jungle during the Vietnam War. He is not only driven insane, but he has a cult following among the natives and his own soldiers. And they also throw out a couple of sports ball terms.
Yeah, what do they mean?
Well, a Hail Mary is when the guy throws a thing and it's far and he's trying to win. But a blitz is like when the people are attacked with tanks, artillery, and fighter jets all at the same time.
Really?
I really don't know anything about sports, sorry. Sam gets to say, Avengers assemble.
He said it! He said it!
The mechs combine into one giant mecha, like Voltron, or of course, like the Power Rangers. Alright, so the Avengers mechs featured some very cool Easter eggs. Love the detail that the mecha has a holographic shield, like Steve Rogers used for a while in the comics. Sam's scheme reflected his suit from Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which featured more white than his suit that we see in Brave New World. Also, notice how Shang-Chi's armor has an energy gauntlet to mimic the 10 rings, and Bucky's arms are two different colors to reflect his bionic arm. And when they combine, each character is featured in a split screen, just like in the shows Voltron and Power Rangers. And Red Guardian says,
"If Colonel Dreykov would see us now!"
Remember, Dreykov was the Russian handler they reported to at the beginning of Black Widow. And then Bruce swoops in, and this time says,
"On your left, Cap."
Which of course is a callback to how they originally met at the start of this episode, but it's also a callback to Sam getting to say the same thing when he saves Cap's bacon in Avengers Endgame.
On your left.
And the way Bruce dives in is also similar to how Steve put her in the water in First Avenger. And then Bruce goes full Mecha Gamma, transforming himself into a kaiju, more similar to the Hulk's appearance in the 2099 universe. And the scaly appearance looks more like the Abomination, but it is truly meant to mimic Godzilla right down to the spinal spikes and radioactive breath. But he becomes Godzilla not just in how he looks, but in how he acts. You see, Godzilla is often regarded as humanity's protector, a force of nature that the human race has to learn to trust. And Bruce ends the episode in the same way, retreating from humanity instead of destroying them. And the end is kind of sweet. Hulk is a creature who always feels alone, and at the end, he's finally found a kind of family.
I'm sorry, Sam. I know he was your friend.
He still is.
And I also wonder if we're going to see a similar scene to this unfold in Captain America Brave New World. See, in that movie, Sam is going to face off against another Hulk, Thaddeus Ross's Red Hulk. So he might be able to appeal to his logic and love for his daughter Betty to get him to see reason, similar to what he does with Bruce here.
I know you've always been scared that everyone just sees you as a monster, but from where I'm standing, all I see now is a friend.
And now let's go through the shards in the opening credits. Here we see Thanos, Moon Knight, Captain America mech, Kahori, and Bucky from Season 2, Episode 8. Next is an eye from the shot when the mechs combine, a Hydra symbol from the Hydra Stomper, Riri in Episode 5, Avengers Tower from Happy Hogan Saves Christmas, Kingo from Episode 2 this season, and of course Cap's frozen shield and ice from Season 1. What if Hank Pym killed the Avengers? Spider-Man from the ending of Episode 8, Captain Carter, Killmonger from Season 1, Frost Giant Laffy, Zeus, and filmmaker Howard Stark from Episode 2 this season.
Hey, can you hear me, homework.
And we see Arasham, the Hood, Red Guardian, Yondu with
Don't
the
be.
Howard the Duck Darcy egg, Nick Fury, Kahori's brother Watsa, Howard the Duck's mugshot, which by the way reads 1986,
Yeah, it's
the same
kindergarten
year that
homework.
his bomb of a movie was released. Then we see Stephen Strange, Captain America from the season 2 finale, Birdie, Agatha, and Uatu looking at the multiversal tree at the end of season 2. And then Black Widow, Riri again, Iron Man, Wong, and Shuri. Then we add in Obadiah Stane and Loki right here. And then the Shattered Shards are Happy Hogan when he mutates in season 2, Shang-Chi from the Western episode, White Vision, Riri with White Vision's powers, Storm, Doctor Strange forming his new universe, Kaiju Hawk, and of course Sam Wilson. Episode 2 is one of the fun, wacky what-if premises where we get to see Marvel characters in different historical contexts, sort of like when the Avengers assembled to fight Ego back in season 2. It begins with an old-timey 1930s Hollywood intro with a person in celestial armor hitting a gong. The Watcher catches us up on the story of the Celestials, saying,
Before the six singularities and the dawn of creation came the Celestial.
And remember, these singularities are how Wong described the Infinity Stones.
There are relics that predate the universe itself, while the other relics often appear as stones. The ether is fluid.
I love the design of this episode, how all of the sets are created with these angular Art Deco lines that fit in with the pre-war period of American architecture. The way the Celestials line up in this film is inspired by this last panel from Eternals Issue 1.
That's
where we
Cavtech.
first introduced them to the Marvel Universe. The stairs that Agatha descends from are also an old
Nigga waiting
Hollywood
for you to
musical
come
trope,
there.
but after looking at them, I cannot get I Just Dropped In out of my head. Agatha's spell.
Now, with the power of the eternal God.
I ain't know he was gonna come out. I ain't know he was gonna come out yellow.
Is actually foreshadowing the end of the episode when she takes the Celestial's power to be reborn as a goddess. So I love the reimagining of Howard Stark as a kind of Howard Hughes tycoon. Howard Hughes, of course, was an aviator and captain of industry who famously made some of the biggest Hollywood spectacles of his era, doing things like actually mounting cameras onto airplanes for his film Hell's Angels. The premise of this episode is that Agatha is able to drain the power of the Eternals, even though they're space robots and not magic users.
Person discouraged it.
You're right. Let's not think about this one too hard. I mean, look at the animation here as Agatha walks. You can actually see the fabric of her dress shimmy back and forth. It's very well done. And also notice how her mother maiden crone locket is her belt buckle right here. Jarvis is voiced by James Darcy, who also played this person in Agent Carter and in his brief cameo in Avengers Endgame. Now remember, this is the butler that helped to raise Tony Stark, and that's the reason why later this is the name that Tony gives his AI. Howard mentions a few great rivalries for Agatha to imitate, including the Appalachian families, the Hatfields and the McCoys, and the Montagues versus the Capulets from Romeo and Juliet. Then he also name drops a few movie stars, including Clark Gable, Bogey, as in Bogart, and Cary Grant. So they decide on Kingo from the Eternals. Now remember, he is an immortal space robot who used his immortality to turn himself into a multi-generational Bollywood star. So the reason Kingo did this really was to feed his own ego, which is why he's the perfect person to appeal to Agatha's ego at the end of the episode.
And with that kind of power, you don't have to be feared, because you can be adored.
On the studio backlot, notice how the archway for Stark Studios is made to imitate the famous Paramount archway at their studio. And in the background, we see that the sign here still reads Hollywood Land, as it did before the land was removed in 1949. Then Kingo shows up and gives a much better dance number than the one that we got in the Eternals, where he just kind of swiveled around while people danced around him. But Agatha has a background dancer here that actually has an old Hollywood connection to Princess Leia herself, Carrie Fisher. This woman is your mom. And when Agatha and Kingo start to fight, Jarvis says,
Are these blue pages?
So what's that mean?
well, in Hollywood, rewrites to screenplays are often printed with different color pages, hence blue pages. During the fight, Agatha mostly uses Thena's powers to create shapes, shields, and spears. And while she name checks the other Eternals like Gilgamesh, she never uses their powers, which is kind of disappointing. So Kingo mentions that Arasham has made him the Prime Eternal.
And I do not remember what that means.
So in the Eternals movie, the Prime Eternal was Ajak, and she was the only one who knew their true mission, to safeguard the Celestial Seed inside of the Earth. After she dies, Circe becomes the Prime Eternal. And in this movie, that burden has now passed to Kingo after Agatha took out all the others. So now, suddenly, he is all about protecting that Celestial Seed.
Do you really expect me to betray Arasham for sake of mission I've dedicated eons to? Never going to happen. Never.
Now, this does explain how Kingo knows that he's a space robot. Arasham would have told him, just like he told Circe. But then Agatha makes a point that, frankly, they really should have made in the Eternals movie.
You haven't just lived among humanity. You have lived as them.
Oreo Thins, flavors that feed your fancy.
Tired of paying for your old phone? We'll pay it off for you and give you a new one on us. That's up to a $17.99 value per line. Switch now to Verizon Business.
Oh,
Bye, honey.
Morning breath, huh?
Dr. Garcia?
That's millions of bacteria growing overnight.
Crest Pro Health helps prevent oral health issues before they start.
I'm so much fresher!
Crest.
Like more than most of the other Eternals, Kingo had an actual investment in his life on Earth, so he really should have been the first in line to protect the planet. Instead, he decided to sit out the last battle because he couldn't make up his mind, which frankly is a pretty Hollywood thing to do. We see several of Kingo's movie posters, but actually none of them are the posters that we saw in the Eternals or outside of the movie theater here in Loki Season 2. The episode is filled with a lot of inside Hollywood jokes, like actors voicing characters who talk about how awful actors are.
I mean, all actors are difficult. We're all sensitive because we're opening up our souls, so the...
Or, you know, when Kingo deliberately calls out certain Bollywood tropes.
I thought we did things over the top in Bollywood.
After he makes his decision, the two of them are spiritually pulled away to speak to Arishem, just like when Circe spoke to him in a vision in the Eternals. Then the Eternal ship, the Daimyo, shows up, and Howard reveals that he'd already worked out that not only was Agatha a witch, but that Kingo is a space robot, which sets up the finale. Notice how Agatha's magic uses purple flames on the candles, the same color as her magic in the live-action MCU. And she's able to pull away Kingo's powers without him having to blast her, even though the show Agatha All Along established that that was not how her power works.
I can't steal your magic unless you blast me with it.
So why is it different in this universe?
Probably because they wrote this show months before they wrote Agatha All Along. They decided to set the finale at the Griffith Observatory, the setting of many, many classic films, such as the ending of Rebel Without a Cause. Agatha takes Kingo's power and then is able to form her own Unimind, just like the Eternals did at the end of their movie, which allows her to drain away Tiamat's power into herself. Arishem shows up and then these two glorious cosmic titans clash by punching each other, which is unimaginative and lame.
Jeez, person.
I'm sorry, but it is. The two of them loom over Earth just like Arishem did at the end of the Eternals. Now, at the time when that movie ended, I wondered how Arishem could do that without completely disrupting the gravitational forces of the Earth.
I was in the
But now
bathroom.
I think that he appeared in a more spiritual form, since Agatha's spirit self is able to physically touch him. Now, during the fight, she misses him on purpose, just like how Wanda defeated her in the climax of WandaVision when she cast the runes around the Hex. And that ending speech about how movies are great is just the kind of hokey stuff you would see in a 1930s picture. And final Easter egg, the poster for the Cosmic Queen is inspired by the poster for Fritz Lang's Metropolis, one of the seminal science fiction films ever created. Episode 3 is fun because we have two super soldiers, both of which are copies of Captain America going toe-to-toe and then teaming up. We open with the scene from Captain America Civil War where we see Tony Stark's parents killed by the Winter Soldier. And you'll notice that we are seeing this scene play out on the same old monitor that Zemo shows the footage to Tony on. On General Dreykov's desk, we can see a framed picture featuring his daughter, the future Taskmaster that we meet in the Black Widow movie. The folks over at Screen Rant pointed out that when we see Alexei playing Tetris, this is in reference to Alexei Pajitnov, a Soviet software engineer who created the game. Here we can see Bucky jumping from an airplane into the ocean just like Cap did at the beginning of Captain America the Winter Soldier, while he was on his mission with Black Widow for S.H.I.E.L.D. And Bucky, like Cap, doesn't use a parachute.
Is he wearing a parachute? No. No, he wasn't.
When Red Guardian and Bucky are fighting, we see Bucky grab Red Guardian's shield, recreating this shot from the Winter Soldier when he catches Cap's shield during their first fight. We also see Bucky's vibranium arm punch against Red Guardian's vibranium shield, causing a vibration that puzzles Bucky and calls back to the moments in Winter Soldier and Civil War when Cap and Bucky went at it. In this universe, Tony's parents are spared, yet we still see a future where he becomes Iron Man, making me think that he would just be a more effective Iron Man who wasn't carrying around all those daddy issues. And we also meet a version of Rook, aka Obadiah Stane, the villain from Iron Man 1. Next, we meet a young Bill Foster, and you'll remember him from Ant-Man and the Wasp. And in this episode, we see Foster go Goliath, just like in the comics in What If Season 2, and as referenced here in Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Back in the day, I was ex-partner in a project called Goliath.
And then, of course, we end with the iconic shot from the Avengers when they assemble for the first time, and Red Guardian has now joined the party.
I don't see how that's a party.
Episode 4 is the weirdest episode of this season and maybe of the whole damn series. So this catches us up with the couple Howard the Duck and Darcy Lewis.
Will you look at us?
You're the Ducks, I guess that tracks.
Remember, they met during Thor's party in Season 1. So we get a
They're
call
all
back
over
to
there?
Grandmaster's DJ phone from that episode.
Release the phone.
Chocolate, meet hazelnut.
Where?
Crispy, meet creamy.
irresistibly bueno.
They in bathroom.
Give them
How you just get a collab?
Array.
Not bathroom, but bull. Near bull. He coming near bull. He got it.
Mountains blistered by ice. Newly formed ground forged from rock. Unstoppable forces. Immovable objects. Colliding. Creating a world that was made for adventure.
It's a nomad.
Toyota trucks. Let's go places.
Formulated with salicylic and hyaluronic acid. New L5 Hydalon Plus Pure. It dissolves oils and hydrates the links.
Here we see some familiar faces. We've got Daredevil himself, Matt Murdock, with Karen Page, which is a nice touch considering Karen Page wasn't even part of the original plan for the new Daredevil revival series. Darcy says,
"Oh my God, B."
A reference to this scene from the first Avengers movie.
Batman is playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice.
That's it.
But we did.
So Darcy Lewis was first introduced in Thor: The Dark World, where we learned about the Convergence. So it is fitting that the Convergence is tied into this episode, with Howard and Darcy's baby being born on the day of this Convergence. And then we get another connection to the Dark World when the Dark Elves arrive.
Convergence is ours to take, and with it we shall finally plunge the 9 realms into eternal darkness.
So here we see Caecilius from the first Doctor Strange movie, played by Mads Mikkelsen, and like in that movie, he and his goons are working for Dormammu. And in this episode, we hear Caecilius say, which is a callback to this scene from Doctor Strange.
Dormammu, I come to bargain. Dormammu, Dormammu, Dormammu.
Now, this frost giant variant of Loki is, of course, Loki's natural state. This was a Loki who was never adopted by Odin that we saw in What If Season 1. Fury and Coulson are accompanied by Skrulls, a callback to their Skrull encounter in Captain Marvel, and of course, Fury's long-standing relationship with the Skrulls.
They should make a really good show that explores that dynamic.
Yeah, don't tell him. Grandmaster refers to Zeus as Sparkles, which is exactly what he called Thor in Thor Ragnarok.
Wow, I didn't hear any thunder, but out of your fingers, was that like sparkles?
Episode 5 is What If the Emergence Would Have Happened, and it begins on a shattered Earth that has become a dystopia ruled by Quentin Beck after he somehow took over Stark Industries. Although, as dystopias go, this one has a breathable atmosphere for some reason, which is nice. So Beck is ruling this shattered planet with the Iron Federation, a spin on Tony Stark's Iron Legion that he used for crowd control in Age of Ultron. So what we're seeing is Tony Stark's suit of armor around the world made a frightening reality.
I don't want to hear the man was not meant to meddle medley. I see a suit of armor around the world.
Yeah, what's Mysterio got to do with Tony Stark and all that stuff?
Well, remember, Quentin Beck was a disgruntled Stark employee who was also a tech genius. I mean, he was the inventor of Barf. So apparently, in this reality, he got to keep the Edith glasses and killed Spider-Man. And the Edith glasses gave him control of Stark Industries. So notice the Mysterio propaganda poster here that is hiding this Alliance graffiti. And of course, that graffiti is the same A as the Avengers logo. So this poster hiding this logo, symbolically, is akin to how Mysterio is using illusions to control the world so the people will put up less resistance. The protagonist of this episode is Riri Williams from Wakanda Forever, because originally her show Ironheart was set to release a year before this season of What If. So she sits down to make a deal with Sharon Carter, who remembered did a heel turn in Falcon and the Winter Soldier and became a villain called the Power Broker. And in this universe, she's still on whatever side offers her the best deal. So this toy that she brings to Riri is an easy bake oven, and it's part of the episode's recurring theme of showing toys and childhood items in this war-torn world.
This used to be someone's, and now it's just wreckage.
Beck's illusions and holograms are composed of small discs of light, just like we saw in Far From Home. And notice that Riri's armor is still very janky and homemade, which frankly I love, because I thought that Tony's armor was getting way too advanced. Like by the time Phase 3 ended, it felt more like magic than science. Beck is controlling White Vision, you know, the husk of Vision that was resurrected by the agency's sword, and who's going to be the protagonist of the upcoming Vision Quest series. Riri is rescued by Wong, Okoye, Valkyrie, and Admiral Ying-Nan, you know, Michelle Yeoh's character from Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. So they are riding on the Asgardian skiffs that we saw in Thor: Love and Thunder, and later they share a drink in the same room where Valkyrie and Korg had their little heart-to-heart. I should also point out that we have already seen Earth refugees living on a splintered world in the MCU before. This was the plot of Season 5 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., where the team was transported to an alternate future where the Earth had been split apart. The Alliance was looking for Riri because she is building a weapon that can neutralize vibranium, which actually makes total sense because, remember, she was able to build a vibranium detector in college, so she already has a history of studying this mineral. Then we go to their HQ, which is a ship that they say has sunk a long time ago. So I'm wondering if maybe this ship is supposed to be the Titanic. Let me know if you think I'm right down in the comments below. Wong casts a Vishanti protection spell around her lap. Now remember, the Book of Vishanti was seen in Multiverse of Madness, where we learned that it's the opposite of the evil Darkhold. Strange Supreme cast a similar spell for the Guardians of the Multiverse when they fought Ultron in Season 1 of What If. So this episode also featured lots of callbacks to the movie The Matrix. Riri working right up until the last minute while the machine is bearing down on her outside is like the climax of both the first and third movies. But also, the way Vision effortlessly fights the Alliance with one arm is like after Neo unlocks his full potential and defeats the agents in the hallway. And finally, Riri seeing through the illusions is just like Neo seeing the Matrix after he is resurrected. Afterwards, she places Vision in a padded coffin like his original birth Matrix that we saw in Age of Ultron. So this episode shows us that Riri is a lot like her hero Tony Stark. She always thinks that she can invent her way out of a jam, but this impulse is also her downfall, just like it was Tony's downfall in Age of Ultron. And also like the villain Ultron, Beck's ultimate plan is to take control of the Vision's body. Now, the sequence where Riri is in an illusion is of course just like when Beck created a false reality for Peter Parker in No Way Home. And the revelation that she actually killed all of her friends is lifted from the comic book Old Man Logan, when Mysterio casts illusions to fool Logan into thinking he's killed his fellow X-Men. And he also calls himself the Master of Illusions, which is his nickname in the comics. And the episode ends with Riri casting the Avenger symbol into the sky, similar to how Johnny Storm creates a 4 in the sky with his flames to summon the Fantastic Four. And then we see the 3 Watchers, who I'm wondering could be the same 3 Watchers that we saw talking to Stan Lee in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Episode 6 is 1872, which was actually a spin-off of the 2015 Secret Wars comic, where different realities were mashed together into one planet. Now normally, What If episodes center on one event that went differently, but as the Watcher explains, sometimes an entire universe just turns out different. He mentions the fringes of the multiverse, similar actually to how Wong described the placement of different realities in Spider-Man No Way Home.
That spell travels the dark borders between known and unknown reality.
The Marvel animation intro is now a sepia film, like the format of
boring gum, fancy gum, icebreakers. Ooh, fancy.
American Eagle. Introducing the Spring Collection.
Made for dream chasing. Live your life.
American Eagle.
Please be good. Please be good. Please be
At
good.
AT&T, we confidently guarantee our goods.
Without further ado, I give you Nello.
Because getting what you deserve isn't always guaranteed.
It's a mini mellow. Man, come on.
You know what AT&T guarantees? The deals you want, with your choice of our most popular plans, like the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, on us.
Please stop.
A masterpiece.
How long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Just 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Just 10 minutes.
Get out.
Hey, it's me, your skin. Help me maintain my moisture balance with CeraVe Hydrating Cleanser.
Out of the earliest westerns, and the film burns at the end. Now, beginning the episode with this sepia tone reminded me of the opening to my all-time favorite western, Tombstone. The episode also begins in an old church, just like the opening to Tombstone, and this immediately calls to mind the many great spaghetti westerns made by Sergio Leone. In fact, this still barren landscape seems like an homage to Leone's Once Upon a Time in the West. So they fire at the bell 10 times, this universe's version of the 10 Rings of Shang-Chi.
Oh, that's really clever.
I thought so too. And his sidekick is Kate Bishop's Hawkeye. Now, every character in this episode is voiced by the same actor who plays them in live action, including John Walker's Wyatt Russell in the opening scene. But I also think it's cool that Haley Steinfeld is in this episode because her first on-screen role was in the Coen Brothers remake of True Grit.
They tell me you're a man with true grit.
One of the guys says,
"Let's get her done."
Which is the catchphrase of the world's worst comedian, Larry the Cable Guy.
Get her done.
But I like Larry the Cable Guy.
I said what I said! So, they are looking for the Hood, who is actually set to be the villain in the live-action Ironheart show. Long story short, in the comic books, the Hood was an ordinary crook who discovered a cloak and boots that belonged to Dormammu, and these items gave him a variety of powers that we also see in this episode, including invisibility. But, in the MCU, it is likely that the Hood will have originally belonged to Sacha Baron Cohen's character Mephisto, and this episode portrays the Hood as a kind of demonic entity that preys on Zhuge Ling's worst desires. So when the Watcher explains the fringes of the multiverse, we also see the Loki Gator that we saw in The Void at the end of time in Loki Season 1, Episode 5, and we also saw Throg, who appeared in that same episode. Throg is also, of course, from Walt Simonson's famous run on the Thor comics. We also see Crossbones as a pirate with Black Widow and Black Panther, and we also see the Ultron show tune reality, because who could ever imagine a machine performing on stage?
We didn't have a godfather of crime. We had a nephew.
So this episode is actually grounded in a tragic history of how the West was built. So in this episode, we hear about exploited Chinese laborers. And in real life, it's estimated that as many as 1,200 Chinese immigrants died during the building of the Transcontinental Railroad. So the two of them tracked down a levitating train made from Stark hover technology, but this is more akin to the early type hovercraft that we saw Howard Stark struggling to perfect in the first Avenger.
I did say a few years, didn't I?
And we see that this train is also powered by a proto-Stark reactor before Tony miniaturized it in a cave with a box of scraps. So a flying train is also very similar to the time machine that Doc Brown builds in Back to the Future 3, which was, of course, a Western. Walt Goggins is back as Sonny Birch. You know, he was the villain from Ant-Man and the Wasp, and in this Explode, he plays the role of the Six-Fingered Man.
The hood didn't kill your parents, Miss Bishop.
Birch has a machine that hypnotizes people with sound, similar to the Stark-made sonic tech that Obadiah Stane used against Tony in Iron Man 1. Now, this is another instance where the Watcher intervenes, but I like how he did it somewhat indirectly. He saved the kid who would eventually cause a distraction to save the heroes, making me think that he has seen some realities where the kid lived and then helped Shang-Chi. In fact, the kid's greater destiny is hinted at here.
That kid's got some iron fists on him.
Because in the 1872 universe, this kid, Kwai Jun Fan, is that universe's Iron Fist. And finally, we hear...
Sun's getting real low, Hawkeye.
Which is, of course, a callback to this.
Sun's getting real low.
But also it sets up the iconic Western ending of heroes riding off into the sunset. On to episode 7, which wraps up the series by completely abandoning the premise of the show and giving us a team up for 2 episodes. Episode 7 begins with Peggy fighting the squid monster from the very first episode, and she says,
"It was worth it. I had a bone to pick with this guy."
Because that monster is the reason she was sent into the future and became a woman out of time. Now, the monster is attacking Xandar from the Season 2 episode, What If Nebula Had Joined the Nova Corps, which ended with Nebula taking over Yondu's fin and becoming Nova Prime, just like she is here. And just like in that episode, she is accompanied by Korg and the original Groot, who in this reality never died in the battle against Ronan the Accuser. They say,
"Evacuate the planet."
Nope, that murder squid's torn through the jump point network.
And remember, this is the hexagonal network that people use to calibrate faster than light jumps in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And then Peggy shows up in Kang's time chair from Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
Hey, I feel like there's a really good story to tell there.
Yeah, right? But look, here's the thing. Birdie says later on that a pod is missing, which means that Peggy and her group have basically been hunting Kangs and stealing their time chairs from a bunch of different realities.
So who is this group anyways? Did I miss like a team-up episode or something?
No, they just kind of skipped ahead a few episodes. So this is the MCU version of the Exiles, a group of multiversal heroes that travel between realities. Kahori, of course, is an original character invented for the show who met Peggy at the end of Season 2. And Birdie is the daughter of Darcy and Howard the Duck, you know, that we saw the egg of in Episode 4.
Ew.
But she is voiced by the great Natasha Lyonne, who is also playing a mystery character in Fantastic Four: First Steps. So maybe Birdie is going to come into live action? Yeah, I don't know. Storm is from some reality where she got Thor's hammer and become the Goddess of Thunder, and she is voiced by Allison Seeley Smith, who of course voiced her in the original animated series and again in X-Men 97. And when she enters, they play just a bit of the theme from the animated series.
Golden Oreo Cakesters. Enter soft mode.
Dump cable and get fast, more affordable home internet with US Cellular.
The Labrador Retriever and the Golden Retriever look similar, but eat and process energy differently. That's why Royal Canin developed over 60 formulas uniquely tailored to meet the needs of different breeds. Royal Canin, unique needs, precise nutrition.
Take it back. I said beagle, not bagel.
Oh.
CarMax has a 10-day money-back guarantee. Why don't you?
Because you need like lasers and stuff.
Experience CarMax and you'll never settle for anything less.
Now, after the battle, battle, shards of the multiverse fall, and Peggy recognizes these as pieces of the domain that Uatu watches from. Now he is being held captive by the Eminence, who is voiced by Lucius Malfoy himself, Jason Isaacs. And there's a change here. The Eminence now narrates the opening, but notice there's a couple subtle changes. For one, the colors are now desaturated to show how the Eminence has a starker view of the multiverse. Instead of seeing all facets of morality, he simply sees events as occurring in black and white. But also notices the images are flipped in this new intro, almost as if the Eminence is watching events from the other side of the Watcher's multiverse prism. This is because the Watcher was involving himself in the affairs of these universes, but the Eminence observed these events from a distance on the other side of the glass. The Exiles foosball table is of course filled with Marvel characters, some of whom are making their MCU debut in this scene, appropriately appearing as a product. We see Thanos, Kang, Iron Fist, Mystique, Scarlet Witch, Infinity Ultron, Magneto,
get your butt
Black
in
Panther,
here
Zemo,
now.
Luke Cage, and Red Skull.
Move.
And comic-accurate Captain America, Loki, Storm,
Run.
Galactus as one of the goalies, and
Tell you
Doctor
about
Doom
that.
is right here beside Wolverine. Then there's Invisible Woman and She-Hulk here, the 90s version of Rogue and Iron Man, then Wanda, Wolverine, and my favorite Easter egg, Beta Ray Bill, the Corbinite who originally wielded Stormbreaker in the comics. So when they play, they say, "No power." And remember, this is the same rule that the kids used to play basketball in the first X-Men movie. Now, they mentioned that they stole reset charges from the TVA. Now, these, of course, were the devices we saw in Loki Season 1 and 2 that are used to prune variant universes, which the TVA stopped using after the events of Loki Season 2, I think. Actually, after Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm not that clear on what the TVA do anymore. So they rig up the time ship with a crash test dummy.
Oh, I know them.
No, a different crash test dummy. These were actually the subject of several seatbelt PSAs in the 1990s, who then for some reason were spun off into an animated series. When Storm tries to use magic on the shard, she places it on a symbol that is like the one the Bifrost burns into the ground when it teleports people. And also, Birdie's many weird levels of description for her ship's power seem like a nod to Spaceball 1 going to ludicrous speed in the movie Spaceballs. Now, Peggy talks about recruiting Infinity Ultron, even though this will risk the entire multiverse. So essentially what she's doing here is choosing the life of one, the Watcher, over the many. And this is very similar to Steve choosing Vision in Infinity War.
We don't trade lives, do you?
In the flashbacks, we get to see the show in better days at the end of Season 1 when they teamed up against Infinity Ultron. And then they look at a photo of their team, which is a mix of the Exiles from this episode and the Guardians of the Multiverse from the end of Season 1. They've added in Birdie, Storm, Party Thor, and Black Widow, while we also see the return of Guardian T'Challa and Heavy Metal Gamora. And then we see this variant of Infinity Ultron, how he was created, then killing Thanos, stealing the gems, and then destroying the Guardians on planet Sovereign, which we saw in Guardians 2, then wiping out the Grandmaster's games from Thor Ragnarok, then destroying Xandar, again, it's always getting destroyed, killing Captain Marvel until he is finally alone. Now notice that when he uses his powers, the energy manifests as a series of circles, which is how the power cosmic has always been drawn in Marvel Comics. Back at the ship, Howard the Duck, voiced by Seth Green, is now wearing reading glasses. Now this is there to show that he's older than he was in episode 4, you know, when Birdie was just an egg. Not for nothing, I really could use some of those donuts that actually eliminate carbs.
Ooh, did you remember to pick up those donuts I like from the universe where carbs make you lose weight?
And then that takes us to the finale of the series. Now notice how the Watchers in this series have an emblem on their chest that looks like a spider web. I think this could be a nod to the web of life and destiny. Now in the comics, this is a kind of map to the multiverse, and we did see it in the movie Across the Spider-Verse. Now during Uatu's interrogation, we see the greatest hits from seasons 1 and 2. Strange Supreme, Hydra Stomper, Kahore, and Loki leading an invasion of Earth. And then Uatu says,
"Surely you can see, for a garden to thrive, it must be cultivated."
And this is exactly how the TVA described the sacred timeline, as a tree with branches that needed to be pruned. Now, when they're mentioning all the moments he's interfered that we saw in the show, they also say,
Does not explain your intervention to save Riri Williams.
Or Kwai-Jun Fan, Reed Richards.
Now, little sidebar here. In the comics, the Watcher first interfered during the epic Galactus trilogy, which spanned Fantastic Four issues 48 through 50. That story also featured the first appearance of Galactus and the Silver Surfer, both of whom are appearing in Fantastic Four First Steps. So, it is possible that we could see Uatu interfering by helping Reed Richards in that movie in order to save the universe from Galactus, which is what happens in the comics. And that could be the interference that they are referring to right here. But if that doesn't happen in First Steps, then these these Watchers could actually be referring to Uatu helping Reed in Fantastic Four issue 50. But of course, the best Easter egg, probably in the whole season, was this.
Some girl named Madison with 2 N's and 1 Y.
You remember her from She-Hulk.
Madison with 2 N's, 1 Y, but it's not where you think.
Then the Exiles show up to stage a rescue, and when they travel between universes, the images that we see imitate the faster-than-light travel that we saw in 2001: A Space Odyssey. And Birdie says, "Hold on to your butts!" Which, I mean, has to be a nod to this line from Jurassic Park.
Hold on to your butts.
The Watchers destroy the ship, splitting Peggy's shield, one of many parallels to Steve Rogers' last fight in Avengers Endgame. And then the team lands on what essentially looks like a Trapper-Keeper from the 80s. After a smashy fight, they all take oaths to become Watchers and get upgrades. Storm gets a headdress, like her original suit in the comics. Birdie gets full-on wings attached to her arms, similar to the way the Falcon's armor works. And Peggy's shield gets these lines added to it, which look like they're straight out of Jack Kirby's Eternal Comics. It's a subtle way to hint at the greater cosmic power that she now yields. During the fight, there are also some other cool nods to Captain America's history. When her shield gets split into 2, we hear the theme from First Avenger.
Shamelessly seasoned in every groove and twist. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
The Mania has started, and you'll find slam dunk savings and selection during our Hoop Mania event. Score big on a new 25 Nissan Rogue SV all-wheel drive. Just $219 a month lease, or 2.39% APR at Boucher Nissan in Greenfield, Waukesha, and Economawalk.
New draft backs are gentle enough for baby, and strong enough for everyone else.
American Eagle. Introducing the Spring Collection.
Made for dream chasing. Live your life. American Eagle.
With Cricket, we're all about honesty. What you see is what you get. Nothing to hide.
Okay, my turn. These are hair plugs. I used to be bald. Phew. Feels good to get that off my chest, which was always hairy. Welcome to life without hidden fees. Welcome to Cricket Nation.
And then her throwing the shield at the Watcher and striking him with energy is beat for beat imitating Cap's fight against Thanos in Endgame. And this moment looks like a nod to Hulk smashing Loki at the end of the Avengers fight, and then we get another leitmotif from the X-Men theme during Storm's big moment.
All my life, I have summoned the forces of nature.
So the Eminence's master stroke is to eliminate every version of them in every universe, similar to how Rick Prime wanted to eliminate every version of his wife from every universe in the show Rick and Morty. In this scene, we see flashes of alternate versions of these characters, all of which would have made for better episodes than this tepid finale. We see Storm as Queen of Wakanda, like she becomes in the comics when she marries T'Challa. Then we see what looks like her naked, like when she was worshipped as a weather goddess on the African plains in Giant Size X-Men #1. We see Birdie as a member of the Nova Corps, and then as a Donald Duck type character, and then Kahori as a horseman of the apocalypse.
Wait, what? Oh man, that would have been really cool to see.
Yeah, I know, shut up. So then we see Kahori in a universe where she had no powers, then as Captain America, then her wearing a cloak, maybe as the superhero cloak, I guess we'll never know. And then we finally see her as an X-Man in a blue and gold uniform. So I wonder if this is hinting that her alternate self could be the New Mutant Danielle Moonstar, although probably not, since their only connection is that they're both Native American women. And then we see Peggy as a medieval knight in armor similar to the hero the Black Knight. And then we see her as Sabretooth, which makes no sense, then her as Elektra, which also makes no sense, and finally her as Deathlock, and then Thor, both of which kind of make sense and would be pretty cool to see. Then Peggy sucks them up into Strange Supreme's universe, which he created at the end of Season 2, which then brings the series full circle to the ending of Season 1. After the Watchers have a change of heart, they land on the moon, where Uatu was originally stationed in the comics. And then we get flashes of many other universes, which would have been incredibly cool to see in a show that wasn't concerned with building some sort of emotional connection to a character whose defining trait that is that he is a passive, static person. We see Spider-Man with many arms, like what happened to him in Amazing Spider-Man 100. Samurai Ghost Rider, which actually they could still do at some point because the spirit of vengeance has possessed many people over the centuries. We see Riri Williams as the Punisher, which would make sense because her family was killed by criminals. Then Gamora in a wedding dress. Blade as Moon Knight, which would have been really cool to see. Thanos as Weapon X. Kingo as Iron Man. Cassie Lang matched up with Ms. Marvel. Now this person is Maestro. This is a really cool alternate version of the Hulk that conquered the world, and in this reality apparently he also became Sorcerer Supreme. This one is Howard the Duck as the Scarlet Witch, which actually makes sense because they're both agents of chaos. A dinosaur version of Hawkeye, okay. Jubilee is the Silver Surfer, would have been cool to see that. Skrull Captain America, Howard Stark dancing with one of the Iron Man dancers, Deadpool as Cable, young Hela with Not Worthy scrawled into her hammer, which is in a different animation style, and that would have been really cool too. And I think this last one is Star-Lord with the 10 rings, and the rest of them are too blurry to see. Well guys, that was another fun Screen Crush video for another perfect day here in the Screen Crush universe. Gosh, I love you guys, I love our fans, and I love my job.
Yeah, it sure is great being us.
Hey, that's Screen Crushing right and airy. You see, Paul from the Heavy Spoilers channel, I also hate small dogs because obviously I'm a bad person. Now I know something that's really gonna get them. I'm gonna send them to a far away, far distant city where they can never come back. I'm sending them to
Los Angeles, California.
Well, I don't know, boss. That seems kind of mean.
Shut up or I'll give you a fresh one. Now activate the Destructo Beam.
That's right, guys. This week we will be in LA and Phoenix with our live show, and the next week we're in Dallas and Houston. We are so excited to show you guys this show. It's like Pee-wee's Playhouse for nerds, with exclusive breakdowns, special guests, weird dream sequences, and maybe we'll actually all learn a little bit about ourselves along the way. The links for tickets are below. You don't want to miss this. So, as you guys can tell, I was not thrilled with the third season of What If. We are doing a review video about it that'll be out soon, but let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, or at me on Twitter, Blue Sky, or Threads, or on our free-to-join Discord server, where we are going to be lighting this thing up complaining about this show. And if it's your first time here, please subscribe and smash that bell for alerts. For Screen Crush, I'm Ryan Airy.
Festool, built better for 100 years.
Boring gum. Fancy gum. Icebreakers. Ooh, fancy.
Stop it.
Hey, welcome back to Screen Crush. I'm Ryan Airy, and this is all of the Easter eggs, references, and little things you might have missed in Deadpool and Wolverine. Guys, we have so much to talk about. The movie is filled with amazing cameos that we're going to break down for you, and lots of hidden details that I bet even the most serious Marvel fan missed. We're also going to talk about the hidden meaning behind the movie, and if this movie truly is the comeback of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I'm the Messiah.
Guys, it is so much fun breaking down Marvel for you guys again, and I want to thank you for supporting us over the years and for supporting our merch store. We have a blast designing X-Men and Deadpool parody merch for you like this There's No Living with the Killing shirt, inspired by one of the best movie scenes of all time, and this new Wanda RPG shirt. But I'll give you more details on some new designs later in the video, but for now, let's break this baby down. Right away, we see Deadpool added into the Marvel Studios intro. Not only that, but Wade immediately begins to break the fourth wall by singing the intro music over the credits. Yes, Doug, that's exactly what Wade did. Also, notice how the red behind the Marvel Studios logo is the same fabric as Deadpool's suit. And a little later, when we see the Deadpool and Wolverine title on the big screen, you can really tell that Wolverine is just handwritten in what looks like colored pencil. Now, this fits in perfectly with the theme of the whole movie and how Hugh Jackman came back into this role to begin with. Kevin Feige, president of Marvel Studios, had lunch with Hugh Jackman when he told him that he should never play Wolverine again because Logan was the character's perfect ending. And it wasn't until very recently, when Ryan Reynolds pitched the movie to Hugh Jackman, that he decided he could return to the claws once again. So this whole process was distilled in the very first teaser for this movie.
Hey, Hugh, you want to play Wolverine one more time?
Yeah, sure, Ryan.
And also, this is exactly what happens in the film. Deadpool literally brings Logan into the MCU. Now, the visual of the word Wolverine being handwritten by Wade is another way of saying that he was the one who convinced Hugh Jackman to take on this role once again. This also calls back to Deadpool's crayon drawings in the very first scene of Deadpool.
I'll also be the first to admit that that plan was written in crayon.
And Wade's first line is, "It's been a while," which is true. The last Deadpool movie came out in 2018. Just to give you guys some perspective on that, the last time we saw a Deadpool movie in theaters, everyone was still snapped. He also mentions that since then, Disney has bought Fox.
Yeah, what's all that stuff even mean? I don't follow all that junk.
That's a very good question. So, I know a lot of you guys just enjoy watching the drama or even watch the Disney Plus shows. Now, this is a movie that is definitely made for, like, the most hardcore Marvel fans, but don't worry, because I'm going to explain all the studio stuff and everything that you missed, including the show Loki and other Disney Plus shows that you need to know. And by the way, we also have a recap up on the channel right now that explains everything and tells you everything you need to know about the TVA, Deadpool, and Wolverine.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, person. Hello? You caught me on a speed camera? Well, me and Mr. Moose did joyride in our errant youth. Hey, can I just take care of this right now and pay you over the phone?
Doug, hang up.
But I'm in legal trouble. Also, if I pay now, Steve Perry from Journey will give me gift cards.
Dude, the police don't call you and then get Steve Perry to give you gift cards. It's a scam.
Oh, well, how did they get my number? It's unlisted.
Well, dude, that's the messed up part. They got your phone number and email from an online data broker. The internet is filled with shady people who pay big money just for access to your private data. And I know this because I used to get a ton of spam phone calls and emails.
Why, you don't get those calls anymore?
Very, very rarely, because I signed up for Incogni. They're the sponsor of this video. Incogni is by far one of the best products we talk about on this channel. This is the app that they don't want you to know about. You would be shocked how much of your private information, your personal information, is just out there on the internet, like your address and your phone number, your medical history. Shady companies can get this info so easy, it is scary. Like you may have noticed, you sign up for some loyalty card or a newsletter, and suddenly you get bombarded with targeted ads or robocalls. That's because these companies are selling your data to giant firms called data brokers, and then they sell your information to other advertisers. Incogni found nearly 300 data brokers that were selling my sensitive information. And we're talking financial details, health history, internet search history, and they were selling this info to the highest bidder.
Bank records, medical histories, voting patterns, emails, phone calls, your damn SAT scores.
Several of them were rated 10 out of 10 for data sensitivity, and they sell information about potential health risks, insurance providers, credit types, really scary stuff. But here's the thing, guys. These data brokers have to remove your name from their database if you ask them to.
Oh, but I don't have time to contact all those companies. I have reunion plans with Mr. Moose later.
That is where Incogni comes in. They contact those companies for you. You don't have to do anything, and they alert you when the request has been completed. After signing up, I get almost no spam, and I can't even remember the last time I got a phone call from my old buddy, unknown number. So I highly recommend giving Incogni a try. Use my code ScreenCrush with the link below to get an exclusive deal, 60% off an Incogni plan. It is a great deal that you don't want to miss. Now, back to what I was saying. Now, when Hugh Jackman was returning to the role of Logan, we all had the same question on our minds.
Can I eat the biggest sandwich?
No, the question was, how are they going to address the perfect ending the character received in Logan? And I like that this movie got that out of the way sensibly in the very first scene at Logan's grave. Now, I actually thought that they were going to bring his actual body back to life. Like, Wolverine did die in the comics, and his skeleton was exhumed from his grave, you know, for his return issue. Not only that, but in the comics, when Wolverine lost his adamantium, his healing factor was increased like 1,000,000-fold. So there was even one issue where he was basically just a skeleton, and then a single drop of his blood hit the bones, and he regenerated. Now, the song playing during this scene is Only You, which is a sweet way of saying that there can only ever be one true ending for Logan in all of our hearts, and it's with this version of Wolverine. It was also a nice touch that the X gravestone was still in place, even though the harsh North Dakota winter would have already knocked it over. I think this implies that X-23 and the other kids he rescued returned to this site and placed the gravestone at its rightful upright position. And inside the grave, we see that all that is left of Wolverine is the adamantium skeleton. And then Deadpool drops his second F-bomb within the first 5 minutes. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but a movie is not technically considered to be rated R for language until you say the F word twice, and they got that out of the way really fast in this movie. And then Deadpool proceeds to desecrate Wolverine's corpse worse than a 14-year-old taking advantage of me on Call of Duty. I'm talking to you, Yoda's progeny 6969. He turns the skeleton into a puppet, making him talk with Hugh Jackman's Australian accent. And then he claims that Hugh Jackman's only doing this for the money when he said he's coming back for Marvel cash. So not only is he going to desecrate the memory of Logan by making the character return in this movie, he's even going to say that he's not doing it for honorable reasons. Then he removes that chunk of wood from his side, sniffs it, and throws it away. And then the TVA shows up.
Ah, yes, the Tennessee Valley Authority. Your deal program founded by Franklin Roosevelt to build dams across the Mississippi River. In fact, the TVA...
Actually, no, Doug. The TVA stands for the Time Variance Authority. Now, if you watch this channel, I know a lot of you have watched the Loki series and then watched our coverage of it. But I'm going to give you a very brief synopsis of what the TVA is, for all the noob masters in the audience. If you already know Loki, don't worry, this won't take long. So you guys remember how Loki grabbed the Tesseract in Avengers Endgame? Well, in the show Loki, that particular variant of Loki was arrested immediately by the TVA. Now, the TVA are essentially time cops who police timelines and make sure that variants don't cause any trouble. And if you want to look like a variant, get our variant hoodie at our merch store. Now look, there is a lot of stuff in that show about Kang and a multiversal war, but you don't need to know any of that for this movie. The show Loki ends with that same Loki variant sacrificing his own happiness to hold all the timelines together. And then, instead of creating a single sacred timeline, he creates a great multiversal tree that allows for many different universes, like the Fox X-Men universe. We'll go into more detail on some of that information later, but for now, that's really all you need to know. These TVA soldiers are called the Minutemen. Now, in the comics, the TVA primarily enforce Marvel Comics continuity, and that's essentially their role now, to make sure that universes die natural deaths and not interfere with the growth of the multiverse. Just before the fight, Deadpool says that there are 206 bones in the human body, but 207 when he watches Gossip Girl. This is because Ryan Reynolds' real-life wife, Blake Lively, stars in that show. And then we get an incredible gore fest where Deadpool uses the bones of Wolverine to slaughter a bunch of random day player TVA red shirts. This opening sequence is set to NSYNC's Bye Bye Bye. Now, this is appropriate for many reasons. One, this movie is essentially a goodbye to the Fox X-Men universe. I also thought that it was interesting that Deadpool reproduces the entire dance from that music video, except the superhero landing.
Superhero landing!
Justin Timberlake gave us one of the first pop culture examples of a superhero landing right here at the end of the video. Although, Blade was the first superhero movie to use this in 1998. Also, using a song from the year 2000 does... Yes, using this song establishes that this movie is going to be steeped in 2000s era nostalgia. The movie brings back several stars from 2000s Marvel movies. At the beginning of the fight, Deadpool says, "maximum effort." This is also what he said before his opening fight in the very first Deadpool movie, and it implies that most of the time when he's fighting, he's just screwing around. Some of my favorite highlights for this fight were Deadpool using femurs as nunchucks, and then him using Wolverine's claws tied to his own wrist. Oddly enough, though, that was actually the original conception for Wolverine's claws, that they would be something that he wore. We actually covered that little tidbit and more in our definitive history of Wolverine video, which is a beast of a vid that took a really long time to make, and we love it, and it's up on the channel right now. So I wanted to let you guys know that we designed a ton of new Deadpool and Wolverine parody merch for sale now on our merch store. Launching today, we have There's No Living with the Killing. We also have the Best Bubs Bert and Ernie shirt, Wilson and Howard, Remember It, in honor of you-know-who, and this X-Men Nighthawks parody shirt by comic artist Mark Spears. And one of my personal new favorites, this RPG shirt where Reed Richards faces a choice: kill Wanda or tell Wanda all of your friends' weaknesses. We also have Ross24 and the I Can Do This All Day. Thank you so much for supporting us. The links are below. And we have a 15% off sale through the end of Deadpool weekend. So the first two Deadpool movies had similar openings, where Wade starts off with a big action sequence and then rewinds to show us how we got here. In this case, we see the aftermath of Deadpool messing with time at the end of Deadpool 2. During the post-credit scene of that movie, Deadpool hopped around to various universes, basically committing crimes of fan service.
You're welcome, Canada.
And then we see where all of that led. March 14th, 2018 on Earth 616, also known as the main sacred timeline. Now, this date is important because this firmly sets this event before the events of Infinity War, meaning that Happy Hogan wasn't snapped yet, but also that the Avengers had recently split up and would have been looking for new recruits. And oh dear lord, there were so many Easter eggs in this scene. First of all, Wade's interview gets off to a rough start because he was caught schmasturbating with Hulk hands in Stark Tower. In case you guys don't remember, Hulk hands were a very cool toy released in 2003 with the release of the first Hulk movie.
Hulk hands, hear them roar!
A very cool toy that I can never look at the same way again. Notice that Wade is still wearing Cable's time travel device on his wrist, which is similar to the time travel GPS that Tony Stark invented, which actually was, in hindsight, a multiversal gateway, like how Wade hopped around to different universes at the end of Deadpool 2. Behind Happy Hogan, we see the vintage Captain America trading cards from the first Avengers movie. These are also part of the Marvel Masterwork series painted by the great artist Joe Jusko. And I love that Happy Hogan is such a nerd that he has surrounded himself with all these Avengers collectibles. Deadpool questions his right to even interview a potential superhero candidate when he points out that Happy was just Tony Stark's limo driver, which, in the comics was true. Like in the early days, Happy was primarily Tony's driver. But the movies obviously expanded this role to make Happy into the head of security for Stark Industries and for the Avengers, as seen in the delightful What If episode, What If Happy Hogan Saved Christmas?
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
Few people did see it because they chose to release the episodes once a day during the holidays.
Not a great plan.
As for where this interview is taking place, I think this would have been after Tony sold Avengers Tower and Spider-Man Homecoming, so my guess is that Wade is at the Avengers HQ in upstate New York. Now, this whole story where Wade is trying to be a hero comes straight from the comics. Wade is always trying to live up to the label of a hero, while most often reverting back into becoming a ruthless killer. Around the office, we also see the Mark II Iron Man helmet, the same one that Terrence Howard eyeballed here.
Next time, baby.
You were the chosen one!
So this is a very subtle Easter egg. Here we see the photo of Tony and Peter Parker. So this is the photo that Tony looked at in Avengers Endgame, where Peter was holding his award upside down, and this inspired him to invert the Mobius strip and invent time travel.
This time in the shape of a Mobius strip, inverted, please.
But technically, Marvel's deal with Sony means that they have a finite number of movies that Spider-Man can appear in. So you'll notice that Peter is blocked from view here, because showing him would mean that they essentially burned one of their Tom Holland movies. Instead, Peter is covered up with this toy Iron Man helmet, and this is confirming a long-held fan theory. Fans speculated that this kid in Iron Man 2 is actually a young Peter Parker, because Peter Parker grew up in Forest Hills, which is very close to Flushing Meadows. Kevin Feige even confirmed this fun theory as canon in a new interview, and that is why this helmet is placed in front of this photo. And of course, this is the prototype Captain America replacement shield that Howard Stark was working on, and that Tony used to prop up his Palladium maker in Iron Man 2. We also saw this shield in the background of Happy Hogan's apartment in Spider-Man No Way Home. This is the proof Tony Stark has a heart memento that's made from Tony's original arc reactor that Pepper Potts gave to Tony in Iron Man, and we saw again in Endgame. We also see a Forbes magazine cover with Pepper Potts on the front, celebrating her promotion to the rank of CEO, which happened in Iron Man 2. And we actually saw Happy Hogan reading this same magazine in Iron Man 3. Danny Rand also adorned the cover of Forbes magazine in the Iron Fist Netflix series. And in the background, we also see Ultron's Mark I head from Age of Ultron. On the shelf here, we also see a Mobius strip, just like the one that inspired Tony to go off and create time travel. Right here, we see the suitcase armor from Iron Man 2. That was inspired by Silver Age Iron Man, who actually carried his armor around in a suitcase. This is a poster from the 1954 Stark Exposition, which used to be an annual event held in Flushing, Queens, across the street from where Iron Man director Jon Favreau grew up. And of course, we also saw the Stark Expo in Captain America First Avenger and Iron Man 2. But my favorite Easter egg in this scene is this desk decoration right here. This was from this really fun improvised scene between Robert Downey Jr. and Gwyneth Paltrow in Iron Man 2.
Can I move this? This is crazy. I'm almost like a Ferris wheel. I'm trying to get some.
Now, during his interview, Wade mentions that his former team, X-Force, were all killed by gravity. He is, of course, referring to the funniest sequence in Deadpool 2, where his entire team was murdered one at a time, including Brad Pitt as the Vanisher. He also mentions that Cable didn't test well with audiences, so they wrote him out. They're noting this because at the end of Deadpool 2, Cable said he was going to stick around, and originally Fox was going to set up a Deadpool spin-off X-Force movie. However, all those plans were scrapped when Disney bought Fox. Now, there's a small detail during the interview that I really appreciated. We can see that Wade's top button beneath his necktie isn't actually buttoned. This is showing that he is not accustomed to wearing neckties and that he's uncomfortable during the interview. It might also be because his suit is underneath his clothes and buttoning the top button would just make it too tight. He also mentions that he was former Special Forces, like we saw in Wolverine Origins when he fought alongside Wolverine. So guys, this movie is very, very meta, and this entire scene is Wade searching for legitimacy, or as he puts it, to matter. And this is tied directly into the fan discourse regarding Marvel movies. Ever since Marvel Studios started to connect different film franchises, we've had this idea that for a movie to be worth seeing, it had to matter, or to be connected to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. For example, why would you bother going to see the 2015 Fantastic Four film if it wasn't also necessary viewing for Avengers Age of Ultron? So in this scene, Deadpool is pleading for his own franchise to have legitimacy and to connect to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But like I said earlier, this all ties in really well with Deadpool from the comics. Deadpool in the comics is an evil son of a bitch. He keeps Blind Al prisoner inside of his home and then just kills people indiscriminately. And yet, he craves the legitimacy of being a real superhero. Deadpool, being self-aware that he he's also in a movie franchise is also very similar to the comics. In fact, much of this movie is based on the comic book Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe and Deadpool Kills Deadpool. In both of those comics, Wade is driven insane by the knowledge that he is simply a character in a comic and that his pain and suffering will never end because his pain and suffering are entertaining, and that means that they can sell more comic books. That takes us to Earth 10005, also known as the Fox X-Men universe.
Different universe?
Yes. So, as soon as Marvel started to connect their movies, they had to differentiate which movies were made by Marvel Studios and which ones were made by other studios like Fox. So, movies like the Avengers were made by Marvel Studios, while the X-Men movies were made by Fox, and the Spider-Man movies were made by Sony, and so on and so forth. So the way to differentiate the X-Men movies from the Avengers movies was to say that those other movies take place in parallel universes.
These timelines are so confusing.
Wade is now working for a car company called Drive Max, and I actually thought the Max logo looked an awful lot like the HBO Max logo. This could be a dig at Warner Brothers, implying that other superhero universes are just not as good as the MCU. And then Wade goes home and finds a surprise party that we also saw in the trailer. We meet the stars from past Deadpool movies such as Dopender, Vanessa, Blind Owl, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, Yukio.
And hi, Yukio. That was really nice of you to say hi, so I'm saying hi back.
And Colossus in his newer uniform from the comics, Shatterstar, who is one of the few surviving members of X-Force, and then the guy with the beard. You know, that's Buck. During the party, we find out that Colossus is obsessed with the Great British Bake Off. Same.
Yeah, me too. And you know what? I'm still not over Bengate. Because even if Diana didn't move Ian's baked Alaska out of the freezer on purpose, she did sabotage him by choosing to make room for her own bake over his. And that caused his elimination. And I'm sorry, that lady got all the backlash and
Doug,
she really...
that's enough.
Jorgen forever.
Wade's apartment number is 17, and I think this stands for the 17 Marvel films that Fox produced, if you don't count New Mutants. But one thing I really liked about this party is it gave us just a little bit of time with the old Deadpool cast before the movie moved on to include Wolverine and all the past X-Men characters. For instance, we find out that Wade shares a bed with Blind Owl, kind of like Charlie and Frank in It's Always Sunny. Like I mentioned earlier, in the comics, Wade actually holds Blind Owl prisoner in his apartment, but she doesn't give up on him because she believes that he can become a hero. Then the two of them bond over their shared love of cocaine. They call it Forrest Bump, a parody of Forrest Gump, and White Girl Interrupted, a parody of Your Mom. And even though Disney said cocaine is off limits, they also nicknamed it after a famous Disney song, Do You Want to Build a Snowman?, which was also referenced in Deadpool's death scene in Deadpool 2.
Want to build a snowman?
So maybe what Deadpool was really saying here is that he could come back to life with some of that sweet, sweet booger sugar. And I also wonder how Kevin Feige feels about Deadpool saying his name out loud in a movie. Like, I know there was a robot Kevin in She-Hulk, so in universe, do you think that Deadpool was actually talking about that version of Kevin? The song playing during this scene is Angel of the Morning, which was also the opening title sequence song in Deadpool 1. It's one of many great musical callbacks in the film. So as soon as Wade makes a wish on his birthday cake, there is a knock at his door. This implies that Deadpool's wish was to join the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In the hallway, he says, "This isn't Pretty Woman, I kiss." This is because in the movie Pretty Woman, Julia Roberts plays a prostitute who only has one rule.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Sorry, I meant this rule.
What do you do?
Everything. But I don't kiss on the mouth.
Now notice that all the TVA agents are wearing body cams. This is because, as we see in the post-credit scene, the TVA have hidden cameras all over the multiverse. He also says that pegging is not new for him, a reference to this scene in the first Deadpool movie.
International Women's Day.
Sorry, that entire scene was censored. The Deadpool movies are rated R, but Screen Crush is not. And then Deadpool is taken to the TVA, where he meets Matthew McFadden, who famously played Tom on Succession. Yes! 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 Now, Paradox is not secretly working for Kang, and he doesn't want to start a multiversal war like we at one point, I think, theorized. He is just an admin who wants to climb the ladder, but he doesn't want to wait his turn. And this kind of starched collar, pencil-pushing dickhead is the perfect opponent for a loose cannon like Wade Wilson. His name, Paradox, refers to any kind of inherent contradiction. Usually, we hear paradox in terms of time travel.
The encounter could create a time paradox, the results of which could cause a chain reaction that would unravel the very fabric of the space-time continuum and destroy the entire universe. universe!
But in this case, the name seems to just mark him as an analyst, like Mobius was in the show Loki. Paradox tells him that his universe is destined to die, but that he has a larger purpose. On a metatextual level, that purpose is for him to join the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Because of all the different Marvel movies that Fox make, Deadpool is by far the most profitable solo franchise that Marvel could easily transfer to Marvel Studios. Now, we do have a video coming out soon explaining how different universes and timelines work in the MCU. And a little later in this video, we're going to explain anchor beams and how exactly Logan's death meant that Wade's universe was dying. And in this scene, Wade does tease the indiscriminate use of variants and gratuitous cameos that we're going to see later in the movie. And then he says, "Suck it, Fox, I'm going to Disneyland," which, if you're not a sports nerd, you might not know is a reference to this.
I'm going to Disneyland.
The new TVA set is built like the bridge of an Imperial Star Destroyer, with the officers above and the worker bees in the trench. It's a subtle way of showing the Paradox is on a power trip. And then he shows Wade scenes from a ton of MCU movies. Him fighting Loki in the Avengers, breaking through the doors in First Avenger, saluting Bucky in First Avenger, the airport fight from Civil War, and him confronting Bucky at the end of Winter Soldier. Then we see these group shots from Endgame, Age of Ultron, and the airport fight once again. And on the far right, this looks like a laser version of Cap's shield, like the force field shield that he briefly used in the comics. And finally, when Paradox says, "You could finally matter," we see the Avengers assembling as the Avengers theme plays. And here we also see 3 scenes from Endgame: Thor suiting up against Thanos, the Snap, and T'Challa joining the battle. And then he sees Thor crying over his corpse, which was actually just the scene of Thor crying over Loki in Thor the Dark World, but they superimposed the dying Deadpool. The initials on his katanas are B, R, S, and D, which stand for the names of the Golden Girls, Blanche, Rose, Sophia, and Dorothy. In the comics and the movies, Deadpool is a massive fan of B. Arthur, and the Deadpool Corps even named their spaceship after her. And then we get the Gear Up montage, where, look at this, guys. For the first time, Deadpool has a comic-accurate belt buckle. Plus, his katanas are now adamantium, so at least it'll be a fair fight later on. Paradox tells the story that Logan was actually the anchor point of his universe, and this has a lot of meanings. So the movie defines an anchor point as the most important being in the universe, and in the comics, these people are called Nexus beings. Wanda Maximoff, for example, is considered to be a Nexus being in the comic books. Think of them like as the axis of a wheel that the entire universe rotates around. And in the show Loki, a Nexus being was defined as the person who caused a timeline to diverge off its normal path. But because Deadpool is such a meta commentary on superhero movies, an anchor being is defined as the star of a franchise. Ever since the first X-Men movie, Wolverine has been the focus of that franchise. And you have to admit that the X franchise did go downhill after Logan, with the exception of Deadpool 2.
So an anchor being would be like Spider-Man or Iron Man?
That's right. Not only can you make the argument that Iron Man is the anchor being of the MCU, but right now, after Iron Man's death at Avengers Endgame, we're seeing the Marvel Cinematic Universe slowly die and lose focus. In fact, Paradox even says that universes normally take a couple thousand years to die, which could be a metaphor for the slow decline of the MCU since Endgame. And I'm not saying slow decline because I hate everything the MCU makes, but you have to admit, the quality has dipped. Now, I love how the TVA agents watching the death scene in Logan were crying and like words as if they had watched this 100 times before, which honestly, guys, same. I still watch that scene and I tear up. Paradox admits that he wants to go back to pruning universes and says that he's going to destroy Wade's universe quickly. Wade responds by saying, "You want the Old Yeller my universe?"
Oh, I love that movie. That's the one about the boy who meets the really cool dog and they're really happy and then they play together and then I got sleepy.
That's right, buddy. It turns out that Paradox has built a machine called a Time Ripper, which is built from several reset charges that we saw in the show Loki. Reset charges would essentially prune a universe and destroy everyone within it. So this Time Ripper will essentially destroy Wade's universe more quickly. Now later in the movie, we even see that the Time Ripper works by turning the universe into spaghetti strands. And as we saw in Loki Season 2, as a universe disintegrates, it slowly turns into strands of spaghetti. Wade's escape is set to the song Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls. Now that song was from the soundtrack of a movie called City of Angels. And that movie was about a romance between an angel who falls in love with Meg Ryan. Similarly, we see Wade Wilson travel from a different plane of existence to give Wolverine purpose in his life. As Wade skips through different universes, Huey Lewis's Power of Love plays. Now, this song was famously featured on the soundtrack of Back to the Future, another time travel movie. First, he encounters Wolverine at a bar with comic-accurate height. And by the way, this bar is called Live Axe and it's in New York City.
Yeah, I hear it's a good time.
And I loved how Wade catches this axe right as he enters. Now, it was very weird seeing Wolverine with his comic-accurate height because he's only 5'4" in the comics. But Believe it or not, Hugh Jackman was once a controversial choice for this character because he's like 6'4" instead of 5'4". And then we see a one-handed Wolverine who is also comic accurate to the excellent Age of Apocalypse crossover story. Then we see Wolverine as his alter ego Patch in Madripoor, you know, where this happened. And then we see an incredible recreation of this cover of Uncanny X-Men 251. In this classic issue, the Reavers overtake the X-Men's Australia base and crucify Wolverine. Now, he was actually saved by Jubilee, which was the first time they ever met. Next, he meets another variant of Wolverine, Old Man Logan. Now, Old Man Logan is actually one of the all-time greatest Wolverine comic book stories, and it was partially the inspiration for the movie Logan. It's a great read that I highly recommend. Old Man Logan shoots Wade with a hidden shotgun, calling back to how Bud shot the bride in Kill Bill, because Quentin Tarantino even said that Logan's cowboy look was an inspiration for Bud's iconic hat in the movie. And then we meet the best variant, and the person who I hope is the new MCU Wolverine, Henry Cavill. Like Wade says, seeing Cavill as Wolverine was just perfect. And Wade says that they will make up for what those people down the street did to him. This is referring to how Henry Cavill returned to the role of Superman for the movie Black Adam, but as soon as James Gunn took control of the DCU, they let him go just a few days later. And not for nothing, but Ryan Reynolds does tease his red co-star The Rock later on when he says that the balance of power is about to shift to the Marvel Universe, which is a parody of how The Rock tried to take control of the DCEU through a social media post. Next, we see Wolverine in his brown and orange costume, and I'm so glad that they actually credited the creator of that costume, the legendary John Byrne. Wolverine's story has been crafted by a legion of creators like Byrne, Chris Claremont, Fabian Nicieza, Len Wein, Dave Cockrum, Barry Windsor-Smith, Roy Thomas, Jim Lee, Mark Silvestri, Mark Teixeira, and many, many more. And these creators deserve their due and their paychecks. Now, this orange version of Wolverine's costume was originally featured in a deleted scene of the Wolverine that unfortunately didn't make the cut of the movie. Here, we see this orange version of Wolverine is about to square go the Hulk. Now, Wolverine first appeared in The Incredible Hulk number 180, and ever since then, he and the Hulk have gone toe-to-toe many, many times. We've always wanted to see the Hulk fight Hugh Jackman's Wolverine in a movie, and this film teased me just enough for it to hurt.
Don't give me hope.
Notice that when he squares up against the Hulk, his claws look flat and we can see the Hulk's reflection. This is a recreation of this iconic cover of The Incredible Hulk 340 by Tom McFarlane. And then Deadpool tells the Hulk, "I am Marvel Jesus, you dowd creature," before he is slapped away, which is of course a reference to this.
I am a god, you dowd creature, and I will not be bullied by that.
And then we meet worst Wolverine, the star of this movie. When he meets Wade, he says, "Do I know you, bub?" And of course, Wolverine says bub all the time in the comics and all the time in this movie. But you may not know this, but in the first X-Men movie, director Bryan Singer wanted to avoid references to the comic books. He actually forbade comic books from being on set, and then an associate producer named Kevin Feige actually became the go-to source of comic book information for the cast. So the word bub was not anywhere in the script. Wolverine does say it once, because Hugh Jackman was able to improvise it and slip it in. We're also introduced to Wolverine at a bar. Now this is how we saw Wolverine for the first time in the movie X-Men and in X-Men First Class. Deadpool keeps calling Wolverine Peanut, which I think might be a reference to the Ant-Man movies.
Sweetie, that's pretty amazing, Peanut.
He pulls his gun on Logan, and then we can see that the barrel inscription reads, "Smile and wait for the flash." When he sees Wolverine's yellow costume underneath his clothes, he says, "Well, that only took 20 years. And look, I know all you guys know this, but as Bryan Singer's mandate to make his comic book movie not comic book accurate at all, he not only dressed the X-Men up like Matrix characters, but he mocked us, the fans, for wanting comic accurate suits.
What would you prefer? Yellow spandex?
Which, you know, X-Men 97 would avenge earlier this year.
What'd you expect? Black leather?
Later, Deadpool even brags that Logan is no longer ashamed to be in a comic book movie. When Deadpool brings Logan to the TVA, he says, "On your left," which is a reference to this.
Say left. Come on!
And also to this. And he says that this Wolverine can do musicals. This is a reference to Hugh Jackman's background as a theater actor. When he was originally cast as Wolverine, he had just won an Olivier for playing Curly in Oklahoma. Later in the movie, Deadpool even name drops Hugh Jackman's most recent Broadway run as Harold Hill in The Music Man. Deadpool even acknowledges that Hugh Jackman is joining the MCU at a bit of a low point, which is true. Marvel movies have lost cultural and financial significance in the past couple years, mostly due to the brand being watered down by mediocre Disney Plus shows. Then, Paradox uses a pruning rod to send them them to the Void. Now, we did see the Void in Season 1, Episode 5 of Loki. This is where the TVA sends anyone or anything that doesn't fit within their view of the correct flow of time. Deadpool even references that same episode of Loki in the movie. Now, the giant cloud dog that eats these is called Goliath, and he was weaponized by Kang the Conqueror following the Multiversal War. But like I said, you guys really don't need to know any of all that backstory for this movie. When they land in the Void, Deadpool says,
Don't just stand there, you ape. Give me a hand up.
and this might be a deep cut reference to the Jetsons.
Don't just stand there, you big ape. Get him out of there.
When Deadpool lands in the Void, he is next to this issue of the comic book Secret Wars. So this is from the 2015 run where Dr. Doom reset reality on a single planet that he ruled as a god. This is very similar to what Cassandra Nova does in this movie. It even makes me wonder if Avengers Secret Wars is even going to be comic book accurate, because this film kind of already did Secret Wars, with variants from several realities fighting one another. Deadpool points out that the Void looks a lot like Mad Max, but that would be IP infringement, because Mad Max is owned by Warner Brothers.
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Now, the Void is filled with Easter eggs that were pruned from other realities. For instance, in the foreground here, we see the classic winged helmet that Thor wears in the comics. This could have been from the same reality as old Loki, who wore a comic-accurate suit that we saw in episode 5 of season 1 of Loki. Then again, we saw teenage Thor wear this comic-accurate helmet in Thor: Love and Thunder, so the helmet could be from the Thor variant that Kid Loki murdered in the show Loki. We also see the classic Captain America shield. Here is the Chitauri Leviathan ship, and later we see this Ferris wheel, which is from a set piece in Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer. There's also a shield carrier right here, and we also saw one of those in the first Deadpool movie. We also see the top of the Harbor Center, the most recognizable building in Vancouver, where Ryan Reynolds is from. Deadpool and Wolverine fight in front of a giant 20th Century Fox logo, which was obviously pruned after Disney bought Fox.
Put on the ears, boy.
This is appropriate because Paradox essentially is a representation of a Disney executive who wants to do away with the Fox universe as quickly as possible and use the spare parts to augment the MCU. So their first fight is set to Hell's Bells by AC/DC. And I thought this was interesting because the MCU actually began with an AC/DC song.
Oh, I love Led Zeppelin!
And in the same way, you can say that this movie represents mutants beginning a new phase of the MCU, the Mutant Saga. So these two invincible guys slash each other for a while before Cassandra's forces show up. Notice how they are using remnants of past Fox and other Marvel movies. We see the Fantastic Car, and in a similar dystopian setting in Old Man Logan, the Hulk's kids also joyride in old Fantastic Cars. There's also Red Skull's car from First Avenger, but because it's a variant, it's painted with flames on the side. And the flames look a lot like the ones on this Hyundai that Luis drove in Ant-Man and the Wasp. And of course, there's the Cupcake Truck from Moon Knight. Now, all of these cars receive some sort of Mad Max-like modification using spare parts they found in the wasteland. And to me, these also look like Hydra vehicles from First Avenger. And guys, how awesome was it seeing Chris Evans return to the MCU, but as that jerk-faced Human Torch from the 2005 and 7 Fantastic Four films?
You want to help me with the zipper?
Evans is also dressed like an older variant of Cap from the comic book Earth X when he wore a tattered cloak. And Wade can't help but admire his perfect superhero landing just like he did in Deadpool 1.
Superhero landing! Yeah, that's really hard on your knees.
He faces off against Aaron Stanford's Pyro. Now, Pyro is one of the best characters from the Bryan Singer movies.
What's your real name, John?
Pyro.
He was a mutant student at Xavier's school in X2, but then joined Magneto's forces in X-Men 3: The Last Stand. In fact, there's a lot of references to The Last Stand that we're going to talk about later on. So Pyro's power is to control fire, so the Human Torch was not much of a match for him. And then we get the return of Tyler Mane as Sabretooth. So Deadpool calls him Logan's brother, which is from the X-Men Origins Wolverine film. And in that same film, Ryan Reynolds made his first appearance as Deadpool, where he fought alongside Sabretooth and Wolverine.
My God, you ever shut up, pal? No. Not when I'm awake.
So he would know this information that they were brothers from like past personal experience.
Wait, I thought X-Men Origins Wolverine was no longer canon after the events of Days of Future Past.
These timelines are so confusing.
And Wade cannot resist one last dig at the Mad Max franchise when he holds up Sabretooth's severed head and says, "Behold your queen, Furiosa," which is a reference, of course, to Furiosa, who is bald, so I guess it's parody enough to where they're not going to get sued by WB. When Wade comes to, he's resting tip-to-tip against Hugh Jackman, and he mumbles, "God of Thunder," showing that he just can't wait to have his big moment with Thor. Johnny goes through some exposition explaining what the Void is. He even name-drops Reed Richards, who said that the Void is a metaphysical junkyard. And as they drive, we see these Narvas, otherwise known as Void chickens, that we we saw in Loki 105. In the Void, we see this bridge, which could be the Brooklyn Bridge, and it could be here because in the comics, there's actually some dispute about which bridge Gwen Stacy died on. So the incorrect bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge, might have been pruned and sent to this reality. It could also be the Brooklyn Bridge from the incursion in Multiverse of Madness. It's featured very prominently when Strange and Christine walked to the Sanctum Sanctorum. That whole world literally fell apart, so it would make sense if the TVA just pruned the entire thing.
My bitch.
We also see pyramids, so this could be a callback to a younger version of Kang the Conqueror named Rama Tut. We saw Rama Tut in the post-credit scene of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. If the TVA is policing Kang variants, then it would make sense that they would prune artifacts that are also related to dangerous Kangs. But since they're also pruning artifacts from the Fox X-Men movies, this can also be the Pyramid of Apocalypse that we saw in X-Men Age of Apocalypse. When they approach Cassandra's fortress, Wade says,
Paul Rudd finally aged.
A reference to how Ant-Man actor Paul Rudd seems eternally timeless, which is probably how humans must appear to our dogs and cats.
I grow older, and yet he stays eternal, never changing. My person.
Now notice how Giant Man is reaching for something. So when Colton Ogburn and I broke down the most recent Deadpool and Wolverine trailer, he had a great theory. You guys know Colton. He's the guy who's trapped eternally in our television, but he doesn't know, so please don't tell him.
Okay, so hear me out. In Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, we see a Giant Man reaching for the power core, and then he gets spaghettified. He gets too close to that energy, and he gets noodled, just like we saw happen to Victor Timely when he got too close to that kind of energy, and just like we saw in Deadpool and Wolverine when Cassandra Nova is messing with the Time Ripper. We see the noodles. So theoretically, if these noodles mean that you are getting wiped from time, where would you end up? The void. So I think that this Giant Man that we see laying in the void with his arms stretched out like this is the same Giant Man from Quantumania that was reaching for that power core and got noodled and sent to the void.
That is a really fun theory. And then we get cameos galore. We see Azazel, who was Sebastian Shaw's teleporter in X-Men First Class, and he joined Magneto at the end of that movie, but he was absent from the rest of the series because he got pruned. Although it is heavily implied that he is Nightcrawler's father. This guy from the striped shirt is from the Punisher, and his name is simply the Russian. And this is the Juggernaut from X-Men The Last Stand. So in that movie, he was played by Vinnie Jones, but he's been recast here. Deadpool even says that he's yet another Juggernaut because he also went up against a different Juggernaut in Deadpool 2.
I'm gonna rip you in half now.
There's also the Blob, who appeared in X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Did you just call me Blob?
We also see Lady Deathstrike, a woman with adamantium fingernails that Wolverine fought in X2. And then we meet Cassandra Nova. Now, in the comics, Cassandra Nova is one of the most vicious, horrendous villains the X-Men have ever faced. As she says in this movie, she was strangled by Charles Xavier in the womb. So in the comics, it gets a lot more complicated than that. She's not actually Charles's biological sister. She's an interdimensional being who reproduced his genetic structure, then she was expelled from the womb, and then she lived on the side of a sewer as a pile of goo before she gave herself human form. She's also the person who initiated the Genosha Massacre that we saw adapted in the excellent episode Remember It of X-Men 97. Now in the movie, they tease for just a second that she could be Charles Xavier, even having her sit in one of his old wheelchairs at the top of this ramp. But then the ramp becomes stairs and Deadpool warns her that the woke mob will come after her for ableism. And they keep referring to Charles as Chuck, the nickname that Wolverine gave him just to annoy him in the comics. And how disgusting was the body horror of her reaching into people's minds. I thought this was a very great visceral way to portray what it would be like to have a telepath invade your head. It works much better visually than seeing an actor put a finger to their temple and close their eyes. And then Cassandra peels the skin off Johnny's body, setting up the post-credit scene where we learned that Johnny actually deserved it. Johnny Storm was always kind of a D-bag in the Fantastic Four films, so, this brings his character full circle. Deadpool justifies this by saying Chris Evans staying in the movie would have overinflated their budget.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have Apple money. Oh, wait, too soon? Sorry.
Deadpool even says that he was not his favorite Chris because, there are so many of them, especially in superhero movies. When the fight starts, Deadpool says, "My boy is wicked strong," which is a callback to this.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Sorry, I meant to this.
My boy's wicked smart.
That expression has become shorthand for "my buddy is a badass and will kick your ass in areas where I feel outclassed." Wolverine and Deadpool escape by using a jet foot from a retro Sentinel that we saw in Days of Future Past. I love how Logan immediately recognized the Sentinel leg and he knew that he could hotwire it. After all, the same leg knocked him out a little earlier in the movie. As they escape, Deadpool says he's telling Blake about Wolverine's dirty mind, and this is the second reference to his wife Blake Lively, but it's not going to be the last. They end up at Joe's Diner, and if that looks familiar, it's because this is the same diner that appears in the comics. He tells Wolverine that he started wearing his red suit because of blood stains, which is exactly what happened in the first Deadpool movie.
Salsa water and lemon for blood. Well, we're red.
He also mentions that he failed to become an Avenger and an X-Men, which we saw occur in Deadpool 2.
You're wasting your time, Shiny Jesus. I'm not X-Men material.
And then, there she is, you guys. Mary Poppins, aka Dogpool. She is such a good girl.
I don't see what the big deal is. Just some stupid puppy. Big tongue.
And then we meet Nicepool, who is handsome Ryan Reynolds with long hair. And he is so nice and so Canadian. I feel like this was also a callback to the early run of the Christopher Priest Deadpool comics when Loki cast a spell on Deadpool to make him handsome. When he introduces Wolverine, he points out that he usually is super jacked, but now he's let himself go since the divorce. This is because Hugh Jackman has recently been divorced from his longtime wife. He also mentions that Lady Deadpool just had a baby, and later in the movie we see she's played by Blake Lively, who recently had a child with Ryan Reynolds in real life. As they travel in Nicepool's Honda Odyssey, we see one of Thanos' ring ships from Avengers Infinity War. When they get in the car, Deadpool searches for the right song, just like the black SUV fight in Deadpool 1. And he scrubs past the song from The Greatest Showman, which starred Hugh Jackman. And then Wade runs his mouth too much and tries to cover it up by doing Spider-Man flips to distract the audience.
Stop it.
I love the next fight scene where the two of them are sitting in a car for most of the fight. They created some really neat choreography by using their seatbelts. So the fight is set to the song You're the One That I Want from Grease. In the song, Danny and Sandra Dee are essentially making demands of each other for the other person to be worthy of their time. It's actually kind of perfect for this song, which is about these two people working out their differences before they actually fight alongside one another. I also like the small detail that Nicepool has one of those coexist bumper stickers on his car. The two of them pass out and are found by X-23, aka Laura, who was Wolverine's daughter from Logan. When she takes them back to her lair, we see my favorite Easter egg of the movie. Guys, this is a statue of the Scarlet Witch. Now, you remember that in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, we learned that there was a prophecy about Wanda. It was prophesied that a chaos god called Chthon would use her to destroy the world. But instead, Wanda defied this prophecy and destroyed an evil book called the Darkhold in every reality, and apparently sacrificed her life. But now I'm thinking that she actually ended up in the void. So if the MCU does do a soft reboot after Secret Wars, Wanda can make up for her past by destroying the world, as the prophecy said. But in destroying the world, she would also create a new universe where all of these different characters are combined in the same universe to begin with, and we don't have to worry about variant timelines anymore. Then we meet the rebels against Cassandra Nova. We have Jennifer Garner's Elektra. And you know, that's one of the few superhero movies that I have never seen. It's also funny because Jon Favreau's in this movie as Happy Hogan, and in that franchise, Jon Favreau played Foggy Nelson. And then, guys, this is so good, we get the return of Wesley Snipes as Blade. Guys, Blade originated the successful Marvel movie franchises. I cannot even express how big of a deal it was to see Blade in 1998 and to see that they finally got it right. His last film was Blade Trinity, which was not good at all. And that film also starred Ryan Reynolds. Wesley Snipes was famously difficult to work with on that movie, often retreating into his trailer for hours on end and communicating with the director by passing notes. And Deadpool alludes to this troubled past when he says that Wesley Snipes never liked him. And then we get what is by far the greatest cameo of the movie, Channing Tatum as Gambit.
Oh, Channing Tatum played Gambit?
No, Taylor Kitsch played Gambit briefly in Origins Wolverine. But Channing Tatum really wanted to play the character. He loves Gambit and was trying to develop a Gambit movie with Fox for years. And knowing that, now you get all the jokes where Deadpool tells him that maybe nobody ever really wanted him to be in the movie or play this role. At one point, Deadpool even calls him Sling Blade, a reference to the Louisiana set Billy Bob Thornton movie.
I kinda want something other to eat.
He calls Gambit the superhero version of Hawkeye because Hawkeye isn't really a superhero. No powers. And then he says that his power is, close-up magic, which is wrong. That power belongs to Jimmy Woo.
James E. Woo, FBI.
And then he accuses him of taking dialect lessons from these guys. They also name drop Magneto and his helmet that would stop Cassandra's powers. Of course, Magneto invented this helmet to stop Xavier from probing his mind. And then Deadpool blames Disney for being cheap and says some profane things about Pinocchio. They also mention that the Punisher used to be in the Void, and Wade references, well, which one? There have been 4 of them, which is true. There was Dolph Lundgren, Thomas Jane, the late great Ray Winstone, and now John Barenthal. They also mention Quicksilver and Daredevil are dead. Now, in the X-Men movies, Quicksilver was way overpowered. And had he been in this movie, it wouldn't have been very good because he could have just solved everybody's problems. But the Daredevil that they're referencing is actually Ben Affleck's version. When Wade offers condolences, Jennifer Garner says it's fine because those co-stars were married and divorced in real life. When Deadpool rallies the troops, he says you can avenge your universes. And guys, that's anchor beam talk.
So we can't protect the Earth, you can be damn well sure we'll
And then Blade says what he really wants is legacy, maybe in reference to how Blade Trinity was by far the worst in the series. Later in the movie, he also says that there will never be another Blade, which really felt like a tongue-in-cheek reference to all the pre-production problems Marvel has had getting Mahershala Ali's version of the character off the ground. Notice that Laura has an X belt buckle, which implies that maybe she and the other orphans restarted some kind of X team. And later we see the worst Wolverine also has this same symbol on his belt. It's a nice way to show their inherent connection. Cassandra's forces are flying an Avengers flag, which is repainted with an anarchy symbol. I also want to flag here that a telepath living inside of a giant skull is pretty funny. The first fight of the movie was with a skeleton, and one of the last fights is inside of a skeleton. Now this is appropriate since the movie is about the deaths of universes, but Wade is also out to prove that his universe should survive because it has metaphorical strong bones, unlike the Human Torch. During the fight, we get to see Elektra fight Toad, and Gambit fights with his signature playing cards and staff, and then Blade fights Azazel, who, out of all these characters looks the most like a vampire, so I guess that fits. Elektra is excited that they're all finally going to get a proper ending because, all of these franchises fizzled out and kind of went nowhere. There's also a lot of fun callbacks in this fight, like when Blade repeats one of his all-time greatest lines.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
And we also see Laura wearing the same sunglasses that she stole in the movie Logan, which is a very sweet gesture because it means that she hung on to these because they remind her of her dad. I also like seeing Toad's tongue used against him as a weapon. Alright, and so you know that Juggernaut's entire deal is that he can never be stopped. And I love that X-23 found a really vicious way to stop him by severing his Achilles tendons.
One could even say that it was his Achilles' weakness.
Blade uses the same batarang that he used in his first film in the Blood Dance Club, and Cassandra's forces have guns that charge up like Hydra weapons from First Avenger. And all around, guys, I love Gambit in this fight. Channing Tatum is definitely auditioning to keep playing this part in new X-Men movies. Then Cassandra Nova enters Wolverine's head from inside Ant-Man's head and delivers our prophesized flashback.
The prophecy.
We see this vision of Wolverine alongside these tall tombstones. Now, this visual was actually lifted from the original Days of Future Past comic book. I also thought it was interesting that he is surrounded by a field of wheat. In Moon Knight, we saw a similar field representing the afterlife. And in Deadpool/Logan's universe, it was genetically modified corn syrup that ended up killing off the mutant race. It is possible that gluten did the same thing in other universes, which would actually be a funny callback to this line from Deadpool.
I was rounding up all the gluten in the world and launching into space where it can't not hurt us ever again.
Wolverine says that he started by killing the bad guys and he didn't stop there. So I think this means he went on to kill the heroes in this universe, which if they were Fox movies would have been the Fantastic Four and Daredevil. And he kept doing this until every human hated and distrusted all mutants, but especially the X-Men. Now this is similar to one of the comics that inspired this movie, Old Man Logan. In that comic book, Logan is haunted by his past, where he inadvertently killed the X-Men because he was fooled by one of Mysterio's illusions. So in the distant future, Logan lives in a wasteland ruled by supervillains and then decides to go off and kill them one at a time. And in another comic that inspired this movie, Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe, Wade kills every hero, villain, civilian, and the creators of the Marvel Universe itself. When Wade and Logan are holding Cassandra Nova, it reminded me of how Thanos was pinned down in Infinity War. And just like in Infinity War, they completely botched the situation. In this scene, Deadpool refers to Wolverine as Mr. PG-13 except the last one. And that's true, Logan was the first and only R-rated Wolverine movie. But I think this was kind of a special dig because Deadpool was the first R-rated X-Men movie, and you can make the argument that James Mangold and Hugh Jackman rode the coattails that Ryan Reynolds pioneered. Meanwhile, Pyro is similar to the villain Cypher from the Matrix movies. In both films, a character lives in an alternate reality, and they're secretly working with an unknown force that controls that alternate reality and agree to betray their leaders. After a few shots to her gut, they reach a stalemate with Cassandra, and she agrees to use a sling ring that she stole off a Doctor Strange variant that she murdered. Now, it is interesting that sling rings, which we've seen multiple times in the MCU, also have the ability to teleport people to the Void. Because, as we saw in Multiverse of Madness, Doctor Strange cannot travel to different universes. So the Void is more like a nexus point between all realities. It's the center of that wheel I was talking about earlier. So that means that anybody could reach the Void with a sling ring. Again, this could feature very heavily in Avengers Secret Wars. Afterwards, she has 3 stripes of blood on her chin, which look like Wolverine's claws. I think this is a subtle way for Wolverine to look at her and see that the two of them both seeking vengeance makes them too much alike. And this is part of the reason he chooses a better path. Cassandra then tells us her new master plan to destroy every universe except the Void. Again, this is a lot like Doctor Doom in the 2015 Secret Wars comic book. I actually feel like they can't do that story now because it's already been done here. So, if you guys have any theories about what will happen in Avengers Secret Wars, let me know down in the comments below. And then we see Hunter B-15 from the show Loki. So Hunter B-15 had a great arc in that series. She started off as a sycophant for the Timekeepers.
And if you see a Loki, prune it.
And then later she realizes the Timekeepers had taken advantage of her by erasing her memories.
I looked happy.
So, in Loki Season 2, she is one of the strongest advocates for not erasing the universe from existence, which is why she comes down so hard on Paradox later in the movie. Logan and Wolverine land at a store called Rob Liefeld's Just Feet, a dig at the Deadpool co-creator who was bad at drawing feet and just about everything else. Outside, Laura gives Wolverine a pep talk. Now, I know some of you are wondering if this is Laura from the actual movie Logan or a variant of Laura, but we're going to save all of that kind of stuff for our theory videos that are going to be coming out in the next few days. When Wolverine explains why he now wears the yellow spandex, he says that Scott and Jean and Beast wanted him to wear the uniform. So this version of Wolverine was more of a loner than the version from the X-Men films, and his isolation ended up getting his team killed. Guys, this was a great way to bring the yellow suit into this universe. The Hugh Jackman Wolverine that we've seen in past movies would never willingly agree to wear this ridiculous yellow costume, but character's so badass that he made it work. And I totally believe that he would wear this costume out of guilt, like it's a kind of penance or contrition that he has to do to atone for his past sins. As the team travels to Cassandra's fortress, they pass the ruins of Asgard and the Guardians of the Galaxy ship, the Benatar. When they arrive, they square up against all of these generic mutants from Magneto's team in X-Men 3 The Last Stand. And gang, not for nothing, X-Men 3 did give us our first giant superhero melee battle. And then the Deadpool Corps show up, and in the comics, the Deadpool Corps was a multiversal group of Deadpools that were formed by Deadpool from the 616 universe. He recruited them to achieve a great cosmic purpose, and in this movie, the main Deadpool also calls himself Deadpool Prime, which is probably a reference to Superboy Prime from DC Comics. And then the Deadpool Corps show up, and there are a ton of Easter eggs in this scene, some from the comics, and some are just fun versions they made up for the movie. They are led by the aforementioned Lady Deadpool, played by Blake Lively. From the comics, we see Headpool and Kidpool. This is Welshpool, which is probably a nod to Ryan Reynolds' soccer team, Wrexham FC, who are based in Wales. There's also this top hat magician Deadpool. This looks like African Deadpool. Cupid Deadpool with an arrow through his head. Cowboy Pool, Deadpool 2099, based on the 2099 comics. Golden Age Deadpool, who looks like he's from the 1940s. Ronan Pool, and at the very end of the fight, Ronan Pool regrows baby arms like Wade's baby legs in Deadpool 2. Here we see Zen Pool, and after they all pose, notice that Baby Pool is just sitting down. And my personal favorite, Scottish Pool, who also is wielding a giant claymore sword. This is all inspired by the comic book Deadpool Kills Deadpool, where an evil Deadpool variant leads an army of himself against Deadpool 616. He essentially does this because he's suicidal and wants to end his torturous existence. They are aided by Nice Pool, who is also nicknamed Van Milder. And this is a play on the Ryan Reynolds movie Van Wilder, and then Nice Pool replies with the proposal, another Ryan Reynolds movie. And the reason he has a handsome face is because he was never experimented on, which is why he cannot regenerate. And then we get this badass single-shot Deadpool melee. Now during this fight, we see a tribute to Stan Lee on an ad for Stan Lee steamers, but the most touching tribute in the scene is this one to Raymond Chan at the very end. Chan was a supervising art director on many Marvel movies, including this one, and he died earlier this year. There's even a dedication to him in the credits. He was responsible for the look of many films that became the bedrock of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And during this fight, I really respect that Deadpool recognized that the multiverse saga was a huge mess and that Marvel should just take the L and move on. And then Nice Pool says that, well, he's loved everything after Endgame, which,
Liar!
Wade also claims that The Wizard of Oz did the multiverse first, which is not true. It's a Wonderful Life was the first multiverse movie. And then he says, I am not a medicine woman, which I think is a tongue-in-cheek reference to Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. And Screen Crush, you have to admit that this was like the most excited Marvel melee since Avengers Endgame. How amazing was it when we finally got to see a comic-accurate Wolverine mask on screen? Deadpool even mentions how it's better than Batman's mask because at least he can turn his head. And this is making fun of the original Batman suit worn by Michael Keaton, where essentially he was in a frozen rubber condom for the entire film. Also notice how Dogpool just randomly runs back and forth from one side of the screen to the other. It's just magical. And this entire fight was really just an excuse to see Wolverine and Deadpool kick some ass against a bunch of literal red shirts who can't die. And I love that it ended by exploiting every Deadpool's love for Peter. This entire fight was the equivalent of Brian falling into the spaceship in The Life of Brian, and I loved it. Now, the Time Ripper runs on antimatter, just like the multiversal loom that we saw in the second season of Loki. This sets up Deadpool for a heroic death, fulfilling what he said earlier in the film.
I am Marvel Jesus.
So So Wade closes himself behind a glass door and makes a reference to the death of Spock and the Wrath of Khan. But then when all is lost, Wolverine also emerges to sacrifice his life as Madonna's Like a Prayer plays. So this music video is filled with Christian imagery, so it's appropriate for a scene where two heroes of the Fox X-Men universe spread out their arms like a crucifix pose to literally kill themselves to save their franchise. This is also like a reverse Samson, who pushed down two pillars to bring down the Philistines' temple on their heads. Except here, Wade is pulling the pillars inwards to hold the universe together. But of course, these are superheroes and not even Logan can stay dead. I also thought it was nice that they gave Hugh Jackman one last chance to show off how freaking ripped he is. Then Hunter B-15 shows them a miracle that their timeline has been restored. And I think this is because now they are both stars of this franchise. And this franchise has crossover potential with the Sacred Timeline, aka the 616, aka the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Hunter B-15 also confirms that they cannot change Logan's past, because doing this would change the man he is, which would then change all he has accomplished. So this is confirming the time travel rules that the Hulk established in Avengers Endgame.
Think about it. If you travel to the past, that past becomes your future, and your former present becomes the past, which can't now be changed by your new future.
And then Logan and Wade eat shawarma, which, as they reference, is a callback to the post-credit scene of the Avengers. Wade even acknowledges that the Avengers kind of made shawarma because after the movie was released, the food had a massive spike in popularity. At first, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine says that we probably won't see him again, but remember, not wanting to be a joiner is actually what ruined his universe, so he decides to stay with Wade and his friends. We even get a family dinner ending like most multiverse saga shows and movies as of late.
Wow, yeah, there are a lot of family dinner endings.
Yeah, and you'd think Wade would have at least acknowledged that the Fast and the Furious have already done this. And I'll be honest, guys, I got a little misty-eyed during the credits. Like, I grew up with those Fox X-Men movies. For better or worse, those were some of the first actual good Marvel movies that we ever had. A lot of very talented people worked so hard to make those films, and I am so grateful for the work of those filmmakers and the people who made this movie. I had so much fun watching Deadpool and Wolverine. This movie raised a lot of questions, and I think that, we're going to get a lot of answers at San Diego Comic-Con. So please subscribe here at Screen Crush, where we're going to be breaking down all things Deadpool and Wolverine for a very long time. Big shout out to the team who edited this massive beast of an Easter egg video. I cannot do it without you guys, and I have the best job in the world. So, what did you guys think of the movie? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below or at me on Twitter. And if it's your first time here, please subscribe and smash that bell for alerts. For Screen Crush, I'm Ryan Airy.